I recently just hit 1,000 days in my hardcore Minecraft world. So to celebrate, I want to recap the 8 episodes I've created during this time in my first ever Minecraft movie. Kicking it off on day 1, we spawned in a savanna biome, so I punched an acacia tree to get some logs. Using the wood, I made a pickaxe, and then dug into the hillside to gather up some cobblestone. In the process, I found a huge coal vein, so I took the time to mine it all since it'll definitely come in handy. After that, I used the cobblestone to craft a full set of tools as well as a furnace. With some basic gear obtained, I set out to explore for more resources. I first found a cactus, and then I noticed a bunch of sugarcane along the coastline, so I gathered that up as well. I spotted a cave with some iron in it, so I went down to mine it. Just as I was gathering the last few pieces, I noticed a skeleton, so I decided not to risk it and headed back up to the surface. As I continued looking for more resources, I saw a shipwreck in the ocean, so I swam over to it to gather the loot. Unfortunately, one of the large coral sort of spawned right in the middle of it, so I was only able to find one chest. At least it did have some food in it though. The sun was already beginning to get low, so I climbed the hill in the hopes of spotting some sheep so that I could make a bed. Sadly, there were none, but I did spot a couple of cute armadillos. Before I could find any sheep, it got dark and mobs started spawning. Not wanting to risk it, I dug into a wall to wait out the night. I ate the food we found in the shipwreck, and with nothing better to do, spent some time mining a bunch of terracotta. I'm sure we'll be able to use it for some future builds, so why not gather some up? I also took the chance to smelt the iron we gathered, which I used to craft a new pickaxe, shield, and shears. Once the sun came up again, I continued our adventure and eventually found a village. It had tons of valuable resources like hay bales, a brewing stand, a bed, and even some melons. I'm probably most excited about the bed since we can finally sleep the night away now. I really want to find a place to settle down and build a starter house, so I started searching for the perfect spot. Along the way, I came across a second village where I gathered more resources before heading toward a jungle biome I had spotted. While I was there, I collected some jungle wood, bamboo, and cocoa beans. I also found a cave with some dripstone in it, so I gathered a bit so I can eventually set up a lava farm. As the search for our starter house location continued, I spotted my favorite wood types, dark oak and spruce. So I took the chance to gather saplings for both of them. My inventory is so full at this point though that I had to throw away my sword to have space for the spruce saplings. You can clearly tell where my priorities are. After searching for a bit longer, I think I finally found the perfect spot. It's a decent-sized island surrounded by a river, which feels super cozy. I also see a cherry blossom biome and a village nearby, which we can incorporate into some future projects. First things first, I made a couple of chests and unloaded all of my items. I then crafted a bunch of fences and made a small animal pen. Using wheat, I lured some cows over to it and bred them. While I was at it, I set up a second animal pen, and this one can be for sheep. Now that we have those set up, I went down to the water and tilled a bunch of grass so that I could set up a simple wheat farm. And I also planted all of my sugarcane along the edge of the water. These are the basic farms that I pretty much always set up when I first start my worlds, since I'll have an easy food source and they'll also allow me to eventually create a level 30 enchanting setup. My next goal is to get better tools and armor, so I made my way down to a nearby cave and began collecting all of the copper, coal, and iron that I could find. Once I had a decent amount of iron, I smelted it down using some furnaces and then used it to craft a full set of iron armor. Feeling a bit safer now, I made my way deeper into the mine where I eventually found a geode, so I took the chance to mine a bunch of calcite and smooth basalt as I think they could be fun to build with. After that, I continued exploring the cave, and I eventually found my first diamonds. This is always such a great feeling in a brand new world. I eventually found 2 more diamond veins, so I decided to use the shiny blue stuff to craft a pickaxe. Now that we can mine a bit faster, I gathered several stacks of both tough and deep slate as I want to use them in our starter house. While I was down here, I also took the chance to gather up a bit of diorite. At this point, my inventory was completely full, so I made my way back to the surface. Once I got there, I dropped off my items and then crafted a brand new axe and shovel using the diamonds that we got. After that, I took care of some of the chores around our base, like harvesting all of the sugarcane and wheat, and I also bred the cows and sheep again. Since I'm going to need a lot of wood for everything that I want to build, I planted a couple of dark oak and spruce trees. While I was at it, I figured I might as well plant a jungle tree as well as the bamboo that we gathered earlier. Some of the trees had already grown, so I chopped them down. I also cut down some of the oak and birch trees that were already on the island since I'll need them for our starter house. I noticed a bee's nest on one of the trees, so I placed a campfire underneath it and used shears to collect the wax. I pretty much have everything we need to build our starter house now, but there's still just a few more materials that we need to gather. First, I headed down to the edge of the water to collect sand for glass, as well as clay for bricks. Next, I went down into the mine to gather up a bunch of diorite and cobblestone. I then crafted a stone cutter and used it to make all of the different deep slate blocks that I needed. After that, I chopped down all of the bamboo and crafted it into planks and slabs. While I was crafting, a wandering trader interrupted me, and since he didn't have any good trades, I took the opportunity to get 2 free leads. After that little distraction, I crafted copper grates and combined them with beeswax to prevent them from aging. I then took a quick break to breed the animals again, before going on the hunt for a few cornflowers, which will be fun to decorate with. I went back into the cave once more to collect some glow lichen using shears. Finally, I crafted a few lanterns, which should be the last item we need. Before starting on the build, I took a minute to breed the cows once more and gathered all of the sugarcane along the edge of the water. That took a while, but we've now gathered every single block that we need to build our starter house. I started by laying down the foundation using a mix of deep slate blocks. To make the shape of the house more interesting, I added 2 smaller sections on either side. For the second floor, I went for a combination of diorite, calcite, and birch logs, which is one of my favorite block combinations at the moment. For the roof, I kept it simple, using both spruce and dark oak wood for a clean look. Now it's time for the little details that really give the build character. I added hay bales, lanterns, a large flower planter at the back, and even a log pile made of oak logs and extinguished campfires. And with that, the exterior of the house is finished. I'm super happy with how it came out. I'm eager to get started on the interior, but before we get to that, I took a minute to breed the cows again, as well as collect all of the sugarcane and wheat. With those chores out of the way, I made my way inside our house and began removing all of the grass blocks. With the grass blocks gone, I started placing in the floor. For one of the small rooms, I used some of the yellow terracotta that we collected during our first night. It's a little out there, but it does make our room feel super bright, which I love. For the rest of the floor, I used spruce wood and jungle wood. After that, I placed in a staircase for access to the second floor. And for the floor itself, I made use of jungle wood again. I built the ceiling for the first floor out of spruce wood, but now there's just way too much of the spruce color, so I decided to swap out the floor for oak wood instead, which helped create more contrast. I think the second floor will be the perfect area for our storage room, so I first placed in some pillars to divide up the room a bit, and then got to work fixing up the ceiling using dark oak. I then filled in the gaps in between the pillars with a bunch of chests and barrels, and it's not a whole lot of storage, but it should be more than enough for at least the early game. After that, I created a railing for the stairs using bamboo trapdoors. To fill out the center of the room, I wanted to create a large rug, so after experimenting with a few different designs, I settled on one using a pattern of amethyst and purple wool. After adding some final details like flower pots and a painting, I'm happy to call our storage room finished. I incorporated quite a few blocks that I don't normally use, but I'm really happy with the result. Now that it's done, I got rid of all of the temporary chests on the first floor and moved all of the items upstairs. I did absolutely zero organizing, but we can get to that later as I really want to finish decorating the first floor. Before I get too carried away building though, I decided to breed the cows once more, as well as harvest the sugarcane. Heading back inside our house, I got to work detailing the main room on the first floor. To add some color to the area, I created a large rug using red wool and red terracotta. I'm not going to lie, it took me like 20 minutes to design a fireplace that I was happy with, but I think the end result was totally worth it. I even managed to hide a couple of furnaces into the design so that it has some functionality. To fill out the rest of the room, I added some storage underneath the stairs and then placed in a couple of paintings on any boring sections of walls. I moved on to detailing the bedroom next. First, I made a small desk and placed a couple of flower pots on top of it. I then created a shelf higher up on the wall and filled it with additional storage. To tie the whole room together, I made a simple rug using white wool and carpet. We still have one more room to fill, and I figured it would be the perfect spot for our enchanting setup. So I bred all of the cows one more time and then unalived all of the adult ones for their leather. With the leather, I crafted a bunch of books and then turned them into 15 bookshelves. I then placed them down inside of the room. To create the actual enchanting table, I'm going to need some obsidian, so I made my way over to a lava pool that I spotted earlier and used water to convert it into obsidian. I then spent like 10 minutes mining 30 blocks of it. It takes so painfully long with a pickaxe that has no enchantments. At least we've got plenty of extra now so that we can build another portal later on. Anyway, with all the resources in hand, I headed back home and crafted our enchanting table. I placed it in the center of the room and added some final touches like a grindstone, storage, and flower pots to decorate the area. I'll eventually add an anvil as well, but unfortunately, I don't have enough iron right now. I thought it would be a lot of fun to display a map of the island inside of our house, so I crafted some maps and took a stroll around the island to reveal them. Back at home, I put the maps up on the wall. It's going to be so rewarding watching this entire area fill up with builds. Assuming I don't die, of course. I've been procrastinating organizing the storage room for long enough, so I used the extra leather to craft a bunch of item frames and then placed them on the sides of all of the barrels. For labeling the chests, I decided to put signs on the pillars where I could write down what's inside. To make them easier to read, I dyed the signs white. It took some time and effort, but I eventually got all of my items sorted. This always feels like such a huge milestone to me since we're now set up to work on other projects. Before we do get started on other builds though, let's just take a moment to admire the fully finished interior. I'm super happy with how it came out. To celebrate finishing the interior of our starter house, let's take a moment to check in on my cats. If you're new here, this is my totally shameless attempt to guilt trip you into liking the video. Jokes aside, it really helps support the channel, so I genuinely appreciate you taking a moment to do it. After all the building we've been doing, I have 0 coal left and only like 3 diamonds, so I got to work putting together a mine entrance where we can eventually mine a bunch of useful resources. I went with a pretty simple design using spruce wood, but I think it fits the area nicely. Of course, we still need to dig out the actual mine, but before we get to that, let's get distracted with some terraforming. I started by removing the temporary crop farms along the edge of the water. They've served their purpose, but I want to build better looking ones later. With those cleared out, I began working on a custom cliff face to connect the upper area where our house sits and the lower area where the mine entrance is. I think a more rocky appearance will make the mine feel much more natural, plus, if you've seen any of my other videos, you know I love a good terraforming project. To create the rocks, I used primarily tough blocks with just a bit of cobblestone and acacia logs mixed in for some texture variation. Once the cliff was looking decent, I built a staircase to connect the upper and lower levels. I also created a path to connect everything, which really helped tie the two areas together. You might have noticed a weird hole in the cliff, but don't worry, I specifically left that area open so that we could add a nether portal. I went with the design similar to the mine entrance, but changed it up enough to give it its own unique style. After placing the last of the obsidian and patching up the area behind the portal with tough blocks, I felt like the build was looking pretty good, so I lit the portal using my flint and steel. Why go inside though when we can procrastinate adventuring the scary nether by doing more terraforming? I started by harvesting some cocoa beans I'd planted earlier and then used them to craft brown concrete powder. With the brown blocks, I added more texture variation to the cliffside. It's a small detail, but I think it really helps take the terrain to the next level. The final touch I wanted to add was some greenery, so I used my shears to gather birch and oak leaves. I also collected tons of flowers. There's such a wide variety since about half the island is technically a flower forest. While I was at it, I used my shears to grab a bunch of shortgrass as well. I then placed all of the vegetation along the cliffside. It added so much life to the area, tying everything together perfectly. In total, all this terraforming took me close to 2 hours, but looking at the before and after, I'd say it was totally worth it. This is probably a dumb idea with only iron armor, but I want to go to the nether to mine quartz for XP. I crafted some gold boots to stay safe from piglins and made my way inside. For once, I actually got a pretty decent spawn. I quickly mined quartz until I hit level 30 and then headed back to the overworld. Back at home, I used the last of my diamonds to craft a new pickaxe and enchanted it. I ended up with Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3, which is honestly so lucky. Using my brand new pickaxe, I started digging out a large hole for our custom mine entrance. Once I was happy with the basic shape, I started digging a staircase deeper underground. The plan is to extend it all the way down to diamond level. Along the way, I ran into a cave and I couldn't resist the urge to explore. After mining some coal and iron, I ventured deeper into the cave and found more diamonds. I continued mining all of the valuable resources that I could get my hands on. And since we have a Fortune 3 pickaxe now, we're getting so many more ore per block. And I was getting seriously lucky with the diamonds. I even found 3 veins side by side. I ended up collecting so many that I took a pit stop to craft a full set of diamond armor. Since we're a lot safer now, I continued exploring the cave. After mining for another 20 minutes or so and collecting a bunch more resources, I ended up running into an abandoned mine shaft, so I took a quick look inside. I found some glowberries and a golden apple before leaving. Honestly, I'm just terrified of the poisonous spiders. They've killed me so many times in the past that I don't even want to risk it. Since my inventory was completely full at this point, I made my way back to the surface. After organizing my items a bit, here's a look at all the goodies we gathered. Since we have so many diamonds, I made a brand new set of tools. I'm also up to level 33, so it's time to enchant 2 things. First, I enchanted my shovel and got Efficiency 4. Then I enchanted my axe and also ended up getting Efficiency 4. That was a very productive side mission, but now I want to get back to detailing the mine entrance. First, I replaced the ground with coarse dirt and patched up the walls with cobblestone. Once I was happy with the basic shape, I started mixing in other gray blocks to give the whole area a messy, chaotic look. To give it some functionality, I placed a few barrels into the wall. The area was looking a bit too gray, so I added some grass and flowers for a pop of color. For extra detail, I added a few blocks of raw copper, and to enhance the cave vibe, I finished it off with some pointed dripstone. I think the cave is looking pretty good now, so I went back to digging the staircase deeper underground that we had started earlier. I mainly just want an area where I can safely mine a bunch of deep slate and tough blocks. While digging the staircase, I even stumbled upon a few more diamonds. After reaching all the way down to Y-54, I made my way back to the surface to drop off my items at home since my inventory was completely full. Now that I have some space again, I made my way back down, stopping along the way to gather a few stacks of diorite. After that, I went all the way back down to the bottom and mined deep slate and tough blocks until my inventory was completely full. Hopefully that'll tide us over for a while, so I headed back to the surface. The next thing I want to build is a barn for our animals, so let's start by gathering all the materials we'll need. I'm going for that classic red barn look, so the first thing I did was dye all of the sheep red and shear them for their wool. After that, I used some bone meal to create glow lichen. We're also going to need more oak logs, so I got to work chopping down trees. While I was at it, a wandering trader showed up offering some of the new pale garden blocks. I really want to get my hands on these, but I don't have any emeralds, so I went over to a nearby village to see what I could find. Unfortunately, there weren't any emeralds in the chests, so I turned one of the villagers into a Fletcher and traded sticks with him to get some. When I got back home, I was surprised to see a second wandering trader had spawned. I have no idea how rare it is to have 2 traders like this at the same time, but oh well, I'm not complaining. Anyway, the second trader's deals weren't great, so I stuck to my plan and used my emeralds to buy some pale moss and an open eye blossom. I think we can grow more with bone meal, so these will be super fun to use. That was an exciting distraction, but let's get back to collecting all the resources that we need for the barn. First, I chopped down all the bamboo and a bunch of the trees we had planted earlier. Since I plan on using a lot of stripped spruce, I went ahead and stripped it right away to make my life easier later. We also needed more bricks for flower pots, so I headed down to the water and gathered a bunch of clay. While the clay was smelting, I crafted the remaining blocks we'd need, like red concrete powder and various types of tough and deep slate blocks. With all that done, I think we finally have everything ready to build the barn. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to create that classic red barn look, so I used a mix of red terracotta, wool, and concrete powder for the walls. To make the build more dynamic, I added a silo attached to the side of the barn. For the roof, I framed it with a white outline using diorite and birch logs, and then filled in the rest with a variety of deep slate blocks. Outside of the barn, I created 2 large hay bales, which really helped with that farm aesthetic. With the exterior done, I did what I do best and connected the build to our pathway system using coarse dirt. I kept the interior of the barn really simple, so let me just show you the final result. I tried to keep it as open as possible to leave as much space as I could for the animals. As for the silo, it turned out to be the perfect spot to add some extra storage. All that's left to do is bring the animals over from their temporary pens, so I started with the cows and then brought over the sheep next. It's super rewarding seeing the barn full of life now. All this building has left me running low on resources, so I planted a few spruce trees and chopped down some of the oak and birch trees in the nearby forest. The spruce trees grew surprisingly fast, so I chopped them down as soon as they were ready. I then spent a few minutes building some beehives in front of our house. Not only are they practical, but they also add a nice detail to the area. We're back up to level 30, so I took the opportunity to enchant a second axe since mine is going to break soon. I was hoping for Silk Touch, but I only ended up with Unbreaking 3. I think the area behind our house will be perfect for a pumpkin and melon farm, so I began planning out a stone border using cobblestone and tough blocks. To add some color to it, I surrounded the entire thing with a combination of flowers and grass. After that, I extended our path over to the entrance of the farm. I then created rows using spruce slabs and waterlogged them so that the farm will stay hydrated. On top of the slabs, I placed fences to stop the melons from growing where I don't want them to. Finally, I tilled the ground and planted all of my seeds. Once everything grows, it'll bring so much color to the area. I want to create more paths so that we can keep expanding our base, so I headed down to the mine and gathered a bunch of gravel for coarse dirt. I think it would also be fun to use packed mud, so I first used water bottles to convert our regular dirt into mud. I need to combine it with some wheat though, so I went over to the nearby village and straight up stole their entire food supply. While I was in the village, I spotted some cats and I couldn't resist the urge to tame them. I can't get over how cute they are. I went back home and positioned the cats near our back entrance as well as the front entrance in the hopes that they'll scare creepers away. I also put this little kitty in front of our barn. Just look how small it is, it's so cute. I don't have any name tags yet, but once I get some I'll name these cuties, so be sure to let me know if you have any name ideas. Getting back to build mode, I used the wheat that we got to finally craft our packed mud. After that, I built a path extending further along the top of the hill. I then used the packed mud we made to add more texture variation into the path. I also mixed in just a tiny bit of granite, which I think fits the block palette nicely. While I was at it, I also textured the paths at the bottom of the hill. I want to continue adding more color and life to our base, so I got to work planning a potato farm. After getting all of the water sources in, I covered them up with dark oak slabs, and on top of those, I placed a polished deep slate wall and lantern. With those in place, all that was left to do was till all of the grass blocks and then plant our potatoes. I didn't have enough to get the whole thing filled in, but we can keep expanding as they grow. I like this design so much that I got to work building a similar one at the bottom of the hill. Only this one will be a wheat field. I got interrupted by a pillager, which was a bit annoying, but I got the farm all put together in no time. These farms are adding so much character to the area and really helping with that cozy vibe, so I can't help but add one more. This one is going to be a bit different though, since it's for sugarcane. I made a border using path blocks and then created alternating rows of waterlogged spruce slabs and sugarcane. It's a simple design, but I think it helped fill out the space quite nicely. My shovel was about to break, so before it does, I went to the nether and mined quartz until I was back up to level 30. I then crafted a new diamond shovel and enchanted it, getting efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3. I also crafted an anvil and combined my two axes to make a better one. Using my brand new tools, I got to work chopping down the spruce trees outside of the house, and then I terraformed the area a bit more just to get it looking a bit better. As I was tidying up the area, I finally got around to chopping down the old animal pens since we no longer need them. Considering this is hardcore, I want to keep enchanting my gear, so I made a trip to the nether once again to mine quartz until I was level 30. While I was mining, I spotted a fortress which I would love to explore. Before I take it on, I went back to the overworld and enchanted my sword. I ended up getting sharpness 4 and looting 3, which is awesome. I'm feeling more confident with a better sword now, so I went back to the fortress. After exploring for a while, I found a blaze spawner, so I took a few minutes to get blaze rods. Since I have looting 3 on my sword, I got a bunch in no time. I continued looking around and collected all of the loot that I could find. Along the way, I saw some magma cubes, so I killed them for their cream. We can make fire resistance potions with these, which will make future nether trips a lot less risky. In order to brew potions though, I'll need some nether wart, so I continued exploring until I eventually found some. This has been a super productive adventure, but before I do something dumb and die, I decided to head back home. Most of our crops had grown at this point, so I harvested them all with my fortune pickaxe and then replanted both fields. I was able to get both of them filled in, which is awesome. What's not so awesome is the fact that I only have 2 furnaces inside of the house, which is honestly starting to annoy me a bit. To solve this problem, let's build a blacksmith where we can hide both an auto smelter and lava farm. Without wasting any time, I got to work crafting and gathering all of the materials we are going to need. It took a while, but we should have all the materials that we need now. I got to work building, beginning with a foundation made of tough blocks. For the second floor, I used stripped spruce beams for that Tudor-style look, then filled in the rest of the walls with a mix of oak, birch, and bamboo. To make it look like an actual blacksmith, I attached a forge to the side of the house. I then replaced the grass blocks near the forge with stone and cobblestone to give it more of a medieval look. To bring the build to life, I added a magma block to resemble hot coals in the forge. Next, I placed a smithing table, an anvil, and an armor stand, which all fit the blacksmith theme perfectly. Since the covered area on the side of our starter house was still empty, I added a few extra details there as well. The other side of the blacksmith was still looking a little bland, so I added oak leaves for a nice pop of color. I did the same thing at the back, but for this one, I placed flower pots on top, so this way we could add even more color. With all the flower pots filled in and the final touches in place, the exterior is officially finished. Moving straight inside, I got started on the interior by fixing up the walls and getting the ceiling in place. I heard a wandering trader outside while building, and after checking out his trades, I saw he was offering a mangrove propagule. I'd love to get my hands on one of these, so I ran over to the nearby village and traded sticks with the Fletcher again. Using the emeralds, I traded for the propagule and then planted it behind the barn. Somehow, I always seem to be getting distracted, but anyways, let's get back to working on the interior of the blacksmith by building the floor. I decided to use red terracotta and concrete powder to help bring some color into the room. I think we should be able to hide a super smelter in the basement, so I planned out a staircase using dark oak stairs. To fill up the wall above the staircase, I used a few paintings. After adding a few more details, here's a look at the fully decorated first floor. Moving up to the second floor, I patched up the ceiling and then added a railing using oak trapdoors. This would be the perfect spot for a lava farm, so I crafted up some cauldrons as well as buckets. I then ran over to the lava pool where we had mined obsidian earlier and collected a bunch of lava for the farm. Heading back to the blacksmith, let's begin building the farm by placing a row of cauldrons. Next, we need to place a row of full blocks above that, so I used rock copper just to flex on the haters. Underneath the blocks, let's add our pointed dripstone. At the very top, I placed some temporary dirt blocks and then surrounded them with trapdoors. After removing the dirt, all we need to do is add in the lava. Full transparency, I have fire tick turned off in this world. If I didn't, this would 100% burn down the entire house. Anyways, you can see the farm is working since lava is dripping down into the cauldrons. Eventually they'll fill up, and then we can use the lava for fuel in our furnaces. As I mentioned earlier, I want to put a super smelter in the basement, so I took a minute to make a new pickaxe and enchant it since this is going to require a lot of digging. I ended up getting efficiency 4 and unbreaking 3, so I combined my 2 pickaxes to create one with efficiency 5 on it. Heading to the basement, I began digging a huge hole where we can build our super smelter. Hopefully this will be big enough. Now that we have a spot to build in, I began crafting all of the necessary items. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough iron for all of the hoppers, so I made a quick trip down into the mines. There's a huge cave system down here that I've barely come even close to fully exploring, so there's still tons of iron all over the place. While looking around, a spider knocked me off a ledge, which nearly gave me a heart attack. I really need to get feather falling on my boots because that was a close one. Anyways, after mining a few stacks of iron, I made my way back home and started smelting it up. While waiting, I went over and cut down some mangrove trees. Once the iron was ready, I crafted the rest of the hoppers. And with that, we should have everything that we need now. Finally, I got to work building the super smelter. I've never built one quite like this before, so I followed a tutorial that I found by Mysticat. To make sure it works, I loaded up the rest of our raw iron, and as you can see, everything flows directly into the output chest super fast. This is going to make smelting so much more convenient. I want to decorate the room since it looks absolutely terrible right now, but I heard a wandering trader outside and he was offering pale oak saplings. I've never used pale oak before, so we have to get these. I ran over to the village once again and got some emeralds from the Fletcher. I then traded for a couple saplings and couldn't even wait for it to grow naturally, so I tried using bone meal. That's when I realized I'm stupid, since we actually need 4 saplings, similar to growing a dark oak tree. Before the wandering trader despawns, I quickly ran back to the village once again. This time I traded wheat with one of the farmers. After getting a couple more saplings, I finally grew my first pale oak tree. I cut the tree down and then used my fortune pickaxe to try and get as many saplings back as I could, but of course the entire tree only gave me back a single sapling. Oh well, at least we have more of an excuse now to eventually find and explore a pale garden. I spent half an hour or so making the super smelter room look a bit more presentable. I even used the limited pale oak we got for the floor. I chose to keep all of the redstone completely exposed, so if something breaks we can easily fix it. I went to check in on the lava farm upstairs and all of the cauldrons were full. After collecting the lava with some buckets, I loaded it into the furnaces and started smelting all of my copper. I've got a build idea that's going to need a decent amount of it. While it smelts, I planted tons of oak and birch trees all around our base. I've been chopping down a lot and not really replanting, so I just want to bring back that lush vibe to the area. By the time I was done, the copper was ready, so I crafted some trapdoors and waxed them so that they won't age down. Since there's an open area in front of the house, I want to fill it up with a netherwort farm. I started with the soul sand and then placed the netherwort on top. Then to create a planter box of sorts, I surrounded the soul sand with the trapdoors that we just made. I want to do a base tour at the end of the video, so I spent some time using bone meal to add plenty of grass and flowers. This should help tie everything together and make the area look much more presentable. There's just one more thing I want to build though, and that's a dock. I challenged myself by trying to build it on a diagonal, which was a bit tricky, but I think it helped make it look a lot more interesting. For a final touch, I added some lanterns as well as a couple boats. Now that the dock is finished, let's slow things down for a minute and take a look at everything that we've built so far in our brand new hardcore world. Some of you have been asking me to use shaders, so I thought for the tour I could put those on so we can see everything in its full glory. Beginning the tour at the bottom of the hill, we have a big crop farm here, and then on either side of the staircase we have our nether portal as well as our mine entrance. Let's head up the stairs as this is where most of our builds are. We can first check out our little bee farm here. I usually hide my bee farms in some sort of structure, but I thought it'd be fun to just have them kind of roam around freely, which also adds a lot of life and atmosphere to the area, just seeing them kind of fly around. Let's check out the barn next. Of course, our little kitty is guarding the entrance for us, thank you very much. But let's head inside and check in on our animals. We of course have our cows as well as our sheep. I really like the red kind of barn style that we went for. It's just that classic red barn look, you know, can't go wrong with that. If we head back outside and take a left, we have our pumpkin and melon farm. This one is super satisfying with like the perfect rows. I know it's not the most efficient to have it set up like this, but I like how it looks, so yeah, really happy with this one as well. Heading further along the path, we of course have our starter house. Let's go take a look inside here. Again, thank you for guarding the door, thank you very much. I had some different blocks to use, you know, like the bamboo as well as just jungle for the floor. So I tried using some different blocks that I don't normally always use, so I had a lot of fun experimenting with those. While we're in here, I also want to update the map. You can see this is what it was looking like when we first made it, pretty much just had our starter house there. So let's take this one down and you can see, oh yeah, that's what I like to see, just so much more stuff on here. It's looking awesome. Let's take this one down as well. Only these two should really have changes on them. But while I'm here, I also wanted to convert these item frames into glowing item frames, which should just make it look quite a bit better. You can see that's why I have the glow ink in my inventory. You know, I'm a 200 IQ planner. So this one is going to go back here. This one will go here. Let's grab our other two maps. This one will go right there and boop. It looks so much better with the glowing item frames. You don't get those weird lines in between the different maps. But as you can see, we've only filled up this small section of the island, and I'm so excited to keep expanding and eventually fill out the rest of the entire space. While we're in here, we might as well check out our storage room. Typically, I just do kind of boring rows of chests, but here, I had some pillars dividing things up and also using a combination of barrels and chests, and labeling things with signs and stuff like that just made it a bit more unique and interesting to look at. That's about it for the house, so let's head out the back entrance here to check out our sugarcane farm. I haven't really harvested this since we first planted it, but we have a lot of sugarcane. Whenever we need it, we can just quickly come back here and gather it all up, so I'm really glad we put that together. If we wrap in between the two houses, we have a really good view of the forge on our blacksmith. I really like this kind of tucked away area in between the two buildings. It's just sort of cozy and has a nice vibe to it. But let's go check inside of the actual blacksmith since we have a couple of farms in here. If we head upstairs, this is of course where we have our lava farm. You can see it's almost all filled in again. This was a super quick farm to set up, but it's honestly going to save us so much coal, which is, kind of a pain to gather sometimes. Let's head to the basement and check out the super smelter. I feel like I always procrastinate putting these together in my Minecraft worlds, so I was like, you know what? I'm just doing it episode 1, getting it out of the way. And this is going to be super handy for just, obviously smelting up large quantities of items. And it was also fun using the pale oak for the floor. Heading back outside, we just have a couple more things to check out. And that's our other crop farm over here, as well as our nether wart farm. I'm always super scared going into the nether to gather this stuff up, but now that we have it, it's going to be super helpful for brewing potions and making future adventures a lot safer. I'm working on transforming this entire island in my brand new hardcore world. I already have a small starter area established, but in this video, I'm taking things to the next level by expanding the area into a full-on village. The first thing I want to build is an epic windmill, but I'm super low on resources, so I planted a few spruce and dark oak trees. While we wait for them to grow, let's head down to the mine to look for a geode, as we're also going to need a bunch of smooth basalt. I knew there was one down here, but it still took me like 10 minutes to finally track it down. After mining a few stacks of smooth basalt, I also grabbed some calcite while I had the chance. With those resources in hand, I made my way back to the surface. Back at our house, I began crafting materials that we're going to need to build the windmill. And I want to use some lecterns in the build, which is going to require a lot of leather, so I took a quick break from crafting to breed all of the cows inside of our barn. I noticed all of the trees had grown, so I took a few minutes to chop all of them down. While I was in choppy mode, I also cut down some of the oak trees in the nearby forest. I do want a lot of the logs to be stripped though, so I decided to just strip them down right now to make my life easier later when I'm building the windmill. After that, I went back to the barn to breed the cows again, and while I was here, I also sheared all of the white sheep for their wool. That's pretty much all the resources we need, but before we can actually make the windmill, I of course need a spot to build it. To solve this issue, I got to work terraforming the landscape to make some room for it. And because I can't help myself, I also extended our pathway over to the build site as well. Now that we have a suitable spot to build the windmill, I bred the cows one last time and then unalived all of the adults to get a bunch of leather. Using the leather, I crafted books, which I then turned into bookshelves, and then finally, I made all the lecterns. And with that, we now have all the materials we're going to need to build the windmill. Without wasting any time, I got straight to building. I first created the foundation out of a combination of deep slate and smooth basalt, and then built up the main tower using spruce wood. And I made use of all the lecterns to create a really neat trim which helps divide up the different sections. To cap off the tower, I built a simple peaked roof using dark oak and deep slate. Last but not least, I added the windmill blades to complete the build, and I have to say, it's looking absolutely awesome. To give the windmill some functionality, I want to hide 2 moss farms inside. One for regular moss and one for pale moss. I already have some pale moss that I got from a wandering trader, but I still need regular moss, so it's time for an adventure to find a lush cave. Before heading out, I enchanted a brand new pickaxe and got Silk Touch, Efficiency 4, and Unbreaking 3. And since I now have Silk Touch, I also put together an ender chest, which should really help with our inventory situation. With that in hand, I finally set off in the search of a lush cave. Along the way, I came across a village where I grabbed a few sweet berries since I don't have any yet. I also used my shears to gather a bunch of ferns, which will be great for decorating our base. After searching through a few caves, I finally found one with a lush cave inside of it. I gathered a decent amount of moss blocks, and then also took the opportunity to collect a bunch of rooted dirt as well. And thanks to my new ender chest, I was able to bring back way more blocks than I normally would have been able to. With everything I needed, I made my way back home, organized my items, and here's a look at all the goodies I got. Now that I have both types of moss, I got to work crafting all the redstone materials I'll need for the farms. We need a bunch of different components like hoppers, repeaters, and copper bulbs. I also made a quick stop at our dock to grab some water buckets, then headed over to the blacksmith to pick up a couple of lava buckets. With that, we have almost everything that we need except for sticky pistons. Unfortunately, I have 0 slime which I need to craft them, so it's time for another adventure to find a swamp biome. Along the way, I found a bunch of surface level coal, so I took the opportunity to mine it all. As I continued my journey, I bumped into a shipwreck where I found a treasure map and a bunch of other great loot. And not too far from there, I spotted a second shipwreck, so I went full pirate mode and looted that one as well. After that, I used the treasure map I found to locate the buried treasure. I wasn't expecting to get this many resources on my way to the swamp, but I'm definitely not complaining. And it didn't stop there since I found a savannah village next, where I stole all of their emeralds as well as their bell. I then took a quick break from my raiding spree to admire a cute panda that I spotted nearby. And the panda was right next to a mangrove biome, so I took the chance to collect a few stacks of mud blocks while I was there. And after adventuring a bit further, I finally found a swamp biome. While I wait for nightfall so that I can hunt down some slimes, I decided to collect a stack of blue orchids as well as lily pads. Might as well make the most of my time while I'm here. Once the sun set, I spent the night killing slimes with my looting 3 sword. It was a bit dangerous at times with the amount of other hostile mobs spawning, but I was cautious and made my way all the way through the night. And by sunrise, I had a little over 2 stacks of slime balls. That should be more than enough, but I can't help myself, so I continued exploring for a bit longer. I found some rose bushes, so I grabbed a few since I don't actually have any yet. I then spotted one of the newest additions to the game, a pale garden. I went over and cut down a tree, but as the sun began to set, I started hearing some of the creepiest noises I've ever heard in Minecraft. Then I saw my first creaking. It actually led me to a creaking heart, which I dumbly destroyed without using Silk Touch, but luckily I found another one and collected it properly this time. I think 1 creaking heart is all I need to build a resin farm, so rather than push my luck, I decided to go to sleep because honestly, this place is kind of terrifying. Before I left though, I cut down more trees and gathered a fair amount of saplings so that we can grow more pale oak trees at our base. Speaking of our base, that's exactly where I want to go next since my inventory is absolutely jam-packed with resources right now. I'm close to 10,000 blocks away from home right now though, so this might take a while. 30 minutes later, and by the power of editing, I've finally arrived back at our base. After putting away my items, I finally made the sticky pistons, which was the whole point of the trip in the first place. Before getting started on the moss farms, I decided to do a bit of enchanting since I had 33 levels. I first tried enchanting my boots, hoping for feather falling. Instead, I got protection 4, depth strider 3, and unbreaking 3. Still determined, I made another pair of boots and gave it another shot. This time, I only got protection 3 and unbreaking 3. Oh well, we can try again once we have more XP. Anyway, we've got all the materials for the farms, so let's not waste any more time and get straight to building. Heading inside the windmill, I started by replacing the floor with dark oak and then built a staircase leading underground where we'll be setting up the actual moss farms. After digging out a pretty big space, I was finally ready to get building. I started with the pale moss farm, and since I'm a total redstone noob, I followed a tutorial by Basic Redstone to get everything set up. Once all the redstone was in place and working, I moved on to the regular moss farm. It's the exact same design as the first one, so it was pretty straightforward to build after already doing it once. And I don't know why, but there's just something so satisfying about watching these farms run with no issues. I'm super happy we've got these set up now, but the only problem is that it looks like absolute hot garbage down here, so let's get to decorating. I started by fixing up the floor and then added a pillar for some extra support. To make things more convenient, I also extended the redstone all the way to the pillar so I can easily turn the farm on and off from there. Next, I started patching up all of the walls with stone blocks. It's a simple design, but for an underground farm, I think it works just fine. To add some detail, I used moss blocks as accents on the wall, which gave the room a more natural look. I also added a dark oak trim around the ceiling to give the space more structure. Since I liked how the moss accents were turning out, I extended them to the ceiling as well. We had an open space on the back wall, so I built a simple bone meal farm so that we have the option to convert any extra moss into bone meal. After detailing the main entrance and adding a few final touches, here's a look at the fully completed farm. I'm really glad everything came together without any technical redstone issues. We can easily turn the farms on and off with the flick of a lever, and everything runs super smoothly. To celebrate finishing our first build of this episode, let's go check in on my cats. If you don't know by now, this is how I guilt trip all of you into liking the video. But seriously, taking a second to like the video is the biggest way to support this channel, so I really do appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, the next thing I want to build is a horse stable to help fill the gap in between the windmill and the rest of our builds. I'm a little bit low on resources though, so I went down into our mine and gathered a couple stacks of andesite. After that, I went deeper underground to mine some tough blocks. While I was doing so, a zombie fell down from a nearby cave, and since he picked up a block, I decided to trap him since he won't despawn. I'm planning to build a villager trading hall later in this video, so having a zombie ready will help with getting cheaper trades. After that little distraction, I mined a few more stacks of tuff and made my way back to the surface. Back at our house, I started crafting all the different blocks we'll need for the stable. After about 10 minutes of crafting, I headed over to the moss farm to grab some pale moss, the last item on the list. Luckily, we've got a huge stockpile of it now. And with that, we should have everything we need to build the horse stable. Getting straight to building, I created the walls using a gradient of tuff, pale moss, andesite, diorite, and calcite. And to challenge myself a little bit, I created the stable on a diagonal. This made it feel quite a bit trickier, but it should make the area feel a lot more dynamic in the end. For the roof, I went for a simple combination of deep slate bricks and tiles. To bring some color to the area, I built 2 large hay bales beside the barn, and then I also added some flowers and azaleas for a lush vibe. On the other side of the stable, I created a large patch of rose bushes. After that, I added a few hanging lanterns to light up the area, and then I also placed a bit of glow lichen inside to further ensure no hostile mobs will spawn. Last but not least, I connected the stable to our pathway system to fully integrate it into the area. I even used a bit of the rooted dirt we found in the lush cave to add additional texture variation. The stable is looking pretty awesome now, but we're still missing something pretty important, the actual horses. I only have 2 saddles, so let's go find a couple new friends. The first horse I tamed ended up being pretty slow, so I tried my luck with a second one. This one was much faster, so I brought him back to the stable and even gave him some diamond horse armor. I went out and got a second horse, and after bringing this one home, I gave it some gold armor. It's super fun seeing the stable finally come to life with some horses. Now that the stable is finished, I want to get to work on a villager trading hall. Considering this is hardcore, upgrading our tools and armor is super important, so I think this is the next best step in our progression. Step 1 is going to be setting up a villager breeder. Luckily, it doesn't really require too many resources, so it was pretty easy to build. The real challenge is going to be getting the first 2 villagers inside. Fortunately, there's a village a couple hundred blocks away, so I used rails to slowly push them over. I was moving 2 villagers at once, but of course, right when I was almost at the breeder, a zombie showed up and converted one into a zombie. I considered curing it, but I figured it would just be easier to bring another one over. So after getting the first villager into the breeder, I went back to the village and made the trip once again with a brand new one. Finally, after getting both villagers inside, I gave them some potatoes, and to my delight, it seems like it's working. Some hearts appeared and a baby villager spawned. I want to make a trading hall with 20 villagers, so while we wait for more babies, let's get started on gathering all the materials we're going to need to build it. The first thing I crafted was some blocks of copper, which I placed outside so they could start aging. I'm aiming for the second stage of oxidation, so as soon as any reach that point, I'll need to wax them before they age any further. While we wait for the rest to age, I planted some spruce, dark oak, and jungle trees, which I grew right away using some bone meal. I then spent a few minutes cutting down all of the trees. After collecting more of the copper that was ready, I used bone meal to make some glow lichen, which I then collected with my shears. Next, I took a trip down into the mine and gathered a few stacks of granite. I also stripped down a bunch of dark oak logs to make things easier later. We still needed some mangrove logs, so I grew a few mangrove trees with bone meal. And I'm not kidding, it took me over 20 minutes to chop down just 11 trees. Maybe it's just a skill issue, but these are such a pain to harvest. Anyway, at least we had enough copper blocks at this point, so I turned them into a full stack of cut copper. The final material we needed was light gray terracotta. Fortunately, there's a badlands biome just down the river, so I took a boat over and gathered a few stacks before heading home. It took me almost 2 hours to get all of these materials, but we finally have every single item we need to build the villager trading hall. I started by flattening the area a little bit since it's on a slope, then got to work building up the walls. I used primarily stone and tuff blocks, and then brought in some color in the form of granite, oak, light gray terracotta, and copper. For the roof, I used a mix of spruce, dark oak, and mangrove. I created some windows using scaffolding, and added a bit of a natural touch using dark oak saplings in flower pots. To finish the outside of the trading hall, I placed in a couple of lanterns to light up the entrance, as well as a few rose bushes for a pop of color. Last but not least, I extended our pathway over to the build using coarse dirt. I'm honestly in love with how this build turned out. I think it fits the area perfectly. I'm eager to get started on the interior, but before we do, I made a quick trip to the Nether to gather up a bit of glowstone. With that in hand, I got started on the inside of the villager trading hall by building a spruce wood floor in the center of the room. Next, I mapped out where each villager would go using pieces of glowstone. Once I had that figured out, I filled in the rest of the floor with polished tuff. I then built up pillars using stripped dark oak in order to create stalls for each of the villagers. After adding a few more details, I felt like the first half of the room was looking pretty good, so I created a red rug in the center of the floor. Once that was finished, I mirrored the same villager stall design we just built on the other side of the room. When nightfall approached, instead of sleeping, I went outside and farmed spiders for string. After gathering a bit, I combined it with some beeswax to craft some candles. With those ready, I got to work building a chandelier hanging from the center of the ceiling. And after adding a few final touches, here's a look at the completed interior of the villager trading hall. All we need to do now is add the actual villagers, so let's go check in on our villager breeder. By the looks of it, we've got a ton of villagers now, which is absolutely perfect. Before moving them into the trading hall, I first want to turn them into zombie villagers and then cure them using weakness potions and golden apples so that their trades will be cheaper. I don't have enough gold for the apples though, so it's time for a mining trip. While my main focus was gathering gold, I also picked up some diamonds, iron, and any other valuable resources that I came across. I even stumbled upon a mine shaft and zombie spawner, so I looted both while I had the chance. There were even some name tags in some of the chests, which is absolutely awesome since we can finally name the cats that we found in the first episode. I also grabbed a bunch of the rails from the mine shaft, which will save us some iron later on. After about half an hour of mining, I felt like I had enough gold, so I made my way back to the surface. And after organizing my items, here's a look at all the resources we gathered from our adventure. Now that we have everything we need, I got to work building a zombie villager converter. We're going to need a normal zombie to build it, but thanks to my 200 IQ planning, I already have one trapped down in the mine from earlier. It's also really nice that this one has a helmet on it, since we don't have to worry about it burning in the sun. After bringing the zombie all the way over, I finished building the converter. And since I'm a noob at technical stuff like this, I followed a tutorial by Chapman Farms. The cool thing about this design is that we can cure 9 villagers at the same time, which will save us a lot of potions. Speaking of potions, we still need to brew those, so I ran over to the house and made some splash potions of weakness. After placing the potions in a dispenser, all we have to do is press this button and then give each of the zombie villagers a golden apple. After waiting a few minutes, they started turning back into normal villagers. Once we give them their professions, their trades should hopefully be a lot cheaper. Once all of the villagers converted back to normal, I moved them into the trading hall using a railway system. With all of the villagers in place, I repeated the same process 2 more times until every single stall in our trading hall was filled. Since we don't need the railway system anymore, I removed it, and then got to work crafting all of the different workstations for the villagers. After that, I harvested all of the sugarcane from the farm behind our house. After collecting it all, I turned it into some paper, which we should be able to trade with some of our villagers. Another item we can trade is wheat, so I took a minute to harvest our wheat farm. And because I'm a good farmer, I of course replanted everything. I then went inside of the trading hall and placed down the workstations we made in order to give the villagers their professions. If you're curious, these are all of the different villagers I decided to get. 7 out of 20 of the villagers are going to be librarians, as it's such a great way to get access to super useful enchanted books such as mending. And because we converted all of the villagers, their trades are really cheap. After that, I kept trading with all of the villagers, working to level them up and unlock better deals. We can now get diamond tools and armor for just a single emerald, which is honestly pretty broken. I also continued rerolling trades with the librarians, since a few still didn't have great deals yet. It's a little mind-numbing breaking and replacing the lectern over and over again, but I eventually got all of the books that I wanted, like Feather Falling 4 and Protection 4. Now that we have a bunch of enchanted books and fresh armor, I began combining everything to upgrade our gear. We now have Protection 4 on all of our armor, which is absolutely incredible, and our tools are looking a lot better too. I still do need to add mending to everything, but I ran out of XP. We've been doing a lot of grinding, so I think it's finally time to get back to some building. I first planted a large spruce tree, and then collected the podzol with my shovel since I now have Silk Touch on it. I then went down to the dock area, as I want to build a sweet berry farm in this open section. I got started by placing down podzol in rows, and then surrounded them with pale oak trapdoors, which creates a really cool planter box effect. After that, all I had to do was plant the actual sweet berries. It's a simple design, but I think it added a lot of life to this area. While I was down near the water, I created a small algae effect along the shoreline using oak leaves, moss blocks, and short grass. I love how lush this made the area look, so I extended the same design further along the water's edge, closer to our trading hall and windmill. I want to transform the cliffside later because it looks pretty bad, but right now I want to focus on expanding our wheat farm. I first built up the area a little bit and then removed all of the short grass. After that, I added some water sources, which I covered using dark oak slabs, polished deep slate walls, and lanterns. I then tilled the ground to mark out where I wanted the expansion to go. To get some seeds, I did a big harvest of the existing wheat farm, and after replanting, I was able to get the entire larger farm filled in. I seriously love farms so much that I got to work building another one in between our villager trading hall and windmill. This one was a bit trickier since it's on a slope, but that actually worked out in my favor since I was able to hide most of the water sources. Since we don't have a carrot farm yet, this felt like the perfect opportunity to start one. It's kind of embarrassing, but I only have a single carrot to my name, so I went down to the moss farm and grabbed some bone meal. I then used it to quickly grow the carrots, which I then harvested with my fortune pickaxe. This gave me a decent amount back, and I was able to get at least a small chunk filled in. We can keep expanding it later, but for now, I'm happy to call the farm done. In preparation to do some terraforming, I went down into the mine and gathered a few stacks of andesite. After that, I went over to the windmill and grabbed some pale moss blocks. I'm also going to need a decent amount of podzol, so I planted a couple of large spruce trees and collected all of the podzol that generated. Before using these blocks to build up some custom terrain though, I first want to remove a bunch of blocks, so I got to digging. I'm not super in love with how the area behind our new buildings are looking, so I'm simply trying to smooth it out and get the hill looking a bit more natural. The only annoying part about it was that there were some sections of stone that I had to remove and then replace with grass, but besides that, it was a pretty straightforward project. It's not the biggest change ever, but here's a look at the before and after. I want to terraform the cliffside next, but before we get to that, let's take a minute to harvest all of the carrots and expand the farm. I was almost able to fill in the entire thing, but not quite. Anyway, let's finally get started on terraforming the cliff. I created large boulders using tons of different gray blocks like stone, tuff, acacia logs, pale moss, mossy cobblestone, regular cobblestone, andesite, and even some coal ore blocks. I almost just passed out saying all of that, but combining all of these blocks creates a really cool effect, which I love. My plan for this area is to create a vineyard of sorts, so I placed strips of coarse dirt and podzol to help divide up the different rows. Before we can build the actual vineyard though, I need a few materials, so I first went down to our sweet berry farm and collected all of the berries. After that, I took a quick detour to check in on our carrot farm again, and I was able to get the entire thing filled in, which is great. I then went down into the moss farm and grabbed all of the bone meal that was in there. Using the bone meal, I grew a few large jungle trees, and then collected all of the leaves using shears. While I was at it, I also gathered some spruce, as well as oak and birch leaves. The last item we should need for the vineyard is shortgrass, so I used my shears to gather a bit up as well. Now that we have all the resources we need, I got straight to building. I created the main bushes out of primarily jungle leaves, with just a bit of oak and birch leaves mixed in for some texture variation. Then to really sell the vineyard look, I dotted some sweet berries around the leaves, as well as a few extra details like shortgrass, ferns, and even some spruce fences, which I think look like branches. There was still an area at the bottom of the cliff that looked a bit empty though, so I decided to add my first custom trees in this world. I went for some small spruce trees, which I think helped fill out the space perfectly. All this terraforming has completely transformed the area around our new builds. I want to tour everything we've built at the end of the episode, so to make sure everything looks as good as possible, I went around adding small details like extra texture variation in the pathways, a few flower patches, and some short grass to fill in any remaining empty spaces around our builds. After that, I went down to our super smelter and broke all of the furnaces since they should all have a bunch of XP stored up inside of them. Fortunately they did, since I was down to 1 level beforehand, but anyways, after putting away my items in the storage room and organizing my inventory, I think we're finally ready to tour the world. I figured we'd start the tour on the dock like we did in the first episode, but anyways, you can see all of our new builds kind of peeking over the cliffside there. But before we take a look at that, we of course have our sweet berry farm. I'm really glad we added this to the area, as before there was nothing really here and it felt pretty boring, and it was also the perfect opportunity to use the pale oak that we found. We of course have our nether portal and mine entrance down here as well, but let's head up the stairs and into our starter house, as now that we have some name tags, I actually want to just take a minute to quickly name the cats that we found in the first episode. Thank you all so much for all the great suggestions. The ones that I chose were Asteroid Destroyer, as I felt like that was just too awesome to pass up. The next one here we're gonna call Kirby, and the third one we're gonna call Bacon, which is super cute, but also kind of makes me hungry to be honest. So let's go find those cats. So I think the one behind the house we're gonna call Bacon. Where's that guy? Okay, yeah, here. Boom, Bacon. In front of our house, we also have a cat, and this one is going to be, that's right, Asteroid Destroyer. This one by our barn, we're gonna call Kirby, which is super awesome, makes me think of Smash Bros. But anyways, you protect us, protect our cows in there and our little sheep. All right, you got it, Kirby. No creepers anywhere near here. Got it? Shake yes. Shake yes. Alright, close enough. While we're in our house, I also just want to take a minute to update the map. You can see this is what it was looking like at the end of episode 1. So let's grab this map here and take a look at it. And yeah, you can see all of our new stuff on there. The vineyard honestly looks so awesome. So let's just throw that back there. You can see, yeah, we cleared a lot of trees. Deforestation was a bit of an issue this episode, but let's throw that there. We'll update this one as well. Boom, and update that as well. And we can just throw that there, boom. But anyways, you can see our island is really shaping up. We probably have like a quarter of it filled now, but I'm seriously just so excited to keep working on it and to get the entire island transformed. But anyways, enough yapping, let's go take a look at all of the new stuff that we built in this episode. Heading further along the path, we of course have our wheat farm that we further expanded kind of along the cliffside. But this leads us over to our stable, which was honestly such a fun one to put together. I don't often build on diagonals, but I'm pretty happy with how this one came out actually. One of the things I love about this stable is that the horses can't get through this gap on their own. Like if we attract them with a golden carrot, you can see their AI just kind of makes them get stuck right there in the gap. But if we hop on the horse, we can easily just come out as well as in. So it's really easy to just grab a horse and go on an adventure and not worry about them escaping without any gates or anything like that. Right next to our stable, we of course have our villager trading hall, and honestly, I think this is one of my favorite block palettes that I've ever used. I think it's pretty unique, but everything just worked really well together somehow. But of course, heading inside is where the actual important part is, as this is where all of our villagers are hanging out. I'm really happy with how the interior turned out on this one. I especially love this kind of copper beam on the ceiling with the chandelier hanging off of it. I think it just created this really moody vibe, which I really love. Heading further past the villager trading hall, we of course have our windmill, but before we get to that, let's take a look at the carrot farm that we have here. I'm really glad that we added this in, as it just added a really nice pop of color and greenery to the area. And then going for that same vibe on this side, we of course have our vineyard, which also just added a really nice pop of color and interest to the area that it otherwise just wouldn't have. And we also have a nice little view of our custom trees from here. I definitely want to add more custom trees to the island, so that's something that I'm gonna work on. Last but not least, let's check out our windmill. I think this thing turned out really cool. I especially love the trim there with the lecterns, and then of course just the actual windmill blades turned out really awesome. But let's go check out inside, as that's where the important part is. I knew I wanted to build a windmill, but I also wanted to give it some functionality, so I thought having a moss farm down here would be the perfect solution. And this thing honestly turned out so cool with like the pale moss on this side and the regular moss on this side. I'll quickly just show you how the farm works. So if we flick this lever here, moss is going to start producing, and then water comes from behind those trapdoors and pushes all of it into these hoppers, which puts it into these chests. And then we of course have the option to take any extra moss and put it inside of our bone meal farm, which is honestly just super convenient to have right here inside of our moss farm. Just gotta make sure I shut the farm off before we leave so that it doesn't break. But with that, I think we've covered everything that we've built in this episode. I'm going to be making a cozy farming district for my Minecraft village. And because I'm feeling crazy, I'll also be attempting one of my biggest terraforming projects ever. All in hardcore Minecraft. Without wasting any time, I repaired my shovel and then got to work flattening an area behind our existing builds. Unfortunately, I ran into a bunch of stone, which was a bit annoying to remove, but once it was all gone, I replaced it with grass blocks to give us a nice big area to work on. The first thing I want to build is a wool farm, since I'm going to need a lot of it for the huge terraforming project I have in mind for this episode. We're going to need a decent amount of materials to build the wool farm though, so I first went over to our villager trading hall and exchanged some iron for emeralds, and then used those to buy some bricks from a mason. Back at our house, I used bone meal to create glow lichen, which I harvested with some shears. After that, I crafted a bunch of the redstone materials like hoppers, observers, and comparators. Continuing with the resource grind, I stripped down some logs and then crafted some copper trapdoors. I want the trapdoors to age down though, so I placed them outside with 4 block gaps in between them. Once they reach the second stage of oxidation, I'll need to wax them so that they don't age down any further. We're also going to need some dark oak wood, so I planted a few trees near the trapdoors. After that, I placed some gray concrete powder in the water in order to convert it into regular concrete, which I then collected with my pickaxe. Heading over to the barn next, I used my shears to get some white wool from our sheep. I then went over to our villager trading hall again and bought some bows from the Fletcher. Using the bows, I crafted 17 dispensers. I then made a trip down into the mine as we need a few stacks of deep slate. After mining some up, I went back to the surface, checked on our trapdoors, and waxed and collected the ones that were ready. I also noticed our dark oak trees grew, so I spent a couple minutes chopping them down. Using the wood we just collected, I crafted a stack of stairs as well as slabs. The last item I need is blackstone, so it's time for a trip to the Nether. To make it a bit safer though, I took a minute to brew some fire resistance potions. With those in hand, I geared up a bit and then made my way into the scary Nether. As I was searching for some blackstone, I came across a warped forest for the first time, so I took the opportunity to collect a bunch of the mushrooms and roots since I think they could be fun to decorate our base with. Anyways, after searching for a bit longer, I found a basalt deltas biome, which actually granted me an advancement called Hot Tourist Destinations. That was a pretty cool epic gamer moment, but I'm more interested in the blackstone, so after fighting off some magma cubes and taking my fire resistance potion, I got to work mining a bunch up. And it's definitely a good thing we made some potions because I ran into a lot of lava while digging. I gathered about 7 stacks of blackstone, which should be more than enough, so I made my way back to the overworld. Finally, in the safety of our house, I turned the blackstone into a variety of different stairs and slabs. I'm just a few copper trapdoors short since they're still aging, but besides that, we now have every single block that we need to build the wool farm. I think it'll be easiest if we make the farm first and then the building after, so I began by creating some stalls for the sheep using glass blocks. After that, I placed a dispenser behind all of the stalls, followed by some observers which will detect when the sheep eat grass. After connecting things up with some redstone, I went underneath the farm and built the collection system. I'm a total redstone noob, but basically the way that it works is that a hopper minecart will pick up all of the wool, and then it'll be transported to a chest on the surface using hoppers and a dropper elevator. Now that all of the redstone is in place, let's head over to our barn and start moving some sheep over. After bringing a few sheep to the farm, I very painfully nudged them into their stalls. It's most likely just a skill issue, but this took me way too long. I did notice the rest of the trapdoors already as I was moving more sheep over though, so that's nice at least. Anyways, I toughed it out and eventually managed to fill all 17 stalls with a sheep. Now that they're all in place, I dyed all of the sheep light gray and then placed a pair of shears inside all of the dispensers. And with that, the farm should be fully functional. We can see that it's working since wool is starting to appear inside of the chest. That's absolutely awesome, but let's not waste any time and get straight to covering up the farm with a brand new building. For this one, I used primarily tough blocks and deep slate for the walls, and then created support beams using stripped spruce and oak logs. I tried making the roof a bit more interesting by creating one section out of black stone and the other section out of dark oak and spruce. But of course, the build is really going to come alive with the smaller details, so I first added a lantern near the entrance and then a couple of flowers in front of the windows. After that, I added a few melons, which I detailed with some sea pickles and candles to look like larger stems. I detailed the back of the build with more lanterns, as well as oak leaves with some flower pots on top of them. I also created a small wood pile using oak logs and extinguished campfires, and then for a pop of color, I added a few rose bushes. For the final wall, I added yet another flower pot, and then created a large pile of hay as a bit of storytelling as to how the sheep are fed. Last but not least, I created a patch of coarse dirt at the open entrance to give it a bit of a barn aesthetic. With that, the exterior of the wool farm is finished, and I have to say it's looking pretty dang cool. As for the interior, I decided to keep it pretty simple, so I'll just go ahead and show you the finished result. Also, let's check out how much wool the farm produced while we were busy building. Looks like we got just over 7 stacks, which is absolutely awesome since I'm going to need a lot for the terraforming project. My plan is to use the wool along with several other blocks to create large boulders around the island. First things first though, I need to repair my pickaxe since it's nearly about to break. While I was at it, I also added mending, which should be super useful once we get a proper XP farm set up. With my tools ready to go, I went full deforestation mode and chopped down nearly every single tree on the island. I really just want to get a clear view of the terrain so that I can better plan out the terraforming. It was a bit tedious, but I got all of the trees cleared. I mean, at least we have a massive supply of logs now, and I also found a few beehives, so that's a nice bonus. What's not so nice is that past me wasn't exactly thinking ahead, as I didn't really plan out where our paths would go as we kept expanding the island. After giving it some thought, I think our best bet is to remove both the sugarcane and melon farms. I don't exactly love tearing down builds, but I think this will make our base much more functional and better looking in the long run. At least we have a great starting point for our big terraforming project now, but before we can actually start, we need to do some resource gathering. I first spent about 20 minutes or so gathering a bunch of deep slate and tough blocks. After that, I found some andesite and mined a few stacks of that as well. Once my inventory was completely full, I made my way back to the surface. We're also going to need a ton of dirt, grass, and stone, but luckily I already have multiple chests full inside of my storage room. I also think adding a bit of acacia logs will look nice, so I grew some with some bone meal and then chopped them all down. Last but not least, we can grab all of the light gray wool from our brand new farm. That was a bit of a grind, but I'm hoping that these will be enough materials for our terraforming project. Now that we finally have everything that we need, I got straight to building. This is definitely one of the biggest terraforming projects I've ever attempted in survival, so I decided to break it down into different sections to make it a bit more manageable. Essentially, my idea is to create large boulders and then build up the ground around them. Our old villager breeder ended up getting in the way, so I decided to just remove it. I still might want to use the villagers in the future though, so I think I'm just going to leave them in a hole in the ground. Anyways, for the boulders themselves, I used a combination of deep slate, tough, acacia logs, stone, andesite, and just a tiny bit of coal ore. And I did my best to keep the darker blocks in areas where shadows would naturally fall to give the terrain more depth. I continued the same building technique around most of the island, and I made sure to place torches underneath the new terrain just so that we don't create a giant mob spawner underneath the island. I got in a pretty good flow and just shut my brain off for a while and grinded away on the project for close to 4 hours. But of course, just as I was almost finished, I completely ran out of both dirt and grass blocks, and to make things worse, my shovel was pretty much at 0 durability. I resorted to breaking down some ore I had in our storage room, as well as trading with villagers to get some XP, and then I fully repaired my shovel. With that issue sorted, I went underneath our new terrain and gathered several stacks of grass blocks. With that in hand, I finished filling in the last section. To see if all this time and effort was worth it, let's take a look at the before and after. It's seriously such an insane change. To celebrate finishing this massive terraforming project, let's go check in on my cats. I'll also take this moment to remind you to like and subscribe. I truly do appreciate all the support lately, it means the world to me. Getting back to Minecraft, the next thing I want to build is a new pumpkin and melon farm, since I feel bad about tearing down our old one. I already have most of the materials I need, but I am missing just a few things, so I grew more glow lichen, filled a couple of water buckets, and stopped by our moss farm to collect both regular and pale moss. With that in hand, I got started by building the perimeter of the farm using cobblestone, tuff, and pale moss to create a stone wall of sorts. Next, I extended our pathway to the farm entrance using coarse dirt. To add some extra detail, I decorated the wall with oak leaves, grass, and a few flowers. And to help prevent mobs from spawning, I also dotted some glow lichen along the wall. I then dug holes for the water sources and filled them in with mangrove roots before waterlogging them with my buckets. After that, I tilled the ground in a diagonal pattern to create clean, organized rows for the melons. And to stop them from growing in unwanted spots, I used moss carpet as a barrier. With a few final details in place, I was really happy with how everything was coming together, so I planted both pumpkins and melons in alternating rows. Once they're fully grown, I think it's going to look super satisfying. For my next build, I want to create some custom trees, but before I can do that, I need more materials. So I first went underground and mined some diorite and granite. With that in hand, I crafted a variety of different walls, which we can use for the trunks of the trees. I then used bone meal on a rooted dirt block in order to make some hanging roots, which I think will be fun to decorate the trees with. The last thing I need is a buttload of leaves, so I planted some birch saplings and grew them right away with some bone meal. I then used my shears to gather all of the leaves. I repeated the same process 2 more times for both spruce and oak leaves, and with that, we should have all the materials we need to build some custom trees. I started by making a small spruce tree behind our starter house, then gave it a happy birch tree friend. Since I liked how those turned out, I added another birch tree along with 2 more spruce trees behind our horse stable and blacksmith. Higher up on the hill, I built 2 more birch trees, and then I created a couple more beside our wool farm. Next to our villager trading hall, I built 1 more birch tree, and then to switch things up a little bit, I created a large oak tree, which I think turned out pretty cool. I even used the hanging roots we gathered earlier to add more detail. All in all, these trees brought so much life to the area, so I'm definitely going to keep adding more as we continue expanding the island. On the topic of expanding, that's exactly what I want to do next, so I got to work digging out the ground to make room for a new pathway. Once I was happy with the shape, I filled it in primarily with coarse dirt, and to add some texture variation, I used my go-to mix of regular dirt, packed mud, and granite. While I was working, a creeper snuck up behind me, and I almost had a heart attack when I heard it explode. Luckily, I didn't die and lose the world, because I definitely would have cried. Anyway, I patched up the hole and finished detailing the path. With the new pathway in place, this new region is feeling so much more established. I think it would be super fun to add a sunflower farm to the region, but I don't have very many, so I went on a quick adventure to find some. Fortunately, there were a ton nearby, so I was easily able to collect a couple of stacks in no time. Close to where I found the sunflowers is a cherry blossom biome, which I've been meaning to check out for the longest time. So I finally went over, chopped down a few trees, and gathered some saplings. Something else I've been procrastinating checking out is this ruined nether portal, so I took a minute to loot that as well. The chest was pretty lackluster, but at least there were a few gold blocks ripe for the taking. With a few goodies in hand, I made my way back to our base. I'm constantly running out of bone meal, so I headed over to the windmill and went down into the basement to run our moss farms. While we let those run, I built 2 additional bone meal farms next to our existing one. Once they were set up, I filled them with the moss we just generated. While everything was processing, I took a minute to farm some glow lichen. After producing a little bit of bone meal, I think we're finally ready to build the sunflower farm. I started by adding some variety to the ground with moss blocks before planting rows of sunflowers. Once all the sunflowers were in place, I spawn-proofed the area a bit by adding some glow lichen. To make the space feel more natural, I also dotted some shortgrass around. I think it would be fun to enclose the area by creating a small wall. After creating some pillars, I filled in the gaps using azalea bushes. And for just a bit more height, I placed some moss carpet on top of them. I'm seriously so happy we built this sunflower farm. It adds so much color to the area. I'm trying to make this world feel as alive and fun to explore as possible, so I took a minute to add armor to some of the armor stands we have scattered around. And since this is hardcore, I'm also trying to make it as safe as possible, so I hid more lighting under the ground using torches and moss carpet. I want to continue upgrading our gear, so I think it's about time we take on a bastion and find a netherite upgrade template. In preparation, I brewed more fire resistance potions and repaired my bow. With those, along with a few other supplies, I headed into the nether in search of a bastion. After searching for a while, I finally found one. I carefully began looting the structure, staying extra cautious of brutes. Those things seriously terrify me. While searching for a template, I ended up finding my very first netherite scrap. After looting every single chest in the bastion, I unfortunately didn't find a template. Still determined, I made my way back home, dropped off my loot, brewed more potions, and set out to find a second bastion. Along the way, I collected some crimson roots and fungus while I had the chance. After some time, I found another one that we can take on. I carefully took out all of the brutes I could spot before searching for loot chests. And in one of the first ones that I opened, I found a snout armor trim and, more importantly, a netherite upgrade template. I did my best to locate every chest, and I also tried finding all of the hidden gold blocks. This was definitely worth the effort, as I found a second netherite upgrade as well as 2 ancient debris. Once I was pretty sure that I looted everything, I decided to make my way back home. Along the way though, I spotted a fortress I haven't explored yet, which I couldn't resist exploring. And I'm really glad that I did, since I found a rib armor trim template. After that awesome find, I finally got back to our portal and went back to the overworld. I'm honestly so relieved to be back in the overworld, as I was on edge that entire time. Anyways, after organizing my items a bit, here's a look at all of the loot we obtained. After smelting the ancient debris we found, I have enough netherite scrap to upgrade one item, which is really exciting. I think I want to upgrade a pickaxe first, so I got a brand new one from a villager and then added a few books to it in order to create the perfect pick. With that in hand, I crafted a netherite ingot and then upgraded the pickaxe using one of the templates we found. I'm feeling really motivated to go find more ancient debris, so I crafted a bunch of beds, brewed more fire resistance potions, and made my way back into the nether. And I kid you not, as I was staircasing underground to set up for bed mining, I accidentally bumped into some ancient debris. That was super lucky, and it didn't stop there, as the very first bed that I exploded revealed even more debris. I'm by no means complaining though, since the more we can find, the better. I continued mining by exploding more beds, which is the fastest way I know how to do this besides using TNT. Once I used up all of the beds, I resorted to just regular strip mining, which also turned out to be pretty effective. My pickaxe durability began getting low, and I only had 1 fire resistance potion left, so I figured that was my sign to go back home. I ended up getting 26 ancient debris in about 45 minutes of mining, so I think we can safely say that was a success. I put it all in a furnace, and while we wait for it to smelt, let's go break down all of the quartz ore that I collected while mining, since I basically have 0 XP right now. It's a little eerie being so high up like this, but we do have a really cool view of our island. After mining all of the quartz, I managed to get up to level 17, which is pretty good. All of the debris was done smelting, and I ended up having enough scrap to craft 6 netherite ingots. I also duplicated our last upgrade template a bunch of times, since we'll need some of those too. Using the levels I got from mining the quartz, I added mending to all of my armor. I then went ahead and upgraded our entire armor set to netherite, which granted me the Cover Me in Debris achievement. I also upgraded our sword, which is awesome, but I think we'll save our last ingot for some time in the future. However, I did use one of the snout armor trims we found in a bastion on my boots, which has us looking absolutely dripped out now. I'm super glad we're more geared up now, but I'm in the mood to get back to some building. So I started by getting a few items together that I'll need to create a brand new path. The block palette for this path is going to be quite different from our others, so I'll need to get some bricks from our mason villagers. With those in hand, I went down to the dock and took our boat down the river over to a nearby mesa biome. Once I arrived, I spent a few minutes gathering up a bunch of regular terracotta. I'm hoping that's all the blocks I'm going to need, so I made my way back home. Heading over to the build site, I'm going to be creating a path from the villager trading hall over to our new wool farm. And I also decided to create a network of paths that will eventually take us to a bunch of future builds. For the path itself, I used stone brick stairs to create a border and then began filling in the rest with bricks, granite, and terracotta. While I was at it, I also spent a few minutes extending the vineyard we built last episode to better align with our new pathway. The next thing that I want to build in this new area is a pergola, so I began crafting all the items that I'm going to need. For some reason, I'm using 84 campfires, which is a little crazy, but I think it'll be worth it. The only item that I want to use that I'm missing is weeping vines, so I made a quick trip to the Nether. I already know where Crimson Forest is from our previous adventure, so it didn't take me very long to find some at all. And with that, we should have all the materials that we're going to need to build the pergola. I started by building up some posts using walls and fences, and then connected everything up with fence gates. After adding some rows of slabs and a few leaves, I filled in the rest of the space with all of the campfires that we made. Heading down to the ground, I added a few lanterns to light up the area. After that, I used glowberries, hanging roots, and weeping vines to give the cover of the pergola a natural look. To finish off the build, I created a bunch of seating using cherry stairs and scaffolding. The final detail I added was a flower pot to look like a cup and some acacia pressure plates to resemble, well, plates. And with that, I think this area is looking super awesome and super cozy. To create a bit of storytelling, I want to create a market stall beside the seating area where people living in the village can buy food and drinks. After crafting up some items, I made a trip over to our barn to get some milk buckets, which I then turned into a cake. After that, I got straight to work building up the market stall. I used dark oak wood for the frame, and then created a cover using mangrove and pale oak. To make it look like the cover is draping over the frame, I used hanging signs. Inside of the stall itself, I made a table, which I decorated with a flower pot and a couple chests. Beside that, I added some wine barrels, which I thought made sense considering we're right beside the vineyard we made last episode. The final detail I added was a flower pot, pressure plate, and of course the cake that we made. I feel like these two new builds we made pair so well together. I'm eager to keep developing this area, so I got to work getting various materials together to build some new farms. I ended up having almost everything that I need already, but I am going to need more dark oak saplings, so I added Fortune 3 and Unbreaking 3 to my hoe, and then harvested dark oak leaves to get tons of saplings. I'm also going to need more of the tall flowers, so I used bone meal to make more of those as well. And with that, we should have everything that we need. I started off by creating a border using oak leaves, and then dividing the area even further using spruce fences. To light up the farms, I placed down a few lanterns on top of the fences. We have 8 individual sections to fill with farms, so without wasting any time, I planted rose bushes and lilacs in the first one. For the next farm, I wanted to go for something a bit more practical, so I placed down some sand, and on top of that, I planted cactus. Moving over to the next farm, I started by digging out some trenches, which I then filled with water. After covering up all of the water with slabs, I hid them using moss carpet. And you might have already guessed by now, but this is going to be a sugarcane farm. Another practical farm I thought we could make is a cocoa bean farm, so I started by placing down some jungle logs and then planted my cocoa beans on them. For the next section, I thought it'd be fun to make a colorful nether-themed farm. I know all these farms aren't really functional, but I love the aesthetic it gives the area. Moving on to the next one, I started with a few rows of azalea bushes, and then I filled in the rest of the area with sweet berries. Since both dark oak and pale oak saplings need to be planted in a 2x2 space to grow, we can use them to resemble bushes by placing them strategically. And to add more variety to this section, I planted ferns alongside them and used bone meal to grow them into large ferns. For the final section, I used peonies and blue orchids to create another colorful flower farm. Some of the crops still need to grow in, but I'm absolutely loving how vibrant and alive this area feels now. Now that we have all these farms, I think it's only fitting to build a greenhouse to go along with them. So it's time for more resource gathering. I plan on using some copper for the build, so first things first, let's go place it outside so it can age down. Also, while we're out here, let's get distracted placing down some oak and birch saplings in order to regrow the forest we cut down earlier. After that, I got back to work getting some resources together, like stripped oak logs and yellow wool. We're also going to need a ton of glass, so I went over to a desert biome and gathered a bunch of sand up. I then went over to our blacksmith and harvested some lava from our lava farm, and then used our super smelter to turn all of the sand into glass. Once it was done smelting, I turned a few stacks of it into white stained glass. Of course, our copper is still aging, but besides that, we now have every single block that we need to build the greenhouse. I started by building the frame of the greenhouse using a combination of tough bricks, pale moss, cobblestone, stone bricks, and andesite. I then filled in the rest of the space with primarily glass blocks in order to allow a lot of sunlight into the structure. After that, I added some spruce trims around the windows and placed in a grass floor on the inside of the build. I still need to add the copper details, but it's taking forever to age, so while we continue to wait, let's get to work on adding some extra details to the farming region to really bring the area to life. The first thing I added was a few beehives near our wool farm. After that, I created a pumpkin patch near the market stall, which I detailed with red sand, candles, and sea pickles. I then built a small well in front of our villager trading hall, as I thought that was pretty fitting for a farming district. Since I've been working in this new area, I couldn't help but notice how plain the back of our windmill is, so to fix this, I added a simple window design, which seriously helped with breaking up the flat wall. I'm kind of addicted to adding raised planter boxes to my worlds lately, so I built some next to our greenhouse using podzol and pale oak trapdoors, and then I filled them in with red and brown mushrooms. Some of the copper is still aging, but whatever. I can't be bothered to wait anymore, so I went ahead and built 2 flower beds in front of our greenhouse using trapdoors, podzol, and azure bluets. And I also added in the door, which somehow hasn't aged down even once. I'd like to get started on the interior next, so I collected a few resources like azalea leaves, glowberries, and I even crafted some soul lanterns for the very first time in this world. And with that, we should have everything that we need. I want to grow some crops inside, so I started off by hiding some water sources underneath the walls. I also had to put a few water sources closer to the center of the room, so I hid them using spruce slabs with moss carpet on top of them. To create a really lush vibe inside of the greenhouse, I added a bunch of glowberries, weeping vines, and hanging roots on the ceiling. After that, I lit up the build with soul lanterns hanging from chains. I want to keep the ground primarily grass blocks, but to add just a bit of texture variation, I mixed in a little bit of moss. To add a nice detail by the entrance, I placed down 2 sunflowers and then created 2 plants using decorated pots and azalea leaves. I created a similar design at the back of the build, but switched this one up a bit by creating a table using dark oak stairs and a slab. I then decorated the table with a few flower pots. After that, I built a fun pathway down the middle of the greenhouse using pink petals. It's honestly such a vibe. To finish off the greenhouse, I decided to add a beetroot farm on both sides since I don't actually have any yet in this world. So after tilling the ground, I planted all 3 beetroot seeds that I currently have to my name. To get the farm filled in, I used bone meal to grow the beetroots right away, then harvested them with my Fortune 3 hoe. I repeated this process until both farms on either side of the greenhouse were completely filled in. And with that, I'm happy to call the greenhouse finished. Before we get started on our next build, I want to create a better axe, so I made a trip to the Nether and mined quartz for XP. I even went full gamer mode and destroyed this ghast like a boss while I was at it. Jokes aside, once I was level 21, I made my way back to the overworld. I then started upgrading a brand new axe, aiming to make a perfect one. I added Unbreaking 3, Efficiency 5, and Mending. I totally forgot about Silk Touch though, so I made a trip over to our trading hall and purchased one from one of our librarians. But of course, as my luck goes, I don't have enough XP to add it to our axe. That means another trip to the Nether to mine quartz again. I really need to make an XP farm soon because this is getting just a little bit ridiculous. After getting a bit more XP, I was finally able to add Silk Touch to our axe. It broke our anvil in the process though, so it better be worth it. Anyways, now that we have the perfect enchants on our axe, I decided to use my last netherite ingot to fully upgrade it. The last thing I want to build in this new farming region is a water tower, so I used my brand new axe to cut down some spruce trees as I need a decent amount of logs. Other than that, I already had all of the materials I needed already. For the block palette, I used primarily spruce and oak logs, and then for the actual tank itself, I used a combination of stripped dark oak logs and brown terracotta. It's a simple design, but it really fits the farm vibe. Of course, the build wouldn't be complete unless I create a path leading over to it though, so I spent a few minutes getting that in place. If you haven't seen one of my videos before, I like to tour everything we built at the end of my episodes. So to make sure our new area looks as polished as possible, I spent some time bone mealing any spots that felt a bit plain, and added a few flower patches to bring more color and life to the area. I feel like this especially helped with the custom terrain we built, as it made it look a lot more natural. But with that done, I think we're finally ready to tour this new region of our island. I thought we'd start the tour in our starter house, as I also want to take a minute to update our map before we get too carried away. I'm seriously so excited for this because we made so many major changes in this episode. So without stalling any further, let's grab this map and we can see, holy cow, just look how different it is. That is so sick to see on the map like that. Let's also take down this map and update it as well. With our maps now updated, you can see just how much stuff we did in this episode. I especially love seeing all this terraforming with the boulders that we made. It looks really cool from a bird's eye perspective like this. Another thing I want to do before we get too carried away in our tour is name the horses that we tamed last episode. The first horse I named Friday, which I thought was pretty fun, since it's actually the answer to the riddle that I gave all of you. The second horse I named Ginger, which was recommended by Cloudy, so thank you very much for that name idea. With those side missions completed, let's finally go take a look at everything that we built in this episode. And almost right away, we're approaching one of my favorite views on the entire island. This area where we have our custom trees alongside all of our sunflowers is honestly just so colorful and full of life. I absolutely love it. Next to our sunflower farm, we of course have our brand new pumpkin and melon farm. I'm definitely a lot happier with this one than the last one that we had. I think it just fits the area a lot better, and I really do love these alternating rows with the pumpkins and melons. I think it's super satisfying. Let's head up to the top of the hill, as this is where the majority of our new builds are. We of course have more custom trees up here, which are looking absolutely awesome. And then on the other side of those, we have this wall that we built. I really like the natural vibe that it has since we used azalea bushes. I think it really fits the area well. Speaking of wells, that's exactly what we built at the end of the pathway over here. It's a pretty simple design, but I think it fits the area nicely, and it's also pretty convenient to have an infinite water source nearby. Heading further into the farming region, we of course have all these different sections that we filled with a bunch of different farms. So over here we have our sugarcane along with our cocoa bean farm, and then on this side we have our flower farm along with our cactus farm. And then heading further down, we have our nether themed one on this side. And on the opposite side of that, we have our sweet berries along with our azalea bushes. And then our last sections are filled with, more flowers. And on this side, we have our large ferns along with some saplings to kind of look like some small bushes. But anyways, let's head over and check out our wool farm. It's actually been a while since I've been in here since we did all of that terraforming. I'm actually pretty curious how much wool is in this chest. Okay, so it's completely full, so I'm gonna have to empty that out later, but anyways, let's continue our tour. If we head further down our path and take a right here, we of course have our greenhouse, which is looking absolutely awesome. And next to that, we have our water tower, which I know doesn't really serve any practical function, but I think it looks cool and fits the area well. But let's go take a look inside the greenhouse. I think it's gonna look pretty cool with the shaders on, which, yeah, it does. But one of my favorite things about this build was the pathway down the middle using the pink petals. I think it fits the greenhouse vibe perfectly and also just adds a lot of color into the build. And then of course we have our beetroot farms on either side, which I think look pretty nice, especially with the hanging roots and stuff coming from the ceiling. I just wanted it to feel really green in here and full of life, which I think it does. Heading further down the path in the opposite direction leads us over to our market stall as well as our pergola. I think this is one of my favorite market stalls that I've ever made. I especially love the hanging signs, and I'm also glad we added some wine barrels, which added some really nice storytelling considering it's right beside our vineyard. Right next to our market stall is our pergola. This thing is super cozy. I can just imagine myself, sitting on one of these chairs, enjoying a nice piece of cake. It just sounds like such a vibe. I've been working hard on completely transforming this island into the ultimate survival base. And in this video, I'm doing one of my biggest expansions yet by creating an entire harbor area just to hide an iron farm. It's currently day 355 in my cozy hardcore world. However, I have my eyes set on hopefully getting that number into the thousands. So to drastically increase our chances of survival, I want to build a simple raid farm so we can get some totems of undying. Heading into our starter house, I should have most of the materials I need already in our storage room. It's really just going to be a matter of crafting up everything that I need. However, I was missing a bucket of lava, so I went over to our blacksmith to get some. All we need now is a villager, but luckily I have a bunch hidden underground from last episode. Perhaps a little inhumane, but at least it's convenient. Jokes aside, I got one of the villagers into a boat and brought him down to the river. The best place to build the raid farm is over an ocean, so it's time to make the 2,000 block journey down the river to get there. I had to clear the terrain in a couple of spots to make it boatable, but for the most part, it was a straight shot. Once I finally reached the ocean and made sure I was far enough away from any land, it was time to get to building. And since I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to this stuff, I followed a tutorial that I found by Basic Redstone. It was super easy to build. Even getting the villager in place wasn't too difficult, so I can't complain at all. But now it's time for the moment of truth. Let's drink an ominous bottle and wait for a raid to start. And just like that, pillagers came falling down. I was honestly kinda nervous to start it, but the farm is working perfectly, which is fantastic. And after making my way through a few waves of mobs, I eventually got my first totem. I'm feeling so much safer with it in my offhand now. Still, I'm hopeful we won't have to use it anytime soon. Since I brought a second ominous bottle with me, I figured I might as well do a second raid while I'm here. After completing it, I grabbed 8 extra totems to bring back with us, as well as nearly 2 stacks of emeralds. I made my way back to the mainland, and just so that it's easier to come back here in the future, I decided to build a nether portal. I lit it with my flint and steel, and after heading into the nether, I got to work digging a tunnel that will eventually take us all the way back to our home base portal. It really only took a few minutes to dig out, and now we have a super easy way to get to and from the raid farm, which is awesome. Back at home, I put away my items since my inventory was a mess, and because I still had the Hero of the Village effect from defeating the raids, I decided to take the opportunity to do some trading at our villager trading hall. I have a build idea that's going to require some bricks as well as some dripstone, so I purchased some of those as well as some golden carrots since I'm getting low on food. I then used the bricks we got to craft some slabs and walls. While I was at it, I crafted the rest of the materials I'm going to need, like mossy cobblestone walls, mud brick slabs, and tough brick walls. And the last thing I'm going to need is pale hanging moss, so I created a bit using bone meal. Now, here's the plan. My base is on an island, and up to this point, the only way to get to and from it has been swimming, which isn't exactly ideal. So with all these new materials in hand, let's finally build a proper bridge across the river and connect our island to the mainland. It's not the biggest bridge ever, but I built it on a diagonal, which I think helped it fit the terrain a lot better and made it look a bit more interesting too. And I went for more of a worn down look to make it look like it's been here for a long time. For a natural touch, I added some short grass on top and then lit up the build with a few lanterns to keep it cozy and mob free. For one final detail, I placed some hanging roots and pale hanging moss to really sell that aged, overgrown vibe. I'm super happy with how the bridge is looking now, but the only problem is that it's totally disconnected from the rest of our builds. So let's fix that by building a path. I started off by digging out where I wanted it to go. A few trees ended up being in the way, but besides that, it was pretty straightforward to extend the path up the hill and connect into our existing pathway. I did, however, realize that I needed a bit of regular dirt to build the path, so I took a quick detour to make a shovel that doesn't have silk touch on it. With that in hand, I dug up a few stacks of regular dirt. We should have everything we need now, so I placed in the actual path. And I just used the same block palette as our existing ones so that everything looks cohesive. The bridge feels a lot more connected now, but the only issue is that I had to carve out the hillside to make room for the path, which left some awkward gaps. So to cover them up, I want to build some custom boulders. I'm going to need some materials though, so I first went down into our mine to gather up a few stacks of andesite. After that, I went back up to the surface and ran over to our automatic wool farm to get some light gray wool. Besides that, I already had everything I needed in our storage room, so I jumped straight into building the boulders. They filled in the gaps perfectly, and since we've already used similar boulder designs around the island, they feel right at home and tie the area together nicely. I was really happy with how they turned out, and since I already had all of the items I needed in my inventory, I went ahead and built another one closer to our barn. With the boulders in place, I took a trip over to our starter house and grabbed some leaves, walls, and pale oak fences, because the next thing I want to build is some custom trees. I think adding a few will really help bring a more natural touch to the terrain around the bridge and make the whole area feel a lot more immersive. I created a mix of taller birch trees alongside some shorter spruce ones. I like how the height variation adds a more natural look, and the different colors really help break things up visually too. With those built up, I planted a bunch of oak and birch saplings to help fill in the space between our custom trees and the default forest. Once they grow in, this area should be super green and full of life. I love these new additions to our area, but I think it's finally time to get started on the actual harbor by building a dock around that ugly patch of terrain at the end of the island. It's going to require quite a lot of materials, so I started by focusing on the wood ones first. Luckily, I already have a ton of oak logs in my storage room, and I also had enough spruce wood on hand to craft the 19 stacks of slabs I'm going to need to build the dock. And I also want to use some acacia logs, so I grew a few saplings with bone meal and chopped down the trees. That should cover all of the wood materials, so next I got to work crafting some of the different tuff and deep slate blocks that I'll need. It turns out I didn't have nearly enough tuff in our storage room though, so I took a trip down into the mine to gather more. I've been super addicted to this block lately. It just looks so good. After about 20 minutes of mining, I managed to fill my entire inventory with tuff blocks. Back at our house, I turned several stacks of it into tuff bricks. I then took a trip over to the moss farm that's hidden underneath our windmill and grabbed a few stacks of moss blocks. I then combined that with some cobble to make some mossy cobblestone. Taking a quick break from crafting, I went into farmer mode for a bit and harvested our wheat farm. The reason I needed all that wheat was to craft more packed mud, but I also needed more regular mud, so I grabbed a water bottle and made some down by the river. With both of those materials obtained, I crafted the actual packed mud, which I also turned into mud bricks and mud brick slabs. We're nearly done with the resource grind, but I just need a couple more things. First off, I ran over to our farming region and harvested our, let's just say, super inefficient cactus farm. Back at the house, I smelted the cacti in one of our furnaces. I combined the resulting green dye with blue to make cyan, which I used to craft some cyan terracotta. The very last item I need is basalt, and I figured the easiest way to get some would be to take a trip into the nether. There's a basalt deltas biome not too far away, so I was easily able to collect several stacks in no time. I wasn't really expecting it to take that long to get everything, but we now have all of the materials we need to build the dock. Getting straight to building, I started off by making a retaining wall that we can eventually attach the dock to. I wanted it to look really grimy, so I added tons of texture variation using all the different blocks we just gathered. It also gives the impression that the wall has more depth, which I think improves the overall look. Once the walls were in place, I built the actual dock platform using spruce slabs. I really like the contrast between the simple dock and the noisy textured wall. Once that was in place, I built support beams for the dock using primarily oak logs with just a bit of stripped spruce logs mixed in. And I made sure to extend them all the way down to the river bottom just to make it look a bit more realistic. I eventually want to add more details to the dock, but for now, let's just add some glow lichen along the wall to help prevent mobs from spawning. And with that, the dock is looking absolutely awesome now. But I have to admit, it looks pretty disconnected from the rest of our island at the moment, so it's time for some terraforming. The first step is going to be flattening any high spots so that the ground is level with the retaining wall that we built. Unfortunately, it started to rain and I bumped into some stone, which takes way longer to dig than grass blocks, but I pushed through and got everything cleared out that I needed to. With that step done, I crafted a bunch of slabs and then began placing them down on any of the low spots. My eventual plan for this area is to build an iron farm, so I figured I'd be proactive and make sure everything is spawn-proofed. This part was definitely a little tedious, but if it helps our farm run better, I'm happy to do it. All that's left to do now is build up our new custom terrain to get everything connected up and looking good. Luckily, I had a lot of dirt and grass blocks from all of that digging earlier. However, I still needed a bit more, so I went underground and collected a few more stacks of grass blocks. And with that, I finished filling in the last section. All this terraforming took me an hour and a half, but if we take a look at the before and after, I think it was definitely worth the time and effort. I recently updated to 1.21.5, so I want to take a short break from building and go on an adventure to find all of the new blocks that were added. After journeying down the river to a desert that I had never explored before, I found some dry grass. Since it comes in both short and tall forms, I made sure to grab some of each. I then traveled even further down the river and came across some firefly bushes, which look super cool. Not too long after that, I found some leaf litter. And I know you can easily just make it by smelting leaves, but I figured I would just grab some while I had the chance. And right next to where I found the leaf litter was a birch forest, where I came across some of the super colorful wildflowers, as well as some of the new bushes. And I think that covers all of the new blocks, so I made my way back home. I want to use these blocks right away since I'm really excited to test them out in our world. First, I scattered some of the leaf litter around the custom trees we built to add a bit more detail. It's a small touch, but it really does add a little extra something. Next, I used the wildflowers to add more color around the boulders. It's definitely a nice contrast against all of the gray. And I'm not really sure how much sense it makes for this area, but I did dot a bit of the dry grass around. I might remove it later, but for now, I think it looks alright. Be sure to let me know what you think. I then added more vegetation around the bridge using the new bush block, which I think blends in really nicely when mixed with short grass and ferns. The last block to try out was the firefly bush, so I created a sort of marsh at the end of the dock, which I think actually turned out really cool. All in all, these new vegetation blocks were super fun to try out, and I'm for sure going to be using them more in the future. As I mentioned a little while ago, my plan for the dock area is to build an iron farm, so I think it's finally time to get started on it. I did a little crafting session inside of the house and made a few different items like torches, ladders, gates, and boats. After that, I grabbed a couple buckets of water as well as a bucket of lava. Ironically, the last thing I need to build the iron farm is more iron, so I made a quick trip underground to mine some up. I smelted it down in our super smelter, and once it was ready, I crafted some hoppers. And with that, we should have everything we need to build the iron farm. I started by first digging a hole where the iron golems are going to spawn. I then put water in all four corners and then blocked off the middle with fence gates. The next step is to dig a 3x3 area down 30 blocks, which would be pretty easy except for that I ran into a giant cave. I wasn't going to let that stop me though, so I built a chute extending further down. And I also just took a few minutes to light up the cave, just so that nothing will be spawning down here. After that, I built the collection system for the farm using a double chest with a bunch of hoppers feeding into it. Next, I placed some lava above some signs. When the iron golems fall down here, the lava will automatically kill them. I then built a simple ladder going all the way back up to the surface. After that, I dug 4 identical rooms underground, and in each one, we're going to need to trap 3 villagers and a zombie. Luckily, I still have a ton of villagers underground, so I built a simple railway system and started transporting them over to the farm. Once they were in place, I waited for nightfall, since the easiest way to get the villagers into the underground rooms is to place beds above the holes, and once they're sleeping, you can break the bed and they'll drop right down. With all of the villagers in place, I lured zombies into each of the 4 holes. Since I placed a boat in each of the rooms, the zombies will get stuck there and not despawn. Basically, the way the farm works is that the zombies will scare the villagers, and that's what causes the iron golems to spawn. And as you can see, the farm is definitely working. And taking a look inside of the collection room, we already have almost an entire stack of iron ingots, which is absolutely awesome. I took a minute to tidy up the area around the farm, and I also built a fence around the hole just to make it a bit safer. It would be pretty embarrassing to fall down there and die in the lava. While I was at it, I also removed the railway system since we shouldn't need it anymore. Believe it or not, this is the very first iron farm I've ever built, and I'm really glad that it's fully working. To celebrate this milestone, let's take a minute to check in on my cats. Lots of you probably know the routine by now, but if you don't, this is the part of the video where I guilt trip you into liking the video by showing you my cats. For real though, taking a couple seconds to like the video is the biggest way to support these videos, so I really do appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, the next thing I want to do is build a warehouse to hide the iron farm. I crafted everything I'm going to need, like bamboo planks, black stained glass panes, polished blackstone, soul lanterns, and I even made some lodestones since they're cheaper to craft in the new update. And this probably isn't shocking, but I'm out of spruce wood, so I went down to the river and chopped down a few trees. While I was near the water, I also killed a few squid for their ink sacs. With both of those materials in hand, I went back to our house and crafted up all the different spruce blocks we're going to need, and then I used the ink we got to craft a stack of black terracotta. And just like that, we should have everything we need to build the warehouse. I used tuff and cobblestone for the walls, as I was attempting to go for a bit more of an industrial look while still sticking to the build style as the rest of the island. For the higher walls though, I used birch and bamboo, which contrasted the darker blocks nicely. And then for the roof, I used one of my go-to combinations, which is deep slate and dark oak. To bring the build to life, I added some smaller details, like ferns in flower pots, and a couple of lanterns to light up the entrance. On the right side of the warehouse, I added even more ferns, and then I placed some leaves in front of the window and topped them with a couple of blue orchids. In this little nook, I added a few oak logs, as well as an extinguished campfire to resemble some scrap wood. And the back of the build mirrors the front, so I kept things simple by adding even more ferns and lanterns. For the last wall, I added a few rows of oak leaves and then topped them with more blue orchids. I seriously love how just adding a few little bits of greenery really brings everything together. Let's finally place in the front door, and it's probably a good idea to cover up the hole for the ladder while we're at it. For some moody warehouse-style lighting, I used grindstones, dark oak fences, chains, and soul lanterns to create some cool-looking light fixtures. I want to build the floor next, so let's start by removing all the grass blocks to make room for it. And it appears removing the floor broke the farm a little bit, so before this golem takes off like a helicopter, let's build a new one using regular and polished blackstone alongside black terracotta. I feel like this block combination really fits the moody vibe that I'm going for. With the floor in place, let's get rid of the old temporary safety fence we installed and replace it with an oak trapdoor railing instead. After that, I added a crafting table with a dark oak sapling on top of it. I want to keep it really simple in here since I don't want the farm to break, but for a final touch, let's add a few plants using decorated pots and oak leaves. I'm really happy with how the interior is looking now. I think it definitely gives warehouse vibes, so mission accomplished. With the interior done, I'm really curious to see how much iron the farm's generated while we've been busy building. And it looks like we got just over 17 stacks of iron ingots, which is super sweet. To really enhance the harbor vibe, I think it's about time we'd build a boat. The block palette isn't too crazy, so after a short crafting session inside of the house, I was able to get all the materials we're going to need. Getting straight to building, I went for a lighter themed boat using primarily oak, jungle, and a tiny bit of copper. For the sails, I went for that classic white look, and I also tried creating some ropes using spruce fences and fence gates. To resemble the ship's wheel, I used a lectern, and then for some final details, I added copper grates, which kind of look like crab cages, as well as a table with a lantern on top of it. I don't know how realistic a ship like this really is, but I think it turned out pretty cool regardless. I'd love to add more crab cages scattered around the dock, so I ran over to the house, grabbed a bunch of copper, got some lava from our lava farm, and started smelting it all in our super smelter. In the meantime, let's head into the Nether and go back to our raid farm. It's far, far away from the best XP source, but it's kind of the best I have at the moment, so I completed a raid to repair our pickaxe a little bit. And since we're already in the ocean, I figured I'd take the opportunity to gather a bunch of kelp to use as extra decoration around the dock. Back at home, I put the kelp in our super smelter, and then I took a trip over to the villager trading hall and purchased more golden carrots since I was getting low on food again. Enough kelp and copper should be ready by now, so I turned it into dried kelp blocks and grates. Back at the dock, I used the grates to add a few more crab cages beside the boat. And to help fill out the space a bit more, I built a small table and placed a flower pot on top. Just a small detail, but it fits the vibe perfectly. And since it's kind of hard to get up onto the dock at the moment, I took a second to place a ladder on the side of one of the pillars. That'll definitely make it a lot easier. One of my favorite details at the moment is random piles of hay, so I of course had to add one to the dock using a combination of hay bales and bamboo. After that, I added even more crab cages, and then to switch it up a bit, I used the dried kelp blocks we crafted to bring the area to life even more. And I also added a barrel with glow lichen on top, which sorta makes it look like there's fish inside. And last but not least, I built a new staircase to give us a more direct path from the dock up to the warehouse. For a bit of storytelling, I want to build a crane to explain how all these goods are getting moved around. So it's time for another trip to the storage room to craft up everything we'll need. I was pretty much out of dark oak though, so I grew a few trees and chopped them down. With the logs, I crafted the rest of the blocks I'll need, and just like that, we have all the materials to build the crane. I was able to work in a bit of nether brick into the frame, which I think blends surprisingly well with the dark oak. After adding a counterweight at the back, I built the actual lift mechanism and decided to make it look like a bundle of hay is currently being hoisted up. With the crane finished, the dock area feels way more immersive now, which is super fun to see. What's not so fun to see though is that my storage room is starting to get low on quite a few important resources, so let's take a trip down into the mine to get more. The first block we're going to need more of is diorite, so I first mined a few stacks of that. Afterward, I went deeper underground, and I just shut my brain off for a while and mined deep slate until my inventory was completely full. I'm also running low on wheat, so back at the surface, I harvested our entire farm again. After I was done replanting, I fended off our base from some pillagers that spawned. I can't believe they would interrupt our resource gathering session like that. So annoying. The last thing I'm almost completely out of is spruce wood. Probably not a huge shocker, but anyways, I cut down a few trees in order to restock our supplies. My plan is to use these blocks along with a few others to create a brand new stable for the harbor area. After carving out the hillside a bit, I began building it up using a mix of tuff and cobblestone, which blends perfectly into diorite and calcite. And if this build looks familiar, it's because I built a similar design near our starter house. I loved the design so much that I made it a bit bigger and changed up a few details to make it unique. I really want to encourage myself to use other types of travel in this world besides just using an elytra, so I hope having this in the area will help with that. Heading over to our old stable, I bred our two horses, Ginger and Friday, using golden carrots to get a brand new baby horse. After that, I brought Friday over to the new stable just to spread out the horses a bit more. To make these new builds in the harbor feel more in place, I want to swap out a lot of the grass blocks with coarse dirt, so let's start by removing the ground. Unfortunately, it looks like doing this kind of broke the iron farm, as golems are spawning all over the place. Oh well, we can handle that issue later. By the time I was finished digging out all of the blocks, my shovel was about to break, so I repaired it at one of our anvils and then made my way underground as we're going to need a lot of gravel to craft all of the coarse dirt. Luckily, I was able to find quite a few gravel patches in one of the caves, which worked out pretty well. And after mining up several stacks, I went back home and combined it with regular dirt to make a ton of coarse dirt. Now that we have that, let's place it down in the harbor to patch up all the grass blocks we removed. I also mixed in granite, packed mud, rooted dirt, regular dirt, and brown concrete powder to add plenty of texture variation, which I think really helps improve the overall look. And since we definitely needed a more official way to get to the harbor, I went ahead and built a brand new pathway leading up the hill. This area is feeling a lot more put together now. It definitely needs a lot more detail, but this is a great starting point. And now that everything is patched up, let's take care of all of the iron golems in the area so that they don't interfere with the spawn rates of our iron farm. Building that new path created a closed off section of grass behind the crane, so let's fill it in with more custom trees to make the area feel a lot more lush. And I also added a lot of vegetation under the trees to really help blend everything together. Higher up on the hill is a fork in the road where you can either go left down to the harbor or right, which takes you to the bridge. So let's build a simple sign so that travelers know where to go. And I just built it using blackstone, dark oak, and a couple hanging mangrove signs. We'll definitely need proper names for both of these areas, so be sure to let me know if you have any ideas. I want to add more vegetation around the harbor, but I'm completely out of my favorite flower, blue orchids, so I went over to a swamp to gather more. I also spotted a ton of wildflowers nearby, so I decided to just collect a few stacks while I was here. Back at the harbor, I dotted some of the blue orchids around the stable, which added a much needed pop of color. I then added tons of greenery around the rest of the harbor using short grass, bushes, a variety of flowers, and I even used leaf litter as well as a bit of the dry grass in certain spots to give the area a slightly grungy feel. This definitely made the area feel more put together, but I have to admit it's still looking a little plain, so let's fix that by adding some larger decorations. First up, let's build a wagon. Considering how much would be getting moved around in an area like this, I think it's the perfect addition. For the design, I used oak trapdoors to represent the wheels, and I built the main body of the wagon out of spruce wood. And I also added an extinguished campfire for a bit of extra detail. On the other side of the stable, let's build a small well. I think it makes sense to have one here so that people working in the harbor would have somewhere to get drinking water. Also, the horses would need to stay hydrated too, so that also makes it a great spot. And from a gameplay perspective, it's always nice to have an infinite water source close by. Next to the well, I added a couple of note blocks to resemble crates, and placed down some flower pots to look like little jugs. To further sell the idea that lots of goods are being stored and moved around, let's create a pile of dried kelp blocks and melons. And I guess it doesn't really make sense to have these piled up together like this, but I think it looks pretty cool, so I'm gonna roll with it. Next to that, let's create a log pile. I used the classic building technique that's been around forever now, which is of course placing rails on top to make it look like the logs are being held together by some kind of metal band. It's a simple trick, but it works great for adding that extra little bit of realism. Behind the warehouse, let's add some simple seating using oak stairs and scaffolding. And to decorate it, I used a cherry sapling in a flower pot, as well as an acacia pressure plate to look like some type of colorful dish. Last but not least, let's build some larger crates using stacked up barrels. I capped them off with spruce trapdoors for a more uniform top, and then to create a strap of sorts going around it, I used ladders. I eventually want to build a lot more stuff behind the harbor in future episodes, but for now, just to fill in the space, let's plant a bunch of oak trees. I'd much rather stare at a default forest than some random empty land. To bring even more life and color to this new region, I want to build a few market stalls. They'll need a bunch of specific materials, so after crafting everything I could with what we already had in storage, I set out on a little adventure to track down the last couple things I'll need. The first stop was the Nether, since I want to use a bit of warped planks in one of the market stalls. After that, I made my way underground to grab an amethyst cluster. And while I was here, I figured I might as well collect a few extras. And just like that, we've got everything we need to make 3 different market stalls. My goal was to create some really colorful canopies, so for the first stall, I used a combination of warped slabs and pale oak. After that, I built a diagonal one in orange using acacia and red sandstone. For the third, I went with mangrove and cherry, which actually go surprisingly well together. As for what they're selling, I first turned one into a general bits and bobs store. The next one I tried turning into a fish stall by surrounding raw iron and copper blocks with trapdoors to resemble barrels of fish. And the last one is definitely my favorite, a cozy little bookstore. I absolutely love the vibe walking through the harbor now, as there's so many fun details to look at. However, there's still something super important missing, and that is a lighthouse. I got super lucky and already had all of the materials I needed in our storage room, so I just had to craft everything up. So just like that, we have everything we need. I merged the lighthouse right into the retaining wall we built, so I used a lot of similar blocks at the bottom and then slowly transitioned into some lighter blocks at the top, such as pale oak, diorite, and calcite. For the actual light, I used copper bulbs, and then to contrast the white blocks, I used dark oak to cap everything off. This build really brought the whole area together, and I also love how it added some height variation to the harbor. You might have noticed my shovel is still only diamond, so to fix this, let's brew some fire resistance potions, craft some beds, and head into the nether for a quick ancient debris mining session. And after blowing up every single bed, I found a grand total of 2 ancient debris. Yeah, not really the best luck. The only bright side is that I already have 2 netherite scrap in my storage room, so I was still able to combine everything and get our shovel upgraded. And with that little side mission completed, I think it's about time we slow things down for a minute and tour everything that we built this episode. Before we get too carried away though, it's time for one of my favorite segments, which is of course updating our world map. And I'll just quickly mention, if you want to explore this world for yourself, the world download is available on my Patreon. And you might be noticing a small issue here, which is that our island is kind of not going to fit on these maps anymore. Luckily, I'm a 2000 IQ planner though, so I made some additional maps so that we can see more of the area. As excited as I am to fully transform this island, I'm also looking forward to branching out onto the mainland and starting some other projects as well. I feel like I could just stare at this thing for hours, but let's not do that and instead go look at the harbor from the ground. As I mentioned earlier, I want to use our horses more, so let's actually grab our new one here, put some armor on it, and take the trip over to the harbor. This island is honestly bigger than I thought it was when I first started building on it, as it takes a couple of minutes to go from one side to the other. But this view we have here is super cool. Let's just hop off our horse here and take a look at the bridge that we made. It kind of goes to nowhere right now, but we'll change that in the future for sure. And I also really love the view of the harbor from the bridge here, especially with the crane kind of hanging over the dock, and we also have a super sweet view of our boat. Heading further down the path, we have a great view of the crane. The counterweight is kind of right over the path, which is probably a little bit dangerous and unrealistic, but luckily there's no health and safety team in my Minecraft world. Let's just head further down here though and drop off our horsey friend in the stable, and we can take a look at the rest of our stuff from foot. First off, let's go down to the actual dock, as I want to take a closer look at the boat that we made. I feel like the scale is probably pretty wrong, but the shape is cool and I like the block palette, so overall I'm pretty happy with it. Also, I really just like all these small little decorations we scattered along the dock. I think they came out pretty cool and just make the area feel a lot more fun and cool to look at. If we head up this other staircase, we have a super awesome shot of our warehouse. I'm actually so glad we put together an iron farm. It's something I've never done before, but it's honestly just going to make our lives so much easier in this world. So definitely glad we took the time to do that. While we're over here, let's also take a look at our lighthouse. At first, I was kind of thinking of going for that classic kind of red and white striped look, but instead I went for this sort of white one, and I'm really glad that I did because I think the end result was pretty sweet. I'm attempting to completely transform this island in hardcore Minecraft. To get closer to that goal, I'll be building an entire custom forest, some of my most detailed houses ever, and tons of smaller details to bring as much life to the area as possible. If you didn't know already, Minecraft recently introduced 2 new types of chickens, and I'd absolutely love to add them to our base. So let's build a coop behind our barn. All we need to do is just chop down a few trees and flatten the ground a bit to make room for it. And now that we have some space, let's get straight to building. I first built a small sheltered area so the chickens can stay dry if it's raining, and then I made a larger area for them to roam around using spruce and oak trapdoors. And because I can't help myself, let's build some custom trees to further integrate the build into the environment. The coop is looking pretty cozy now, but there's still just one final detail I want to add, which means taking a trip to a warm ocean. The block I'm after is horn coral, but luckily there's a ton down here, so I was able to gather some in no time. With that in hand, I headed back to the coop. If we waterlog some spruce slabs, we can place the coral down without it dying, and now it looks like some comfy nests for the chickens. Speaking of chickens, we still need to actually add some to the build. But before we do that, I think it's finally time to tackle something I've been procrastinating for nearly 500 in-game days: defeating the Ender Dragon. In preparation, I made my way into the Nether and went over to a warped forest so that I could kill some Endermen for Ender Pearls. After that, I went over to a nearby fortress and farmed some blaze to get some rods. And since I have looting 3 on my sword, I got a bunch in no time. With both of those items in hand, I went home and crafted a few Eyes of Ender. I then took a trip over to our barn, bred all the cows, and unalived some to get some steak since I'm almost completely out of food. Last but not least, I crafted a couple golden apples. And then I made some rockets since I hope to find an elytra after defeating the dragon. Anyways, let's finally throw an Eye of Ender and start locating the stronghold. I kept following the eyes until eventually one went straight underground, and I took that as my cue to start digging. Sure enough, I soon ran into the stronghold. While searching for the end portal, I stumbled upon a library where I found an eye armor trim, so that was a pretty cool find. And after a bit more exploring, I finally found the end portal. The nerves are getting to me a bit, but let's just activate the portal and head inside. My biggest fear is getting launched into the void, but let's not think about that and instead take out all of the crystals. With all of those taken care of, we can start attacking the dragon. I used both my bow and sword to deal damage, and before I knew it, the battle was already over. And I'm feeling pretty happy since this is my first time defeating the dragon in hardcore. After collecting all of the XP, I took a minute to grab the dragon egg since I think it's pretty much mandatory that we display it in our base. My next goal is to find an end city so that we can get an elytra and also some shulker shells, so let's head into the end gateway, which will transport us to the outer end islands. And I spotted a city almost right away, so I began making my way over to it. Easier said than done though, since the huge gaps between the islands make it pretty challenging. And after a super sketchy pearl, which almost went straight into the void, I was feeling pretty nervous. For larger gaps, I had no choice but to bridge across, and let me tell you, this is infinitely scarier than fighting the dragon. My heart is racing. That was a little nerve-wracking to say the least, but we finally arrived at the end city. Sadly, this one doesn't have a ship, so no elytra for us yet. However, I still hunted down all of the shulkers I could find, since shulker boxes are going to make our life so much easier in this world. And as I continued to loot the structure, I also found my very first spire armor trim. I'd absolutely love to collect every armor trim in this world, so we're making great progress towards that. After looting the entire city, I made my way over to a second one. And this one has a ship, so we should be able to get our hands on an elytra. Sure enough, after pillaring up and making my way inside, I found what I was looking for. It's such a great feeling to finally have our hands on a nice pair of wings. While I was here, I grabbed the dragon head because, you know, why not? And then I used my brand new wings for the first time to safely glide down to the main end city. I then spent the next half hour or so looting the city, as well as a few others to get a bunch of shulker shells and any other good loot that I could get my hands on. I even found a few more elytras. It'll definitely be nice to have a few extras just in case. Once I was done exploring, I made my way back to the main end island and hopped into the portal. The The credits began to roll, but this world is far from over, so instead, let's hook up another portal for quick access between our base and the fortress we found. I eventually want to build an Enderman XP farm, so it'll be worth it to take a minute now to just make an easy path for ourselves. And as much as I enjoy adventuring, it feels great to be back at our base. I spent a few minutes organizing my items, and here's a look at all the goodies we got. Pretty solid actually. Before doing anything else, let's upgrade this shelf in our storage room a bit by adding an ender chest, and I think this will also be a great spot for the dragon egg. Taking a quick visit to the villager trading hall, let's purchase some Unbreaking 3 books. Since we got a ton of XP from killing the dragon, I want to take a second to upgrade our gear. First off, let's combine the Unbreaking 3 books we just got with some mending ones I already had in storage, and then add them to a couple pairs of elytras. While we're at it, let's also put mending on our sword. And since I still have a lot of levels, we can also put Soul Speed 3 on our boots, as well as Respiration 3 on our helmet. We still need to get Swift Sneak on our leggings, but besides that, I think we have the perfect armor now. We can explore a lot easier with an elytra, so let's finally go find some of the new chickens so we can add them to our coop. Our first stop is a savanna biome to get some of the warm chicken variants. I think the easiest way to bring some back is just to get some eggs, so I lured some into a pit where we can breed them and collect all the eggs. In the meantime, we might as well chop down a bunch of acacia trees, since I'm sure we'll use them eventually. And I also spotted a huge patch of coarse dirt, so I dug that up too so we can use it for future pathways around our base. And after getting close to 3 stacks of brown eggs, I made my way back home. Using the eggs we got, I added a few of the warm chickens to our coop. It's awesome to finally have some life in here. I also want to get some of the cold chickens, so I made my way to a taiga biome next. And let's just use the same method as before and contain the chickens in a hole in the ground. I noticed a pretty cool sunken ship up in some ice spikes, so while we wait for chickens to lay some eggs, let's go check it out. I collected all of the loot and even found a buried treasure map. I couldn't resist going pirate mode for a minute, so I located the treasure and collected all of the loot there as well. With that side mission completed, I got back to work collecting as many blue eggs as I could. And while waiting for even more eggs, I cut down tons of spruce trees since I'm constantly running out whenever I want to build anything. And after getting a little over a stack of eggs, I couldn't be bothered to wait any longer, so I went back home and used the eggs to add some cold chickens to the coop. And with that, I think we can finally call this build done. There's a ton of stuff that I want to build in this video, so let's go full deforestation mode for a minute and get rid of all the trees to make room for all of the upcoming builds. It's way easier to see the area that we're working with now, and as a bonus, we've got a bunch of logs we can use for building later. And now that we can see the land, I want to get all the pathways built, but we're going to need some materials first. So I first flew around until I found an azalea tree. Once I found one, I dug underneath it and gathered up all of the rooted dirt. After that, I went home and then made a trip down into our mine to gather up some granite. And I think a couple of deposits should be more than enough. I also want to use some packed mud in the paths, so let's take a minute to harvest our wheat farm. The other material we need in order to craft packed mud is of course regular mud, so I went over to a mangrove swamp and filled an entire shulker box full of mud. That's way more than I'm actually going to need, but it'll be nice to have some extra in our storage room. And with that in hand, I went back home and crafted a few stacks of packed mud. The last thing I'm going to need is brown mushroom blocks, so I used bone meal to grow a few on top of some podzol. And for some reason, I find it really satisfying to insta-mine. We should have everything we need to build the pathways now, so I put it all into some shulker boxes to make it easier to move the items around. Before we can build the actual pathways though, we just need to dig out the ground to make room for them. Once all of the space was cleared out, I got to work placing the pathways in. I used the same block palette as the rest of our paths, and that consists of coarse dirt, regular dirt, packed mud, and rooted dirt. However, I also mixed in brown mushroom blocks, jungle planks, and mud bricks for the very first time, just to give some of the different areas more variety. And now that the pathways are in, you can hopefully see a little bit better what my vision for this new area is. With the pathways done, I finally got around to something that I've been meaning to do for a while now, and that's to expand our potato farm so it fills the space better. It really only took a few minutes, but I think it looks a lot better now. Getting back to the new region we're working on, I want to build a ton of custom trees to help bring a lush vibe to the area. In preparation, I crafted a brand new diamond hoe. After that, I went to our villager trading hall and picked up a silk touch book. I then combined it with one of the Unbreaking 3 books that we got earlier, and then I added both enchants to the hoe we just made. Now we can grow some trees, and then quickly collect all of the leaves using our hoe since it has silk touch on it. This should hopefully be a lot more convenient than going through like 1,000 pairs of shears. After collecting several stacks of spruce leaves, I moved on to gathering a bunch of oak and birch leaves from a nearby forest. That should be all the leaves we need, so next I crafted a variety of different walls to use for the tree trunks and branches. Taking a quick pit stop at our barn, I dyed the sheep green and then sheared them for their wool. I also want to decorate some of the trees with hanging roots, so I used bone meal on a rooted dirt block to make some, which I of course harvested with some shears. The last thing we should need is dark oak logs, so I spent a few minutes growing and chopping down some trees. Making use of our new shulker boxes again, we should now have all the materials we need to build a ton of custom trees. Getting straight to it, I built a birch tree next to our lighthouse, as I felt like our harbor area could use a bit more greenery. Afterwards, I built a variety of oak, spruce, and birch trees further up the hill in front of our warehouse. I did leave a section open, but you'll have to wait and see what I have planned for that. I then went crazy turbo tree building mode and made 17 more trees, pretty much creating an entire custom forest, which I think turned out super awesome. But now that we have all of the trees in place, I think it's about time to take a little break and go check in on my cats. If you don't know, this is the part of the video where I shamelessly show you my cats in the hopes that you'll give the video a like. I know it's a bit of a guilt trip, but it seriously helps out the channel more than you'd think, so thank you for taking a second to do it. I really appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, I want to focus on adding smaller details to really help bring this new area to life. I think a fountain of sorts could be fun, so let's craft everything we're going to need, like barrels, candles, note blocks, and a soul lantern. And I even cooked up a couple different types of glazed terracotta. With that, we have everything we need to build the fountain. I began by replacing the ground with a mixture of acacia logs, pale moss, and tuff. With that done, I made a border for the fountain using a variety of gray blocks. And then I built a cover out of dark oak. Moving inside the fountain itself, let's remove the ground and then use the glazed terracotta we made to create a really colorful design. I feel like I don't use these blocks nearly enough, but I'm glad I could incorporate them here. Next, let's fill the entire thing with water to turn it into an actual fountain. To detail the water, let's add sea grass alongside sea pickles, which will also help light up the build at night, which is pretty convenient. Let's spice up the area around the fountain by adding a couple of note blocks, and then we can create a small bench using extinguished campfires. Moving to the other side of the fountain, we can put down a few blue candles. Easier said than done though, because for some reason you can only put them down on top of full blocks, which is a little bit annoying. Anyways, I figured it out and then added another bench just to make the whole thing symmetrical. This area could use some color, and I think a few melons will work perfectly. And as I like to do, I placed a candle and a sea pickle on top of a couple of them to look like larger stems. I'm pretty happy with the fountain now, but just to help fill out the space around it, let's build some random crates and barrels. And after adding some vegetation like grass, bushes, and leaf litter, this area is feeling really cozy. Finishing the fountain has me super motivated to keep building more cool stuff in our world. So next, let's create a market stall to fill in this empty space in front of the warehouse. I went for a pretty simple design, just 4 pillars made out of barrels and logs, with a cover on top made out of jungle and oak wood. I mainly kept it simple as I really want the decorations to stand out. The final touches I added were books inside of some chiseled bookshelves, a couple of cakes, and an acacia pressure plate. To accompany our cute little market stall, let's build a seating area using cherry stairs and scaffolding. And because it's one of my favorite details right now for some reason, let's add another pressure plate on top of one of the tables. Oh yeah, I also added a hanging sign to the market stall, so if anyone has any cool name ideas, let me know and I'll add it to the sign. While I'm on the topic, I asked for name ideas for our harbor, and I got a bunch of really awesome ideas, but my favorite was Gollum's Harbor. So let's add that to the sign near the path to make it official in our world. Thanks to Ben for that epic suggestion. I couldn't help but notice the area around one of our new oak trees is looking kind of bland, so let's build a bench using extinguished campfires and spruce trapdoors to fill out the space a bit. And y'all already know how much I love adding pops of color, so let's use some of the new wildflowers to accomplish that here. And we can contrast the flowers by making some small boulders using mossy cobblestone slabs. Let's blend it all together with some greenery like moss carpet, bushes, and ferns. That only took a few minutes, but this little area is feeling so much more alive now. Let's continue adding more details like this to make our world even more immersive. We can switch this next one up a bit though by making a lamppost, which will also help mob-proof the area. Let's also add another bench because, you know, why not? And then we can tie it all together with leaf litter scattered around, as well as my favorite flower, blue orchids. And just like that, we've created another cozy detail to look at while we're running around doing stuff on our island. I don't want to go too crazy, but just to flesh out the custom forest area a bit more, let's use bone meal to add even more greenery. And I'm getting rid of most of the tall grass and flowers as I prefer a cleaner look. Flowers are nice to have though, so I did put some back in my own manicured patches. It takes a bit more time for sure, but the end result, especially when mixed with leaf litter, creates a really awesome effect, I think. I also love that the falling leaf particles are a thing now. It definitely adds a lot of life into the environment. Remember that empty patch I talked about like 5 minutes ago? Yeah, me neither. Anyways, I want to fill it in with a giant flower field. I'm going to need a ton of bone meal in order to make it though, so let's head into the nether and find a soul sand valley, which should have plenty of bone blocks. I do have a bone meal farm back at home, but honestly, it's not really that efficient, so I think this will just be faster. And I think I was right, because in no time at all, we already have over 3 stacks of bone blocks. Let's head back home and use our newly obtained bone meal to create plenty of rose bushes, as well as lilacs, which will be the main components of our flower field. And I'd also like to include some azure bluets into the mix, so I went over to a nearby flower forest to gather a whole bunch of those flowers as well. That's everything we'll need, so let's finally fill in this empty area with all of our flowers. I went with neatly maintained rows, alternating rose bushes and lilacs. To further divide up the different rows, I planted azure bluets in between them. Pretty straightforward to put together, but it brought so much life and color to the area, so I'm super happy with the result. As our civilization continues to grow, the people living here are going to need more food. So I want to build 2 new crop farms in these open, kind of triangle-looking areas. Let's start by building a wall for the first farm, just using some cobblestone. Once I was happy with the shape, I went back and swapped out some of the blocks with tough, pale moss, and mossy cobblestone to give the entire wall some nice texture variation. With that done, I dotted oak leaves all the way around the wall to help break up all of the gray and give the build a lusher vibe. And we can enhance that even further by also adding some shortgrass and ferns. I think throwing some flowers into the mix will also help add some color, so let's scatter some of those around too. And cause I can't get enough of it right now, I also added a bit of leaf litter. The wall is looking pretty sweet now if I do say so myself, so let's finish it off by placing some glow lichen around it to help light up the area. Love how that one turned out, so let's go ahead and use the same building techniques to create a second wall on the adjacent piece of land. Just having the walls in place is already helping the area feel a lot more complete. As for the farms themselves, I first want to turn one into a giant wheat and carrot field. So first, I headed over to our current wheat farm and harvested the entire thing with our Fortune 3 hoe to get as many seeds as possible. And we have a carrot farm in between our villager trading hall and windmill, so let's also harvest that one as well. With plenty of seeds and carrots in hand, I went over to the new farm area and did some basic terraforming to prep the land. Next up, I placed mangrove roots wherever I needed water sources. And I did my best to hide them under the walls whenever possible. That way they keep everything hydrated without taking up valuable crop space, and it just looks cleaner overall. Let's waterlog them all now so that our crops will stay hydrated. Now let's use our hoe again to turn the ground into farmland. Finally, I planted all of our wheat and carrots in big alternating rows. Once it all grows in, I think it's going to look really cool. While we wait for it to grow, let's get started on gathering all the materials we're going to need for the second farm, which I want to be for sugarcane. Taking a trip to our moss farm first, let's grab a few stacks of both regular and pale moss. We're obviously going to need some sugarcane to, build a sugarcane farm, so let's head over to our farming district to get some. As you can see, our current setup is really not that big, so making a new one is kind of essential. Anyways, that's everything that we'll need, so just like the last one, let's begin by doing some basic terraforming to prep the area. With the land ready to go, let's dig out spots for water, and I'm going for a diagonal pattern just to make it a bit more interesting. After digging all the holes, I filled them in with mangrove roots, which I then waterlogged. And to hide the roots, I covered them with moss carpet. All that was left to do at this point was to plant the sugarcane. Don't have nearly enough to fill the whole farm in yet, but we'll get there eventually. Also, check out our wheat and carrots now. You can really start to see what I meant by the alternating rows. The next area I want to work on is this open space near the dock, so in preparation, let's get a few items together we're going to need, like tough blocks and both cobbled and regular deep slate. We're also going to need basalt, copper grates, as well as some kelp blocks. That should be it, so let's begin by removing the ground to make room for a brand new pathway. Perfect, we've got that all cleared out, so let's get the actual path in place. And this one is completely different than any of our others, as I wanted to go for a stone-looking pathway instead of our typical dirt ones. For some extra detail, let's add shortgrass, ferns, and even a few buttons to resemble small rocks. At the moment, there's no good way to get from the top of the wall down to the dock, so let's fix that by building a proper staircase for easy access. That's so much better. Now that we're down here though, I can't help but notice how empty the dock is, so let's fix that by adding some copper grates, which to me look like crab cages. And to accompany those, we can place down some dried kelp blocks for even more decoration. Continuing with the goal of easy access, let's place some ladders on a few of the dock's pillars to make it possible to get from the water up onto the dock platform. And let's also add a ladder on the wall next to our lighthouse, as it just feels natural to me to have one here for some reason. While building those ladders, I noticed a spot that's quite shallow beside our dock. So to make room for future boat builds, let's take a few minutes just to lower the terrain a bit. I eventually want to terraform the entire riverbed going all the way around the island, but that's going to be a huge project. So in the meantime, if we can at least take care of problem areas like this, that should be good enough. Anyways, let's get out of the water and focus on the next project, which is going to be building 5 brand new houses to fill up this region beside our new pathway. Easier said than done though, because taking a look at the material list, it's easily the biggest one from this entire series yet. I guess that means we have no time to waste, so let's lock in and begin the grind. In our storage room, I began to craft everything I was able to, like anvils, blackstone stairs, campfires, and cherry planks. And I'm not gonna bore you by showing every single item, but I searched through all of my chests, and honestly, it's looking like I'm going to have a lot of the stuff I need already in here. It's just gonna be a matter of organizing it all and turning raw materials into the blocks we're actually going to need. For example, we need a lot of different types of stripped logs, so we can just go ahead and strip them down now, so when it comes to actually building the houses, we don't have to worry about it. And after spending close to an hour straight in our storage room, I think I've exhausted our supplies, so we're gonna have to go out to collect the last of the materials. Before we get too carried away though, let's place down some copper blocks outside so they can age. While we wait, let's chop down some dark oak trees. And I just grew them right away with some bone meal since I'm too impatient to wait. With a few stacks of logs gathered up, I used the wood to craft slabs, stairs, and trapdoors. Next, let's head down underground and mine up some tough blocks. I grabbed a fair amount of extra as well, just since it's a block that I use all the time. Back at the surface, I used our elytra to go back to the warm ocean we went to at the start of the video. This time though, I have my eyes set on gathering up some brain and bubble coral blocks. We don't need a whole lot, so I was able to collect enough in a few minutes, and then I made my way back home. When I got there, I checked in on our copper and waxed and collected all the ones that were at the second stage of oxidation. I then turned it into some waxed, exposed copper grates. It took 7 shulker boxes, which is kind of crazy, but we now have all the materials to build the new houses. Getting straight to building, I made the foundation of the first house using coral mixed with stone bricks. The spruce addiction is still very much real, so most of the smaller details are made using that, and then for the second floor, I tried using netherrack mixed with mangrove to make red walls. As for the roof, I used deep slate with a bit of black stone mixed in. Getting to the smaller details, I added saplings and flowers inside of the flower pots. And we might as well add some flowers to fill out this empty grass patch too while we're at it. I built a small cover on the side of the building, so let's use a couple beehives, a lantern, and chest to fill out the space below it. After adding more flowers at the front, I placed a hanging sign above the entrance. I think it'd be fun to eventually build some type of shop in here, and then put the name of the store on the sign. And with just one house done, this area is already feeling so much more fun to walk through. Before we get started on building the next house, let's take a minute to check in on our sugarcane farm. I harvested the entire thing and then used what I got to get the rest of the farm filled in. Okay, with that chore done, no more distractions, let's get back to building. For the next house, I built the first floor using stone bricks, regular stone, and gravel. Then I moved up to the second floor using spruce, dark oak, and mangrove wood. I did include a large window design though to help break up the shape and just make it feel a bit more open. For the roof, I stuck with dark oak stairs, but used fence gates underneath to help smooth out the roof line and add a bit of depth. And finally, I included a chimney made out of darker blocks so it looks a little charred, like it's actually been used. To detail the front of the house, I added a lantern and then built a cozy little planter box using podzol and acacia trapdoors, which I filled with the new bush block for a pop of green. Moving to the back of the build, I first put some blue orchids in the overhead flower pots. I also made a small bush in front of the window using leaf blocks, added a couple more lanterns for extra lighting, and placed down a bit of short grass to help blend everything more naturally into the environment. These first two houses complement each other perfectly, and since we already have all the blocks, we might as well get started on house number 3. To switch this one up, I went for just a single floor. I used granite, packed mud, dirt, and light gray terracotta for the walls, and I constructed a simple roof using black stone. For some color, I think a couple rose bushes will work perfectly. And to fill out the space, a small wood pile using my go-to design of oak logs and campfires will do the trick. Hopping over to the back, I built another planter box, this time using bamboo trapdoors. And I decided to fill it with sweet berries. And like earlier, I used more short grass to blend everything together. I think you probably get the style that I'm going for by now, so let's grind out the next two houses and get this project finished. First up, I went with a subtle pink palette using white terracotta, cherry wood, and mushroom stems. For the final house, I switched things up with a much darker theme. I alternated dark oak and birch to create a nice Tudor-style pattern, which adds some great contrast to the rest of the builds. I absolutely love how this street turned out. It's super detailed and really immersive to walk through. But with that, I think it's about time for us to update our map and tour everything that we've built this episode. Alright, here we are in our starter house. You can see this is what our island was looking like at the start of this episode. This entire region just completely blank, and now it's full of builds. So let's not stall any further and just grab this down, and you can see, holy cow, look how much stuff is on there now. That is so sick. Let's put that back up there, boom. But just look how cool this like network of paths is. It just looks so epic. I don't know, I could just look at this thing forever. Okay, I think that's about enough looking at the map for one episode, but just while we're in our house here, I did want to take a minute to add some of the armor trims we found to our armor. I was thinking that we could add the eye armor trim to our chest plate here. I think that'll look really cool. And then we can also add, what is this, the spire armor trim to our leggings, which is also looking pretty cool. Let's throw them on and see how they look. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. Especially the chest plate looks super awesome. I think that's enough messing around though. Let's finally go take a look at all the stuff that we built this episode. And before we even get too far away from our starter house, we did expand this potato farm down here. Only took a few minutes to do, but it fits the space a lot better now, so I'm glad we took the time to do that. Heading further down the pathway, we now have this massive junction where there's basically 4 different paths that we can choose from. The first one here takes us over to the farming district. Not going to go down there right now since we didn't build it in this episode, but this next pathway does take us over to the new farms that we built. So if we take a right here, this is our brand new sugarcane farm. Pretty cool, it's actually all grown in now so you can get a good look at it. And this moss carpet, while looking cool, also stops mobs from spawning, so this farm is actually pretty safe. Heading across the pathway here, this is how we get over to our wheat and carrot farm. This one is also all grown in now and it's looking super sweet with the alternating rows. Let's head down the third pathway here. This one gives us a great view of the forest that we built. Had a lot of fun building this one, and especially just adding all the vegetation to the bottom just makes this area feel so lush and so fun to walk through. Speaking of lush, check out our awesome flower field. This thing is super colorful, super fun to walk by, really just added a lot of color and life to the area. I've really been enjoying adding smaller details like this little bench here. Doesn't really serve any functional purpose, but it just adds a nice little detail to look at as we're running around our base doing stuff. Heading past the flower field, let's head down into the harbor as we have quite a few things to look at down here. The first of which is this brand new market stall that we made. It's a pretty simple design, but I think all the little details really came together and it looks pretty, kind of like balanced in a way. On the other side of the market stall, we of course have the fountain that we made. I guess it's not really a fountain considering there's no running water, but I didn't really know what else to call it. And I really like the use of glazed terracotta at the bottom here. Just turned out super sweet and gave the build a nice little pop of color. And we also added all these little, barrels and other little decorations to help fill out the space. And overall, I'm really happy with the state of the harbor now. Even added another tree there. Overall, just looks super sweet. What's even more sweet in my opinion though is this view of the 5 brand new houses that we made. I think this red one at the end is my favorite. I know it maybe looks a little crazy with the netherrack in there, but I think if you take a few steps back it all kind of blends together and actually looks pretty good. And I did my best to add lots of little details like this little cover here. Even the chimney itself has lots of texture variation. And I pushed the houses really close to the edge of the kind of retaining wall for the dock here, just so that it's kind of cozy, tucked away, really immersive and fun to walk through. But as you can see, all the houses still need interiors. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do for the interiors, so I think I'm just going to kind of, think on that for a while and come back to them. But overall, these houses all just came out super cool, super fun to put these together, and they just really helped fill out this region. And I also like that it added maybe a bit of storytelling as to where the harbor workers are actually living inside of our world. Not crazy into lore, but it is fun to just add those tiny bits of storytelling. And I think this house at the other end is my second favorite. I really like the contrast between the dark oak and the birch, just created a really nice effect. And you can see I also added this jut out using soul sand. I've just been experimenting with a lot of different blocks lately, and I think this actually tied in pretty well. Ending where all began, we have our coop here. This build is kind of on the simpler side, but I am still happy with it. The one thing I maybe would change is using trapdoors for the kind of fence, because for some reason the chicken AI just kind of makes them all go to the very edge. But besides that, I think it's pretty cool. For the past 4 months, I've been transforming this island in hardcore Minecraft. There's just one remaining area that needs to be filled with builds, so my idea is to make a cozy village where we can display every single flower in the game. Collecting every flower might sound easy, but there's a few that are a bit more complicated to get than you might think. Anyways, let's start by getting the easy ones first, like poppies, dandelions, cornflowers, azure bluets, and oxeye daisies. These ones are all pretty common, so I was able to find a bunch pretty easily. After that, I went over to a flower forest biome where I was able to collect all 4 colors of tulips as well as lilies of the valley. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, my goal is to collect at least a stack of each of the flowers just to add to the challenge a little bit. With that in mind, I went on to collect a stack of each of the 2 tall flowers. Moving on to some of the less common ones, I made my way over to a cherry blossom biome and grabbed some of the super cute pink petals. I flew over to a swamp next, as it's the only place where blue orchids grow. Also, this is my favorite flower, so shout out to blue orchids. Another biome dependent flower is the new eye blossoms that came with the Pale Garden update, so I went over to one of those next. And I couldn't really find very many, but luckily we can just use bone meal to grow more. Last but not least, I found some wildflowers, which are the newest flower that's been added to the game at the time I'm making this video. That took a little over an hour, but we now have all of the relatively easy flowers to find. There's still 2 more that we need to get, but they're going to be a little bit more involved, so first things first, let's head into the nether and over to a fortress since we need to get some wither skulls. One of the 2 flowers we still need is wither roses, and the only way to get them is by having a wither kill another mob, so we're gonna have to get 3 skulls so we can spawn a wither. I do have fortune 3 on my sword, but I know these are pretty rare regardless, so hopefully this doesn't take us a million years. How come as soon as I'm actually trying to find some wither skeletons, they're just nowhere to be found, yet when I'm not trying to look for them, they're just everywhere. Give us a skull. Nope. Where the heck are all the wither skeletons? I can't find any. Is this whole fortress just empty? Like what? Okay, maybe one of these 2. We'll drop one. Ow. And nope. There was barely any wither skeletons spawning at that other fortress, so I came over to another one and hopefully we'll have a bit more luck. It's officially been over an hour and I still haven't gotten a single skull, so hopefully one of these guys will drop one. Oh, finally. That took over an hour, but we finally got our first skull. I really hope the next 2 do not take us that long. Oh, finally. This clip right now is at 2 hours and 37 minutes. That's how long it's taking me to get 2 skulls. You gotta be kidding me. Chicken jockey. Finally, skull number 3. It's officially been over 3 hours since I started farming these skulls. That was way more of a grind than I thought it'd be. Honestly, I thought that was going to take maybe like 20-30 minutes or something like that, but at least we got it, so finally the grind is over. But anyways, let's head back to our house as we have some more resources to gather. Back at our house, I crafted up a few different items we're going to need to build a wither rose farm, such as dispensers and an observer. We're also going to need a bunch of jack-o'-lanterns, so I went over to our pumpkin farm, sheared them all, and collected them with my axe. I needed a few more, but luckily I found more pumpkins in our storage room, so I took a minute to shear those ones as well. The last thing we need is a bunch of snow blocks, so let's try to make just like a temporary little snow farm here. I think if we do something like that, and then if we do snow block, hopefully this is gonna work. Yeah, perfect. But if we go like this, we should be able to just get a bunch of snowballs that we can turn into snow blocks. And just like that, we should have all the materials we need to build the wither rose farm. Before we get to building it though, I do want to try to just fix up my tools a little bit here. I have a mending book that I want to add to my shovel. Fortunately, we got a bunch of levels killing all of those withers. And I don't have an actual XP farm set up yet, unfortunately, but I do have a little idea that might work. Heading over to our blacksmith, let's go downstairs to where we have this auto smelter, and all of these furnaces should have a bunch of XP stored up inside of them, which I'm hoping will repair some of our tools here. I think it's probably repairing our armor and our pickaxe first, but yeah, now our shovel is getting repaired, so that's perfect. But anyways, let's put all of these furnaces back and we can go build the wither rose farm. We're gonna build the wither rose farm in the end, so first let's head into the nether and let's just follow this end stone here, which will take us over to another portal, which will take us over to the stronghold. And you might have already guessed, but we're gonna be building the farm underneath of this bedrock here. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is dig a staircase under this and build a little hole underneath of the bedrock. And let's just quickly try to find 0, 0 should be right here, and we'll just mark this with a block like that. Boom. And And then we just got to make this room a bit bigger. It's going to be 3 by 3 with this block here in the center. So just like that. And then I think we got to break these ones right here as well. So it should be looking just like this. And then we'll go slab, slab, slab. Then we're just going to dig out a little tunnel to the side of it and break that up to the surface there. Perfect. Back up at the top, let's break this block here and we'll place our dispenser. This bottom one we're going to fill with shears, and the top one will be our carved pumpkins. Then we just got to place a couple blocks here, a couple there, and then we're going to do a trapdoor just like that. All right, now it's time for the scary part. Let's place down our soul sand. Hopefully that is right. I'm actually so scared. The wither should be stuck, I hope. Okay, I messed this up a little bit. We got to do it quick before the wither dies. Redstone dust there, lever here, flick that twice. Perfect. Okay, this is super chaotic, but we're making a bunch of snowman, and they should be dying to the wither and making a bunch of wither roses in there. Okay, let's hop down, see if it's working. Hopefully I don't die. Did I get some? Yes, wither roses, perfect. That's awesome, it's working. Okay, so I ran the farm for about 20 minutes or so, and as you can see, I have a whole bunch of wither roses, probably more than we're ever going to need in this world. So I think with that, let's actually kill the wither and get the star. A little cheesy, but just like that, the wither is defeated. Just gotta sort through all these snowballs, and there we go. We got the nether star, which is absolutely awesome. But with that, let's head back home. And I'm in the middle of nowhere, aren't I? I'm not gonna lie, that was a way bigger grind than I thought it was going to be, but finally we can add the wither roses to our flower collection. And with that, we have just one more flower to go to complete our collection, and that is the torch flower. This one is also pretty complicated, since the only way to get torch flowers is from sniffers, which I don't have yet. So first things first, I crafted a few brushes, which believe it or not, I've never made before. And with those in hand, I made my way over to a warm ocean and began searching for some ocean ruins. They have suspicious sand that we can use the brush on, and there's a 6.7% chance that it'll give us a sniffer egg. And I got super lucky, as I got a sniffer egg on just the third block that I brushed. I guess that's only fair though, after the terrible luck we had getting skulls earlier. We're going to need at least 2 eggs though, and after excavating the entire thing, I was only able to find one, so I began searching for a second ruin. It took a little while, but I eventually found one. I brushed all of the suspicious sand, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to find a second sniffer egg. No biggie though, I continued searching and eventually hit the jackpot as I found 6 ocean ruins all in one big group. Not exactly sure how rare this is, but I'm definitely not complaining. With an abundance of blocks to brush, I had no trouble at all finding a second sniffer egg. So much so that I even found a third one. On top of that, I was able to get a bunch of pottery shards, which is pretty fun since we should be able to use them to decorate our base. I also found a treasure map, so after I was done excavating everything, I located the buried treasure and collected even more loot. We had everything we needed and more at this point, so I flew back home. And taking a look at what we got, I'm pretty happy with that little adventure. Instead of just throwing the sniffer eggs in some boring old pen, I think it's about time that we do some building and make a proper spot for them on our island. I want to incorporate it into the new village we're building this episode, so let's just go ahead and chop down all the trees to make room for the sniffer enclosure and all the other builds. It's kind of insane to think this is the last empty area on the island. We have a nice open space now, and as a bonus, we have a bunch of logs that we can add to our storage room. With the land now prepped, let's get to work crafting all the materials we're going to need, like oak trapdoors, spruce fences, and waxed copper grates. We got pretty lucky and pretty much had everything already in our storage room, but I did have to grow an azalea tree since we need some flowering azalea leaves. I also took a quick trip over to our windmill and grabbed some moss blocks from the moss farm that's hidden underneath it. I then went over to a mesa and collected several stacks of light gray terracotta, which is the last item that we were missing. And just like that, we have everything that we need to build our sniffer enclosure. And I think it would be fun to attach it to a house, so I built that first using granite, packed mud, light gray terracotta, and dripstone blocks. For the roof, I just went with dark oak, but since the house is on a slight diagonal, I think the shape turned out fairly interesting. At the back of the house, I built the actual pen for the sniffers using a variety of leaves and shortgrass. After that, I built a simple entrance for the pen using walls and spruce wood. At the front of the house, let's build a cover above the entrance using campfires and a lantern. Beside that, I think a planter box would look nice, so I started by placing down some podzol, which I then surrounded with a mixture of pale oak and diorite slabs. I eventually want to put torch flowers in here, but for now, a few bushes will do. And there was a bit of an open space beside the build, so I filled it with a cart that's transporting some dried kelp blocks. This little house is looking pretty awesome if I do say so myself, but let's finally place down the sniffer eggs inside of the enclosure. I think it's going to take a while for them to hatch, so in the meantime, let's go check in on my real-life cats. This is my totally shameless segment where I attempt to guilt trip all of you into liking the video by showing you my cats. For real though, the biggest way that you can support this Let's Play series is by giving the video a like, so if you're able to take a second to do it, I would really appreciate it. Getting back to Minecraft, I want to continue working on our new village, but before we get too carried away, let's swing by our villager trading hall. I'm nearly out of food, so let's purchase some golden carrots from our farmer. I want to build a pond at the center of our new village, so I grabbed a bunch of different blocks like tuff, cobblestone, regular stone, andesite, and pale moss. And I also picked up a bunch of different natural blocks to decorate the pond with. I want to use mud for the bottom of the pond, which thanks to past me, I already have a ton of from last episode. So using that, along with all the other blocks we just grabbed, we should be good to go. Before we start building the pond though, let's go check in on the sniffer eggs. It looks like they're starting to crack, so they should be hatching any time now. That's super exciting, but while we continue to wait, let's begin digging out a hole for the pond. This is all custom terrain that we've built in the past, which is making it a bit trickier. And I even ran into our old villager breeder, so I had to move them over a bit so that they weren't in the way. A little annoying to deal with, but the perimeter of the pond is all dug out now. And checking in on our sniffers again, it looks like they've hatched. I've never seen these in survival before, and I have to say they look pretty cute, but also kind of derpy. In the best way possible though. I'm pretty sure they need to fully grow up before they can dig torch flower seeds for us, so while we continue to wait, let's go finish the pond. To add some interest to the outer edge, I built several large boulders and then blended them into the ground using moss blocks, shortgrass, and bushes. With those in place, I got to work using mud to create the actual bottom of the pond. And I think 4 to 5 blocks should be plenty deep enough. Once I was happy with the shape, I mixed in some muddy mangrove roots just for a tiny bit of texture variation, and then I added a few small rocks scattered around using tough slabs. And with that, the pond is finally starting to look like an actual pond. It's just missing, water, so let's add that next. And I find the easiest way to do this is to start from the bottom and then go layer by layer. I also made sure to waterlog all of the slabs so we don't get any weird pockets of air. And now that the pond is full of water and looking good, I took it one step further by adding some algae along the edge, as well as firefly bushes and sugarcane to make the entire thing feel a lot lusher. And before I forget, let's also add a few lily pads to tie it all together. And we might as well go ahead and detail the pond bottom using bone meal as well as sea pickles. And with that, I'm happy to call the pond finished. And I'm even more happy to say that our sniffers have finally grown up. Looks like they've already dug up some pitcher pods. I've been looking at the wiki a lot since I haven't done this yet, but I'm pretty sure they dig up both these and the torch flower seeds. Anyways, I think the best place to grow these is going to be our greenhouse. Currently, there's just a bunch of beetroots in here, which, let's be honest, are kinda useless, so let's just get rid of all of those and plant our pitcher pods instead. While we wait for the sniffers to dig up some torch flower seeds for us, let's build a small stream going from the pond down to the river. I began by building a few small boulders, then wove the stream through them. And a fun little touch I added was having the stream split around one of the larger ones. Checking in on our sniffers again, it looks like we finally got some torch flower seeds, which is absolutely awesome. I went over to the greenhouse, and surprisingly the pitcher pods had already grown. However, I didn't realize they don't drop seeds when you harvest them, and I'm guessing the torch flowers are the same deal. And if you remember, the goal is to collect a stack of each flower, and I don't really feel like waiting around for each and every seed, so I think we need to automate the seed gathering process. It hopefully shouldn't be too hard to set up though. All we need to do is dig underneath the sniffers and build a platform below them. It's a little cramped, and I kinda wish we did this from the get-go, but oh well, what are you gonna do? Once the platform was in place, I made a simple collection system using a double chest and a couple of hoppers. After that, I weaved rails back and forth on top of the entire platform, placing powered rails too ever so often just to ensure the minecarts won't get stuck. And after powering all those rails with levers, the last thing to do was add a hopper minecart. The hopper minecart will collect all of the seeds, and then they'll end up in the output chest. I made it so we can access the chest from inside of the house, so just to clean it up a little bit, I replaced the ground with oak planks and hid the double chest using a couple of spruce trapdoors. And I want to say that it's working since we already have a pitcher pot in here. I planted it in the greenhouse and then harvested the torch flowers that grew. That means we now have every flower, but I'm gonna wait until we get a full stack before calling it official, since that was the rule that we set for ourselves. I checked the output chest once again and had a couple of torch flower seeds in it, so I used them to breed the sniffers. The more we have, the faster we'll get seeds, so I think it's a good idea. What's also a good idea is getting back to work on the village, since we still have an absurd amount of stuff to build. I think it'd be best to get the pathways in next, so I swung by our starter house and grabbed all of the blocks that we're going to need. After that, I spent some time digging out the ground to make room for all of the pathways. I pretty much killed my shovel and it looks pretty weird right now, but let's just trust the process and place in the actual path. We have a really solid base for our village now, so I think it's about time to build more houses. Swinging by our storage room once again, let's lock in and gather up all the materials that we can. I scavenged all my chests and crafted a bunch of different items. And once I exhausted the materials in our storage room, I took a trip underground because somehow, in a world over 600 days old, I don't have a single block of cobblestone left in the house. Another block I'm pretty much completely out of is the new pale oak wood, so back at the surface, I spent some time growing and chopping down a few of those trees. Next, I took a trip over to the villager trading hall again and purchased some bricks from the masons. I plan on detailing the outside of the houses with short grass, so I decided to just take a minute to make a bunch of it. And I just went ahead and gathered a decent amount of extra since I use it all the time. As nice as it is having extra materials in our storage room, I'm quickly running out of space, so back at our house, I took a minute to add 2 new barrels to our storage room. As convenient as it would be to make a larger storage room, it's kinda cozy and fun trying to fit everything into our original starter house. Anyways, using the stuff we just got, I crafted some flower pots, a variety of different pale oak blocks, and a few mossy cobblestone walls. There's still a decent amount of materials we need though, so heading back out into the world, I swung by our farming district and harvested all of the cocoa beans. I then used them to make brown dye, which I needed to make a few brown candles. After that, I chopped down several dark oak trees, even stripping some of the logs while I was at it to save us time later. And just one last thing I had to gather was a few oak leaves. Kinda crazy that it took 6 shulker boxes to store everything, but we now have all the blocks we need to build 4 brand new houses in the village. Getting straight to it, I began constructing the first one using a similar block palette as the sniffer house to hopefully tie the village together a bit more. I did switch it up though by also including a second floor where I was able to include some highlights using pale oak. To bring some color into the build, I placed alternating lilacs and peonies in some planter boxes. And since we have them now, I added some wither roses in front of a couple of the windows. After planting even more flowers at the back of the house, I added a few lanterns to light up the build. To create a bench, I placed down and extinguished 3 campfires, placed a spruce sign on either side, and then finished it off with some spruce trapdoors. And with that, house number 1 is officially done. For the next house, I decided to challenge myself and build it on a perfect 45-degree angle. I feel like I really struggle with building on diagonals, but I guess the only way to get better is to try. The final little details I added were a lantern by the front entrance, and then I filled in this large planter with both ferns and orange tulips. This is one of those rare cases for me though, where I think the back of the house looks better than the front. I'm a little brain fried after piecing that diagonal house together, so for this next one, let's go for something a bit simpler. I used the same block palette for the walls as the first two houses, so it feels in place, and then made a super simple roof using spruce. Moving straight into the fourth house, I went with a similar shape as the sniffer enclosure house. I tried to switch it up though by incorporating bricks into the walls, as well as adding lots of leaves and flowers around the outside to give it a lush and colorful vibe. Finally, this area is starting to feel like an actual village. I was really curious to see how many seeds our farm generated while we were building, so I checked the chest and it ended up having 42 torchflower seeds and 32 pitcher pods. I used some of the seeds to breed the sniffers again and placed down the eggs so they can hatch. With the remaining seeds in hand, I headed over to the greenhouse and planted everything. Once these grow, we're going to be super close to our goal of getting an entire stack of every flower in the game. I still want to add a few more houses to the village, so in preparation, I went down underground and began mining up a few stacks of tough blocks. Maybe one day my addiction to this block will end, but today is not that day. While I was down here, I even ran into some diamonds, which is pretty nice. Something else I bumped into was a trial chamber. We haven't found one of these yet in this world, so I couldn't help but explore it. We definitely need to come back here though in the future with some ominous potions to get the really good loot. Truthfully, I'm more excited about the fact that we now have a giant supply of copper that we can use for building. So while I was down here, I took the chance to gather several stacks of both oxidized and regular copper blocks. After that, I explored a bit more and ended up finding my very first bolt armor trim, which is pretty cool. I also found this super random barrel that had like a million cakes in it, which I thought was pretty funny. But on that note, I think it's about time to head back up to the surface since I'm really eager to continue working on our village. We got quite a few good items down below though. I'm really happy that we ran into that. And because why not, let's put one of the cakes in our bedroom for a totally healthy bedtime snack. Anyways, let's not get too distracted and get back to work on getting together all the materials we need to build a few more houses. And since we got a ton of copper in the trial chamber, I figure we might as well use it for the roofs. Conveniently, we can use our axe to DH the copper to whatever stage we need it, allowing us to craft a wide variety of copper blocks. Trial chambers are seriously such a lifesaver when it comes to building with copper. In the end, I spent a little over an hour going through all of our chests and crafting tons of different items, but we should now have enough materials to expand our village once again with 3 brand new houses. For the first one, I went with a fairly small design. I used mossy cobblestone, tuff, and pale moss for the walls, and then made the roof out of copper. And let's finish off the build with some final details, like a lantern above the entrance and an allium in a flower pot on each side. I also added a covered area at the back, so let's detail that too with a random pile of storage. For the next house, I went with pretty much an identical block palette as the last one, but changed it up by building it on a slight diagonal. At the back of the house, I planted some rose bushes in a planter box. Then, to add more greenery, I hung glowberries as well as rooted dirt from the roof. I also did the same thing at the front, and just in case you didn't know, you can use shears to stop the glowberries from growing, which is seriously such a nice feature to have. And the last little detail I added for this one was a small pile of hay, which I detailed with bamboo slabs. For the third and final house, I stuck with the same block palette again, but challenged myself once more by making another perfect 45-degree angle house. Getting straight into the final details, I started by adding a lantern by the front entrance. At the back, I added yet another lantern and then created a pile of hay using the same technique as some of our earlier ones. Last but not least, I filled in the planter box with blue orchids and cornflowers for a nice pop of blue. With these 3 new houses in, our village is feeling a lot more grand. It took a decent amount of time to build them, but that's not a terrible thing since it gave our farm a chance to generate more seeds. We got enough to completely fill in both plots inside of the greenhouse, which is awesome, since once they grow, we should definitely have over a stack of torch flowers, and then we can finally call our flower collection complete. In the meantime, I want to build tons of custom trees all throughout the village. I think I have all the raw materials I need in my storage room except for leaves, so let's repair our silk touch hoe and go collect some. I went a little ways away from our base and massacred a forest to get plenty of oak and birch leaves. Nearby there was also a taiga biome, so I collected some spruce leaves too. After that, I went home and made a variety of different walls as well as pale oak fences and gates. Next, I went over to our windmill again and grabbed a few more stacks of moss blocks. And I'm somehow out of dark oak again, so I cut down a few trees and got more logs. I feel like I might be missing something, but hopefully this should be everything that we need. To keep it interesting, I mixed spruce, birch, and oak trees together to fill in empty patches and turn the area around the village into a forest of sorts. I especially love how the trees around the stream turned out. They complement each other super well, and just the terrain overall looks super awesome. I even went ahead and built trees closer to some of our older builds to try to blend the regions together. I also made a few trees closer to the actual houses themselves since we had the room. I'm still trying to get better at building custom trees, but regardless, I think they helped loads with making our village feel more immersive and alive. However, I noticed there were still a few spots looking kind of empty, so let's fix that by adding some smaller decorations. The first thing I built was a pottery stand where I had the chance to display some of the pottery shards we got down in the trowel chamber. After that, I built a lamppost surrounded by some storage to help fill out the center of one of the larger pathways. And I think this next one might be my favorite, a cozy little pumpkin cart that added some much needed color to the area. Next, I built a couple of planter boxes using pale oak and filled them with bushes and sweet berries. Also, while I was in this area, I built a small pathway leading to the storage area at the back of the diagonal house. The final decoration I built was a small well, where again I displayed one of the really cool pottery shards. Switching gears, let's head over to the greenhouse once again and harvest all of the torch flowers. With these ones, plus some that I harvested earlier, we finally have over a stack. Truthfully, I did not expect it to take nearly this long, but we now have a stack of every single flower in the game. The hoarder in me really just wants to store this shulker box in some vault or something, but I think it'll be a lot more fun to display at least one of each in the village, as that was my plan from the get-go. So first off, let's finally fill in this planter box on the sniffer house with some of the torch flowers. And even though I'm not including them in my flower list, since I don't think they're technically flowers, I dotted a few of the pitcher pods around the sniffer pen itself. After that, I got to work adding the rest of the flowers all around the village. I'm not going to show me placing every single one, but trust me, they're all there. While I was in gardening mode, I also added leaf litter, bushes, short grass, and several other vegetation blocks to help blend everything together and take the area to the next level. My favorite way to showcase this is by taking a look at some of the before and afters, which is pretty satisfying to say the least. But with that done, I want to take a minute to update our map so we can see exactly how much stuff that we've built this episode. I seriously couldn't be happier with how this island has turned out. Just the layout and all of the builds and different regions have come together so perfectly. As satisfying and fun as it is to see the island completely filled with builds, I'm really excited to keep expanding onto the mainland, so be sure to let me know if you have any cool build projects that we can work on. But just while we're in our house here, I did want to take a second to add one of the bolt armor trims we found in the trowel chamber to our helmet. So let's add one of these bolt trims. We'll do just diamond so it matches the rest, and we can just do that just like that. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Our armor is looking pretty sweet now. I want to tour everything that we built with the shaders on, but before we get too carried away, there's just one more quick thing that I need to do. We built this market stall last episode, and I asked all of you for some name ideas, and the one that I really liked was Riverside Market, so I just want to quickly name that there. We'll also add some white dye and a bit of the glow ink, but with that, that's looking super awesome, and thank you very much for that awesome name idea. Getting started on the tour, before we even enter the village, we have this super cool pottery stand. I've never made one of these before, but I think it turned out really cool, so I'm definitely going to add more to some of my future builds. I really like all these custom trees that we built. I think it made the area so much more immersive and just fun to walk through. Of course it had to rain right as we're doing the tour, but honestly it's kind of cozy, so I think I'm just going to roll with it. This house here is kind of the only reason that this village actually has a kind of purpose, since we have all of our sniffers in here, digging up the seeds, and I'm really glad that we built that kind of automatic system so that we can keep getting seeds in there, and then whenever we want to use torch flowers or the pitcher pods in future builds, we should just be able to grab some there, plant them in the greenhouse, and be good to go. Let's head out of this pen here and take a look at some of the other houses. They're honestly kind of on the simpler side, but we added tons of smaller details to really bring them to life, like this little hay bale over here, and I especially love this pond at the center of the village, and one of my favorite little builds of the entire project was this stream coming off of the pond and down into the river, as this entire terrain just turned out really cool with all the boulders and like how the stream splits off into two directions here, with even more kind of smaller boulders scattered around the edge. Definitely had a lot of fun building that one. A majority of the houses in the village were built on diagonals, which was a tough challenge, but I think it helped make them a lot more interesting, and I think I'm maybe slowly getting the hang of them, so I don't know, I should probably keep trying to build more. Heading further down this path leads us over to one of my favorite details, which is this little pumpkin cart. I thought it was super cute and kind of fun. I of course had to add my classic detail of candles and the sea pickles on top to look like bigger stems, but yeah, really fun and glad we added this one in. We should be able to see these last houses quite a bit better now that it stopped raining. This one here I think turned out pretty fun. It's the only house in the village that has 2 floors, but since it kind of matches some of the other houses on the island, I still think it looks in place. I just had to point out the fact that these are the only 2 wither roses that I used in the entire village, so all that time and effort spent farming skulls and everything was just for this little detail. So let me know, do you think it was worth it? Jokes aside, this next house is definitely one of the kind of more unique ones. I do like this glazed terracotta detail on the side, and I tried to use like gates to sort of smooth out the roof. Not really sure if it works, but I tried it anyways. But I do like these details kind of tucked around the back. I tried to do these planter boxes sort of looking like tomato plants. And then just back here we have more storage, a little pathway connecting to the main one. So yeah, just really cozy vibes back here. Next to that, we have 2 smaller houses. So this little one here with the copper roof, nice little details at the back. Then we have this super small one. This is definitely the most basic house in the village. And then over here we have one more diagonal house. This one is the only one that I really used bricks in. Might have bricks in some of the chimneys like up there, but for the actual walls, only this one does have the bricks. This well design here is probably my favorite of all the wells that we've built on this island, just with the decorated pot here. And then I really do like the combination of the pale oak fences with the cherry top. It's kind of out there a little bit, but I think it does look pretty cool actually. I'm starting a brand new project in my hardcore Minecraft world. We're nearly 700 days into this world, and somehow we still don't have a steady supply of rockets. So the plan is to travel a few hundred blocks away from our island base and start up a giant desert city build where we can hide both a sugarcane and gunpowder farm. This is a build style that I've been wanting to try for quite some time now, so I'm really excited to get started on it. Before we get too carried away though, there is another problem that we really need to solve, which is building an experience farm. I mean, just look at my tools right now, I really don't know how we're supposed to build a mega project under these conditions. Luckily, setting up an Enderman XP farm really shouldn't be too difficult. Hopefully we can just get all the materials we need in our storage room. The first thing we need is 5 stacks of leaves, so let's grab 3 stacks of spruce here and 2 birch leaves. That should be perfect. Next we need a couple of chests, which sweet, I got a couple right there. We're gonna need a bit of carpet, so let's grab some, sure, we'll just grab some white carpet there, that'll work. Okay, we need a bunch of ladders. Do I have any ladders in here? 19, okay, we'll have to make a bit more. Let's grab some sticks, grab some oak logs here. We'll go boom, 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 boom. Do some ladders and boom, there, that'll be good. I think we need about 9 stacks of blocks, so let's just grab a bunch of stone here and we can probably just turn that all into our stone bricks. Heading downstairs, we just need to grab a few redstone components, so let's grab a minecart. We'll need some hoppers and I think just 1 rail. We're also going to need some water, so let's just head down to our dock here and grab some of that. And we'll also need a bucket of lava, so let's head over to our blacksmith here and head upstairs, as I have a bit of a lava farm up here, so there, perfect. Alright, let's put all of this stuff in a shulker box, and then we can get to work on getting the very last thing that we need, which is a name tag. I think the easiest way to get one is going to be trading with one of our librarians at our villager trading hall, but unfortunately, I think they're all pretty low level, so I'm gonna have to trade with one of these guys and get them leveled up. After getting one of the villagers to the highest level, I was able to trade for a few name tags. With that in hand, I headed over to an anvil and named one of them Steve, which I thought was pretty fitting. That was the last thing that we needed, so I made my way over to the end dimension. We first need to get down to Y level 1, so I used our lava and water buckets to make a cobblestone pillar. Kinda sketchy, but I was able to get down to the very bottom using the water, so I added ladders to the side of the pillar so we can easily get up and down in the future. After that, I began building a bridge further out into the void using leaves. We want to be far enough away from the island so that Endermen can only spawn in the farm. Okay, so we're a little over 100 blocks away from the main island, so we should be good to build the actual farm now. And the next thing we need to do is just build a 5x5 platform at the end of our bridge. We're then just gonna place a chest like that and like that. That's not what I wanted to do. Please don't fall into the void. Oh, I got it back. Sweet. Okay, like that. There, perfect. And then we just need to do 4 hoppers going into the chest here. On top of this little collection system, we're going to place our carpets, and then we need to build a little wall around it using our leaves again. With that in place, we just need to go slab, slab, and this is where we'll eventually be killing all of the Endermen. With the collection system in place, I went on to build 12 rings higher into the sky before eventually building the actual platform where the Endermen will spawn. With the platform in place, the very last thing we have to do is add an endermite, which will attract all the Endermen down this hole, and then the farm will be functional. Our little box is in place, so let's add a minecart, and then we need to use ender pearls to try to get an endermite. We didn't get the endermite with the pearls that I had, so let's just farm a few more and we'll try again. Okay, I just got more pearls, so let's try that again, shall we? There we go, just gotta name this guy. Okay, there we go, Steve, and perfect, he's in the minecart. I don't like that. Let's get out of here. Okay, eat some carrots here. Endermite is in place. Why is he, did you see that? Why is he shaking like that? Chill my guy, it's not that deep. With the endermite in place, we can just break this block here, and the minecart will fall right on top of the iron bar. But now that our endermite's in place, we can just break all of these blocks, and the farm should be fully functional. And then we just gotta open this up. They'll fall right down this hole, and then we can easily kill them with just one hit. Down at the bottom, you can see the farm is definitely working. Tons are spawning here. We can easily kill them and get a ton of XP. It feels so nice to have all of our tools and armor fully repaired now. Honestly, building an XP farm has been super long overdue, so I'm super glad we got it built up. Now that all of our tools and armor are fully repaired, I think it's about time we head back home. As nice as it is to have an XP farm now, I have to say it feels a whole lot better to finally be out of the end and back at our house. The first step in building our desert city is going to be a whole lot of terraforming. But before diving into that, I took a moment to brew some fire resistance potions. I then grabbed some wood as well as wool so that we can craft beds, because up next, I want to do some ancient debris mining. My hope is that having a few extra netherite tools on hand will really help speed up the terraforming process. Because when I say we have a lot of terraforming to do, I mean a lot of terraforming. After about 30 minutes of bed mining in the nether, I managed to collect 20 ancient debris, which should be more than enough for now, so I started making my way back to the overworld. Only issue is that I got completely lost like a dummy, and of course I didn't write down my portal codes, so it took me a little while to finally find it. A little embarrassing, but after finally getting back home, I grabbed some diamond tools that we can upgrade to netherite. I actually got these a couple episodes ago when we went end city raiding, so we're finally putting them to use. We of course need to smelt down our ancient debris though, so I put it in our furnaces. While waiting, I quickly went back to the nether and placed a lodestone next to our portal and clicked it with a compass. I've never used this mechanic before, and it even came with an advancement that I didn't even know existed. Back at the house, I renamed it Nether Compass and then placed it in our ender chest. Hopefully this will help us not get lost during future adventures in the nether. The ancient debris was all done smelting at this point, and I ended up having enough to make 5 netherite ingots. After that, I took a second to break down some diamond ore that I had in storage, since we need it to make a few netherite upgrade templates. Just had to make one last pit stop at an anvil to add mending to our shovel. With that taken care of, I upgraded both a pickaxe as well as that shovel to netherite. Pretty awesome that we have 2 brand new tools to terraform with now, plus we still have 3 ingots left over that we can use in the future. I think that's about enough stalling though, so let's finally fly over to the desert and get to work on our new city project. The desert itself is only a few hundred blocks away from our island base, which is pretty nice since I want all of our different civilizations to be close to each other and feel connected. And there's already a village in this area, so it kind of feels like this place was meant to be. I spotted a camel, so I took a second to put him in a hole in the ground. I think it'd be a lot of fun to eventually make him a permanent spot inside of the city. And with Mr. Camel safely contained, I got straight to work terraforming. And I wish I was joking, but this section alone took me 5 hours. And if you don't believe me, I streamed the entire process right here on the channel. It was definitely a grind, but we got through it. While we were terraforming though, we spotted our first desert temple in this world, which was pretty awesome. We almost suffocated and got blown up by a creeper on our way in, which was not nearly as awesome, but at least as our reward we found the dune armor trim template, which I'm very excited about. I'm trying to collect every trim in this world, so we're getting closer and closer to that goal. The terraforming is still only about half done, and both of our shovels are out of durability, so let's go back home and quickly make another one. I first went to the villager trading hall and purchased all of the different enchanted books that we needed. I combined all the books together using an anvil and then added them to a shovel. I was streaming at the time and someone told me to name it Gold Digger, so that's what I went with. Be sure to let me know what we should name the rest of our tools though. After upgrading the shovel to netherite, I went back to the desert and continued the terraforming grind. This time we're focusing mainly on the opposite side of the river, which is a savanna biome, so I started by chopping down all of the trees. Once all of those were taken care of, I got to work smoothing out the landscape. It took me a little over 2 hours, but it's starting to look pretty good. I want to spice up the terrain a bit more with some custom boulders, so back at our base, I went down underground and mined up a bunch of stone. After filling my entire inventory with it, I couldn't help but notice a lot of our tools were looking pretty worn down at this point, so I made a quick pit stop at our new XP farm to fully repair all of our gear. Once again, so glad that we built this thing. With that taken care of, I went back to the desert and built up all of the boulders. All in all, this terraforming combined somehow took close to 10 hours, but the end result looks a whole lot better in my opinion. To celebrate finishing the first stage of the project, I think it's about time to go check in on my cats. My 2 cats, Munchie and Mittens, are looking extra cute today, and they just wanted to remind you to like the video as it goes a really long way in supporting the channel. Seriously though, thank you so much for the support, it means the world to me. Getting back to Minecraft, let's enjoy some cozy fishing vibes for the very first time in this world. Fittingly, the next thing that I want to do is bring some cats over to the desert so that we can build a creeper farm. After getting a few fish, I bred our cats, Kirby and Asteroid Destroyer, to get a brand new baby kitten. I then got Kirby and the new kitten into a boat and began transporting them down the river and over to the desert. For some reason, I was really paranoid that the lead was going to snap, but we made it over with no issues. We'll continue breeding the cats since we'll need a few more, but in the meantime, let's gather up all the materials we're going to need to build the creeper farm. I began by making a bunch of stone brick slabs, and then I made more trapdoors than I think I've ever crafted at a single time. After that, I went over to a Badlands biome and mined 20 stacks of orange terracotta. My plan is to build the creeper farm inside of a giant pyramid, so I'm collecting all the materials we're going to need to build that too. With that said, I also gathered a ton of red sand, which we can turn into red sandstone. I've never really built with these blocks before, so I'm pretty excited to see how it'll look. Before getting the rest of the materials, I stopped by our cats again and bred them once more. I think we're gonna need 6 of them for the farm, so we're slowly getting there. Back at our base, I put most of the red sandstone into some furnaces so we can get the smooth stone variant. While waiting for it all to smelt, I stripped down a few different types of logs, such as acacia, oak, jungle, and the warped wood from the nether. After that, I grabbed our smooth red sandstone since it was done smelting, and then crafted all of the different bits and bobs that we needed. And the one last thing I forgot about was regular terracotta, so I swung by a mesa and mined up a few stacks of it. After that, I went back to the desert and brought the cats closer to the build site so we're able to keep our eye on them, and then placed down the 5 shulkers that it took to store all of the materials. Judging by the materials alone, I'm starting to think this is a bigger project than I thought it was, so let's not waste any time and get straight to building. I began by putting together the kill chamber as well as the actual entrance to the farm, which I think turned out pretty cool. While I was building, I also took a couple breaks to breed the cats, so we should have enough now. And with the cat situation taken care of, I was finally able to piece together the actual farm. And once it was done, I surrounded the entire thing with a giant pyramid. This thing turned out absolutely awesome. It's a little lonesome right now, but once we build up the rest of the city, I think it's going to be looking pretty cool. I really like the entrance. I especially love this kind of glazed terracotta up here, and just the contrasting colors between the warped wood and the red sandstone looks super sweet. And moment of truth, hopefully we actually have some gunpowder in here. Okay, we have 8 there and 10 there. You know what, honestly, not bad for like 15 minutes. It would be a lot better if we made an AFK platform way up in the sky. We'd get a lot better rates, but we're going to be building a lot in this area, so I think it should just accumulate a decent amount over time. I'm not really the biggest redstone guy ever, but finishing this first farm has me really motivated to build the sugarcane one, so let's get all those materials next. Back at the house once again, I crafted everything that I was able to until I exhausted the supplies in our storage room. After that, I made a trip underground and gathered up a decent amount of andesite, granite, and cobblestone. I feel like I'm always running out of these blocks, so we might need to make a larger quarry at some point in this world. Back at the surface, I crafted the main redstone components for the farm, which consisted of observers, hoppers, and pistons. The last thing to do was grab some sugarcane from the manual farm behind our house. Then we were good to go. I only really foresee myself using paper for rockets, so I didn't go for anything too massive, but I did build a few modules to try to increase the rates of the farm a bit. And if the layout looks a little odd, that's because we're building yet another pyramid to cover this farm too. I built this one at a 45-degree angle, which made things a little weird, but in the end, I think the design turned out pretty awesome. I especially love how the entrance turned out. I even put some looms up there for like a smaller detail. And then the inside is kind of on the basic side, but I do like this kind of floor pattern that I put at the center. And then I lit everything up with the copper bulbs, which looks pretty nice. And then everything is all connected up with hoppers and then just comes right into this output chest, so we can easily just grab the sugarcane and then we're good to go. But with that said, I think it's about time to get to work on gathering up a bunch of the materials to build the actual city. Back at our island once again, I harvested both of our wheat farms and then combined the wheat with some mud I had in storage to make a few stacks of packed mud. After that, I spent some time growing and chopping down large red mushrooms. The red color is a little crazy, but I think we can use the inside texture of the mushroom blocks to create some neat looking pathways. The next material I was after was rooted dirt, and the easiest way I know how to get a lot of it is to dig underneath a naturally generated azalea tree, so I flew around until I found one. Took me nearly 15 minutes to spot one, which is definitely the longest it's ever taken, but oh well. At least we finally have what we were looking for. I excavated the entire thing, which resulted in about 9 stacks of rooted dirt, which should be more than enough, so I made my way back home. Surprisingly, I'm completely out of dirt after all the terraforming we did, so I went down underground and spent a couple minutes digging some up. Afterwards, I did something absolutely insane and touched grass. And by that, I mean I made short grass with bone meal and then harvested it with my shears. While I was at it, I also made a bunch of the new dry grass, and I got both of the short and tall versions, so we should be good to go. We're kinda jumping all over the place, but I went underground again since we needed to mine up several stacks of granite blocks. I took a trip over to our barn next and dyed some of the sheep yellow and gray. And of course, I gathered the wool using our super duper fancy shears. I think it'd be fun to incorporate some cherry wood into the city, so I chopped down some of the cherry blossom trees. And I'm pretty sure azalea leaves are the only leaf type that doesn't lose their color in the desert, so I harvested some of those while I was still in tree chopping mode. Unfortunately, I really don't have a whole lot of shulker boxes, so in between material gathering, I had to swing by the desert and unload the items into chests to clear up space. Not the most annoying thing ever, but we should go end city raiding again or build a shulker farm sometime. At least while we were in the desert, I could easily cross another material off the list, and that is sandstone. This is also a super satisfying one to gather since we can insta-mine it. Anyway, let's continue the grind by heading into the nether and over to a warped forest, since the next block we need is stripped warped hyphae. I think it'll make a great accent color for some of the desert city houses. Back in the overworld, I chopped down large brown mushrooms. We already have a lot of the red ones from earlier, but we're gonna need some of these ones too. After that, I went over to a birch forest and cut down a ton of trees, stripping them along the way to save us time later. And I repeated the exact same process for both oak trees as well as jungle trees. We made a bit of packed mud earlier, but it looks like we're actually going to need quite a bit more than I thought, so let's head over to a mangrove swamp and dig up more mud. This stuff is pretty fast to gather, which is pretty nice, but the actual difficult part is going to be getting enough wheat to combine with it. Our manual wheat farms just aren't going to cut it, so I spent a few minutes setting up an automated one. It works great, but the only problem is that it ate through my entire supply of bone meal in like 30 seconds. It's slightly dangerous, but let's head into the nether, over to a soul sand valley, and mine up all the bone blocks that we can find. I ended up getting about 5 stacks of bone blocks, which is pretty good, so I went back home and ran the wheat farm once again, finally getting the last of the wheat that we needed. I then used it to craft more packed mud, which I turned into mud bricks. You might not believe me, but it took 8 hours to get all of these resources, easily the biggest material grind of this entire series yet. And this isn't even all of it, there's a bunch more chests out in the actual desert that also have a ton of materials in them. My plan is for the city to extend to both sides of the river, so first things first, let's connect the 2 sides with a bridge so we can easily traverse the area. And if I'm remembering correctly, all of our bridge materials should be right in here, so let's get straight to building. I went with a block palette of granite, packed mud, and rooted dirt for the frame, and then used birch for the actual walking surface. I also built it on a slight diagonal, which helped make the shape more eye-catching, plus I think it fits the landscape better. The bridge is looking pretty sweet now, but there's just one quick thing that I want to do before I forget, and that's extend these pillars all the way down to the river bottom, just so that it looks a little bit more realistic. And I think it'd be best if we use a lot of mossy cobblestone, just so that it kind of looks like maybe algae is growing on the side of the pillars, since they are in the water. Already this area is starting to look so much cooler with the bridge here and the pyramids in the background, but I think next, let's start building up some houses in this region here to really get started on that desert city vibe. My idea is that the houses on this side of the river are owned by wealthier people, so I went for a clean look using a lot of sandstone with a bright orange accent wrapping around the entire build. It looks a little lonely right now, but once we build up some other houses around it and have some pathways and stuff, I think it's going to be looking pretty sweet. I did just want to add a couple final details to this one though, which is a small little hay bale here, which we'll do with some hay bales, of course, and some bamboo slabs, which is looking pretty nice. And then at the back of the house, I want to use the resin clump for the very first time, just on some of these leaves to look like maybe some berries or something kind of growing on them, which is actually looking pretty cool, and it complements the orange accent pretty nicely. I'm really happy with how the first house turned out, so I wasted no time at all and got straight to work on the next one. I went for a very similar block palette, but changed up the shape and details to give it its own unique look. And now that we have 2 houses in, you can hopefully see what my vision for this area is a little bit better. And for a lot of these houses, I'm adding these kind of rooftop gardens, which I think look pretty sweet. And there was just one final detail that I wanted to add to this one, which was a couple of these glowberries, which we can just stop from growing using our shears here. But it's pretty cozy vibes up here, and you can imagine once we have a bunch of rooftop gardens, it's going to be looking pretty sick. Feeling super motivated, I continued building and made 4 more houses to expand this district of the city. Each house, while quite similar to each other, is also completely unique and has its own fun little details to explore. I also started adding some blue accents to a few of the houses, which contrasts the orange and makes the entire area pop. I'm really happy with how this area is shaping up. My only issue right now though is that everything feels just a little bit disconnected. So let's fix that by connecting up all of the houses with a brand new pathway. All we have to do is just dig out the ground to make room for it. Once the area for the pathway was all dug out, I got straight to work placing it in. And for the block palette, I used a tiny bit of coarse dirt on the edges, and then filled in the rest with packed mud, granite, and a little bit of brown mushroom blocks. I feel like I say this every time that I build a path, but it seriously goes such a long way in making your builds feel more immersive. But you've probably noticed that I left a bit of a hole down here, and that's because I want to build a kind of like fountain of sorts, I guess, where we can use some of the really colorful glazed terracotta. Nice and colorful, I think it contrasts nice, the kind of blue in the center and the yellow on the outside. And then for a nice fancy look, let's surround the entire thing with alternating stone brick stairs and regular stairs. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking pretty nice, so let's just finish it off by filling in the entire thing with water. All filled in, and I think it's looking pretty sweet. Definitely makes a nice little centerpiece for this little district inside of the city. Another fun detail I thought we could add to this part of the city was an actual well, so I built one using tuff and spruce wood. Just gotta finish filling it in with some water, and it should be looking pretty good. For even more detail, let's build some small boulders using stone and andesite, so we can do a couple slabs like that and like that. And then we'll kind of blend it into the environment using some short grass as well as regular grass. It's a small little detail, but it really does help add just a little something to the environment and adds a little bit of visual interest. For example, this area here is also looking kind of basic, so let's build another one just like this. And we'll do dry grass, and instantly the area looks way more interesting. So let's just continue going around this entire part of the city, just adding short grass and small boulders and whatnot to really make the area feel more lived in and realistic. Also, I am in the water. I eventually want to continue expanding this part of the desert city, but for now, just to make things a bit more enclosed, let's surround the entire thing with a bunch of acacia trees. I planted quite a few, and while we wait for them all to grow, let's go get started on the next phase of our city. There's still quite a bit of open space on this side of the river, so I extended the path over to it to make room for some new builds. The first thing I want to make is a giant wheat field, so I started by placing in all of the water sources. Once those were in place, I covered them all with dark oak slabs with a wall and lantern on top. The next step was to till all the ground, and instead of making one giant patch of farmland, I went with a bunch of neat rows, which I think looks way more satisfying. And with the ground all tilled, I got to work planting all the wheat seeds. To bring more life to the area around the farmland, I used both types of dry grass, regular and tall, along with a few extra decorations to give the space a more natural, lived-in feel. And because my texture variation addiction is still very much in full force, I couldn't help but add some andesite into some of the boulders. But with that, I think the farmland is done. The dry grass will look way more in place once the wheat actually grows up all the way, but while we're waiting for that, we might as well get started on building a stable here, as I think it'll make a great addition to our farmland. I made it on a diagonal, which was a little tricky, but overall I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. For some final details, I just want to add a lantern in front of each of the stalls just to make the area a little bit safer. And then I think we can build a water trough right here using some spruce stairs. And then we'll do some trapdoors like that. We'll do 4 more just like so, and then a couple more on this side as well. And we should be able to just fill in the entire thing with some water, and it should make the perfect little detail to accompany our stable. But now that this is done, let's finally go grab our camel and give him a permanent home inside of the city. I definitely feel pretty bad for this guy. He has for sure been down here for way over 100 days at this point. Okay, let's try to ride this guy. He's pretty slow, but I think we can... Yeah, okay. This is cool. Yeah, I've never ridden a camel before. This is actually pretty awesome. I'm liking this. Can he jump? Yeah, whoa. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, let's try that again though. That was cool. Jeez. Okay, as you can see, I had to come up with a pretty weird gate design. Even though there is a gap here, we shouldn't be able to actually go through like this. Yeah, see, he gets stuck, but if we hop off here, open these gates just like that, hop back on our camel here, should be able to come right through. Yes, perfect. And then, no, stay. Okay, are we good? We're good. Sweet, we now have a camel in our world. Hey, look at that, he's laying down. That is so cool. That is so awesome. We'll have to find another camel, but for now, I'm at least glad that he's out of the hole. That is absolutely awesome. I'm super glad our camel has a proper spot inside of the city, but let's not get too distracted as I still have a ton of houses that I want to build on this side of the river. Jumping straight into it, I stuck with shapes similar to the ones we built earlier, but completely changed up the block palette. This time going with more brownish tones like mud bricks, granite, and jungle wood. The main reason for the switch was to help these builds stand out better against the sand. Already this area is really starting to come to life. The houses themselves are all pretty monotone, but I did try to add little pops of color to make them more interesting and just give them all their kind of own unique character. Continuing with the same build style, I went on to build 8 more houses to really expand this region of the city. As I mentioned a little while ago, the houses on the other side of the river are meant for wealthier people, so these new ones that we're making, I'm putting a lot closer together to sort of look like a middle class type of area, but I actually really like this since it creates a lot of cozy alleyways that we can fill with tiny little details. I am seriously loving how this is starting to shape up. It's looking absolutely awesome, and we don't even have the pathways in yet or any of the other smaller details. I let all the villagers outside of that hole, so I'm just putting beds inside of all of the houses so that hopefully they don't wander too far. Put the last 2 beds in here, and that should be good. But now that all the houses are in place, let's start digging out the ground to make room for a giant pathway to connect all of the different houses. Alrighty, the area for the pathway is all dug out now. It's looking pretty weird because I have all these temporary blocks that I had to place down earlier when we were doing terraforming. But anyways, for the actual path itself, I'm trying to make it look like the sand has sort of washed over it. So I'm using oak on the edges with some birch as well. And then for a kind of secret texture that you might not know is in the game, if you place down mushroom blocks like this, place them on top, and then break these, you get this really neat texture, which I think blends in perfectly. With that block palette figured out, I went around the entire city, building the pathway to get everything connected up. Just like that, this new region of the city is feeling so much more connected. And to take it one step further, I want to use some of the dry grass alongside dead bushes to just kind of detail some of these open sandy areas and get the whole area looking more natural. And another detail I want to incorporate is using some slabs to sort of smooth out some of these sandy areas. So maybe something like that I think looks pretty good. And let's just combine those 2 techniques of the slabs and the different vegetation blocks to really detail the whole city and get things looking as natural and put together as possible. It's subtle, but I really think it does help quite a bit in filling out those empty patches, so glad we took the time to do that. And considering this is a desert, these guys are definitely gonna need a well, so let's quickly build one up right here. We'll just do mud bricks at the bottom, a couple of spruce fences for the supports, and then we'll make a simple cover, again using our spruce stairs. And then of course we just need to add our actual water, just like that, and perfect, done. I've also been looking for an excuse to use the new cactus flower since it's super pretty, and I think this area will work out pretty nicely for us. Okay, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Also adds some very much needed color into the area, so pretty happy with that. Back at our base real quick, let's craft some maps. So we'll need some compasses first, turn that into our maps, and we'll also need some item frames. And let's also take a quick trip into the nether, as I want a bit of glowstone. And this right here should be more than enough. And you might have already guessed, but I want to make a giant map of our desert city. So let's start revealing these. I eventually want to make a proper map room inside of the city, but for now, let's just use this house. All this is just a way for us to track our progress as we continue to expand the desert city. I'm really excited to keep expanding it further down the river, and eventually I want to connect some sort of pathway or something over to the island so that all of our different civilizations are connected. But let's not stare at the map all day, as I want to tour everything that we built this episode. And I'm also really curious to see how much gunpowder is in here. Okay, 45 and 55. Really not that great. I guess this farm works better with the AFK platform, so I'll have to do that sometime. But anyway, these houses all turned out super cool. They're really atmospheric, especially with all these rooftop gardens and everything. Just like kind of looking across, I really love, especially with these colorful canopies. Really, really nice. Also, these pyramids complement each other really well and just made such a nice backdrop to the city, so really glad that we hid the farms inside of them. Hopefully this farm is working a little bit better. Okay, pretty much half a double chest. Honestly, not that bad. It's actually going up right now. Should be enough to at least make a decent amount of rockets. I really like these towers that I added to a few of the houses. They just kind of helped break up the shapes and also added a bit of height variation to the houses, which I think helps a lot. But overall, all these houses coming together like this just made such like a dense and fun atmosphere to walk through, especially with having a few of the villagers walking around. Definitely makes it feel a lot more lived in. I really like how this bridge came out, and I think it was fun kind of having the city expand to both sides of the river, and having like a tiny bit of lore with trying to make this sort of like the upper class district, and that side over there more like the dense lower class district. My favorite thing about these houses is definitely the blue and the orange highlights. Really added a lot to kind of like the theme and the style of this area. Just makes it feel all kind of cohesive, which I really enjoy. We of course have our farming district, which turned out super sick. I think it took like 20 stacks of seeds to fill the entire thing in, so it is pretty big. I'm completely transforming a plains village in hardcore Minecraft. And my goal for this project is to build a custom cozy home for each of the different villager professions. Of course, I'll also be adding all kinds of little details to make the whole village feel alive. I'm seriously so excited to get started on this project, as I've been wanting to do something like this for a really long time. And the awesome thing about this village that I want to transform is that it's just on the other side of the water and super close to our island base. The only issue is that this river is in the way, so we can't actually walk to it, but luckily I'm a 2000 IQ planner and brought some blocks along with me so we can make a bridge. I went for a pretty simple design, just using a variety of different stone blocks in combination with tuff and a few lanterns to light the whole thing up. It's not the grandest of bridges, but I still think it's going to make a really nice entry point to our brand new village build. There was just one final detail that I wanted to add, and that's some pale hanging moss and hanging roots, just to look like some algae growing along the underside of the bridge. But with that in place, let's use our bridge for the very first time and get started on the next task, which is cutting down all of these trees so we can better see the area that we're working with. It's been about 10 minutes and I think I've gotten rid of all the trees that are going to be in the way. And the next step is to get rid of all of the villager houses because I want to build my own better ones. Before I get too carried away though, we better go visit our XP farm and repair our tools, because as you can see, my axe is about to break. And there she is, our good old Enderman XP farm. I really should build some sort of fence or something around this because it is kind of sketchy, but anyways, let's repair all of our gear. And just like that, our axe, as well as all of our other kind of backup tools, are fully repaired, so let's go home. And before I forget, let's also swing by our villager trading hall, as I am almost completely out of food. We can just go ahead and buy some golden carrots from our farmer, and that'll hold us off for at least a little while. I'm not really sure how much time it'll save us, but I do have a nether star, so I want to go ahead and craft that into a beacon. And let's also swing by our harbor, as this warehouse right here has an iron farm inside of it. And I haven't checked in. Oh no. Oh, it's all backed up, isn't it? I should really add an auto crafter to this thing, but that's a future problem. Anyway, let's go ahead and turn this all into iron blocks, and then we can use this to power the beacon. Let's just go ahead and set this up right in the middle of the village. It's been so long since I've made one of these, but if I'm remembering correctly, it should be 9 blocks. I think that's 9. I don't know, it's kind of hard to count, to be honest. Let's just build up the rest of it and we'll find out. Last layer is in place, so we can place down the actual beacon now, and sweet, looks like we got some achievements. Let's do haste 2, check mark, and yeah, sweet. I feel kind of bad about this, but we now need to get rid of all of these default vanilla houses to make room for our new, better ones. The villagers are probably just like, what is going on right now? What is happening to my house? But I'm sorry guys, I promise I'll build you some new ones soon. About 20 minutes later, and all of the houses are gone. I don't want the villagers to wander too far, so I just had the idea of putting down a bunch of beds as well as the village bell, and hopefully they'll all just kind of group around this area. The next thing I want to do is terraform the area, so let's grab all of this dirt as well as grass that we have in our storage room and just throw it into some shulker boxes. That's probably not nearly enough, but I just remembered I should. Yeah, sweet, I have a bit more in here at least. But even with this, it's still probably not going to be enough, but let's see how far we can get. Turns out I needed to remove quite a few blocks anyway, so it worked out in the end. And after 2.5 hours of terraforming, the area was ready to go. It might still look a little weird in a few spots, like right here for example, and that's just because I left a few spots open to build some custom boulders. And that's exactly what I want to do next, but before we get too carried away, let's go ahead and tear down this beacon. Beacon is all torn down. Let me just grab all of these iron blocks and hopefully I don't miss any, as that'll be kind of annoying. With that taken care of, let's go grab all the materials we need to build the boulders. I mainly just want to use stone, andesite, and tuff, so okay, I actually have quite a bit here. That's probably enough tuff. I'll probably need some more stone, but I guess we'll see. I'll take the slabs as well. And the last thing is andesite, which, okay, I have 6 andesite and 5 slabs. That is not going to cut it. For now anyways, let's just go ahead and throw all this stone as well as tuff just into this shulker box. And because I still do have all the beacon supplies on us, I think let's just go down into our mine and set it up again so we can easily gather up a bunch of andesite. But I think it makes the most sense to build it closer to bedrock, just so that we have the ability to mine up tuff and deep slate as well, or we can go higher up to get, andesite, granite, stone, and all of that other stuff. And there's a certain spot that I want to build it, as I have a pretty fun idea, so let's get to digging. Alrighty, I've got a decent sized room dug out now, and I also planned exactly where I want the beacon to go, so let's go ahead and build up all of this iron once more. Okay, last layer, and let's throw the beacon right back on top. Back at the surface, if my coordinates are correct, I should be able to dig right under this pumpkin. Okay, not this, this is my mega terraforming. If I keep digging down, we should land right on top of the beacon. Kinda breaking the #1 Minecraft rule and digging straight down right now, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, we're at deep slate now, so we should hit it any second. Kinda running into some caves here. Let's just ignore those, keep going down. And, oh, okay, sweet, that actually worked. And kind of right in the beam, but that seems to be working. Nice. And just like that, we have haste 2, which is amazing. The only issue is that the beacon beam is now visible from the surface, which I really don't like. Kinda kills our cozy village vibes. And I'm absolutely hot garbage at doing redstone, but I really want to try to make some sort of mechanism to turn the beacon beam off and on. Just grabbed a bunch of redstone, and I'll also take these redstone torches, a repeater, I'll need 1 lever, and I'll also need a few slime balls. Okay, that's a good start, but we're also going to need some pistons, and then using those slime balls, we'll turn those into sticky pistons. And we're also going to need some repeaters, so first let's make some redstone torches, and then turn all of those into repeaters. And that should hopefully be everything we need, so let's give this a try. And it's probably a bit of a safety hazard to be doing redstone in the rain, but hopefully we don't get electrocuted. Okay, so let's first just get flashbanged. Oh, why did I just do that? Oh, I could have just fallen down the whole hole and... Okay, we're good. Okay, that's pretty dumb though. Ignoring the fact that I almost just popped our first totem, I went ahead and got all of the redstone in place. As you can see, the beam is going all the way up to the surface right now, but if we flick this lever, it patches that hole up, the beam stops, and same thing again, if we flick it, the beam comes back, and we're good to go. But of course, I don't really want to come down here to flick the lever every single time, so I want to connect a redstone line going all the way over to our mine entrance. And I think it'll just be easiest to start from this side and work our way over. And I'm thinking this block right here, we can place a lever, and then I'll do a sign right here. And this one will say off, and we'll do another sign below, and you'll never guess, this one is gonna say on. Okay, let's go ahead, turn that on right now, and then if we hop behind the thing, we can just start running some redstone, going all the way over to that redstone contraption that we just made. And then whenever the redstone signal kind of dies out like this, all we need to do is just place a repeater, and then we can continue on with our redstone dust. And I think we're also a little bit low, so let's start staircasing up. Brought ourselves up and over, and I can see the finish line, just a little bit more to go. Okay, and if this is working correctly, these last few pieces should power it on. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so now we should be able to use that lever to turn the thing off and on now. As you can see, the beacon beam is definitely on right now, so let's run into here and flick it to the off position, just to make sure that it's actually working. So if we run back over, hopefully it should be gone. And yeah, it is. That's pretty awesome. Honestly, I am pretty surprised and happy that we got that to work first try, but now that it does work, let's flick it on and go mine some andesite. And I think we just have to get a little bit closer to get the buff. I think we're a little out of range, should be kicking in. Yeah, okay, it's kicking in right now. Let's find some andesite and mine it up. Just found a decent sized deposit of andesite and we're still within range of the beacon, so let's mine this all up. And I have to say, having instamine is really nice. Not even 2 minutes later and I already have 8 stacks of andesite. This buff is seriously overpowered. And while we're down here, let's just go ahead and also grab a decent amount of stone just to make sure that we have enough. I divided everything into some different shulkers, so we have andesite here, this next one has stone, and this last one has some tuff that we had from earlier. But now that we have all of those materials, let's get to building some boulders. Hold on, one more distraction, just gotta quickly turn this off. I mean, what did we do all that work for? Okay, no more distractions, it is boulder building time. The boulders themselves are pretty simple, but I think they really help take the terrain to the next level. And I built quite a few of them along the water's edge as the drop-off was pretty steep, so I think it looks a lot more natural. The terrain is looking really awesome and personalized now, and the next thing I want to get started on is getting some pathways in, so first things first, let's go gather up all of the materials. Back in our storage house once again, I grabbed some wheat as well as mud I had in storage and then crafted a few stacks of packed mud. We're also going to need some granite, but luckily I had some in our storage room already. After that, I flew around until I found an azalea tree, and once I spotted one, I dug underneath it and gathered up all of the rooted dirt. And when I hit the lush cave at the bottom, I also found a few diamonds, which was a nice little bonus. Back at the top, I went on the hunt for some coarse dirt since I was already in a taiga biome. And once I finally spotted some, I didn't waste any time and gathered up about 10 stacks or so. Just like that, we have all of the materials we need to start building the village pathways. Only one more thing to do, just gotta dig out all of the grass blocks to make room for the actual pathway. All the space is cleared out for the pathways, which is great, but I just noticed something, and that's that I haven't seen a single villager. I've been looking around, I checked by these beds, I think that they all died. We have some other villagers on the island that we can bring over, but rip to these original guys. I kind of tore down all their houses and they all just got unalived, so yeah, rip. I guess there's nothing we can really do about it now, so let's go ahead and build the pathways. I of course built them up using all the blocks we just gathered, and while I was at it, I also went ahead and laid out the foundations for all of the different villager houses that I want to build. I know it's not much, but having the terrain in and the pathways and all of these foundations is getting me super excited to see this all come together. And I also went ahead and labeled what I want all the buildings to be. So for example, this one here is for the shepherd, this one right here is for the leather worker, and like this one right here is going to be for the butcher. And I think it'll also be fun to make a windmill for the farmer, so that's kind of my plan for this area. And on top of this hill is something that I'm super excited about. I want to build a large church, which will of course be for the cleric. But let's start off with one of the kind of, not simpler ones, but maybe one of the smaller ones, which will be for the fisherman here, and I already went ahead and gathered up all of the materials. So let's get straight to building, and we'll just bring up the foundation a little bit more, and then I'm thinking a couple of logs just like that, and then we can do probably alternating upside down stairs and spruce slabs. I want to go for a bit of a Tudor style, so let's build that up, I think 3, this one will come up just a bit more, probably to 5, and then this one to 3 as well. And then for the rest of the wall, we'll do smooth sandstone, and then I'm thinking some of the waxed copper grates for a bit of a window, so do the same thing on this side. Bring that up just like that, we can take a step back, and yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And for the roof, I'm thinking we just keep it simple and use some deep slate. I think that's a pretty nice facade. It's pretty simple, but I really do like that Tudor style, so let me go ahead and build up the rest of the house. It's a pretty small and cozy house, but I think it's perfect for a fisherman. And we have a little staircase on the side here to get to the inside of the house, and I went ahead and got the floors and everything in, but I haven't added any details yet. But since this is for a fisherman and we're right on the water, I think it only makes sense that we build a dock. We're kind of high up on this boulder right now though, so let's just place down, okay, I'm in the water. Let's just place down some ladders like that so we can easily get up and down. And then for the actual dock itself, let's just use some spruce slabs. And then for some smaller kind of platforms coming off of the main dock, let's use some trapdoors. And then to detail the dock itself, let's use a couple of grates, which to me look like crab cages. Can probably do even one more maybe right here, and then can't have a dock without a barrel, so let's do one of those. And then maybe we just throw like a boat right here. Sweet, I think that's a dock. Just took the boat for a little spin so we could see it better, but I really like this vibe here of the dock built into the boulders. That is really nice. I'm really digging the style of this house, and I think I want to build the rest of the houses in the village in a similar style, so let's swing by our house again and gather up more materials. I spent close to an hour in our storage room, crafting items and digging through my chests and barrels, but I managed to get most of the resources that we're going to need. That was low-key exhausting, but at least we have most of the stuff that we're gonna need now. Some of this was pretty disgusting to craft though. I mean, look at this, I had to craft 8 stacks of spruce trapdoors, like what the heck? But there's still a decent amount of stuff that we need, so let's head out into the world and get the last of the materials. Okay, the first thing I need is some bricks, so let's head over to our villager trading hall, but I think I'm out of emeralds, so I brought some sticks along with me that we can trade with this Fletcher, and I also brought a bunch of paper that we can trade with librarians. That didn't really give me as many emeralds as I thought it would, but this should be enough bricks anyways. We'll get some from this guy as well. Let's craft that into our bricks. I think that's gonna be enough. Yeah, I think so. And we're also going to need a lot of mossy cobblestone. So in this windmill here, I have a moss farm. So let's just head down here and run it for a bit, since I think all these chests are pretty low. Just gotta flick this lever here and it should turn on. Yeah, it's working, we're good. And while we're waiting, we might as well just go ahead and run our pale moss farm too. About 5 minutes have passed. Let's check these chests. Okay, we got a pretty decent amount. We just need 6 stacks, I think. And then I already have some cobblestone on me, so let's just go ahead and turn all of this into mossy cobblestone. That was a pretty easy one. I just gotta turn these farms off because if I don't, they will break, but let's go on to the next material. The next thing on my list is a bunch of stone, so let's go ahead, turn our beacon on, and head down here and gather some up. Just dug out this entire hole right here, so let's just put all of this into the shulker, and yeah, pretty much a shulker full should be plenty. We're also going to need a decent amount of regular cobblestone, so while we're here, let's get some of that too. And just like that, we got 17 stacks of cobblestone, so let's move on to the next material. And this one is also going to come from underground, as I need a ton of deep slate for all of the roofs. Bit of a bummer that you can't insta-mine this stuff with haste 2, but it is what it is, we'll just grind through it. Just dug out this entire corridor, filled up pretty much my entire inventory with deep slate. I'm kinda surprised though that I didn't bump into any diamonds, but oh well, that's alright. Heading back up to the top, just gonna quickly shut that off before I forget. And then let's use all this deep slate to craft a bunch of the deep slate, what are these, tile stairs? And I think I'm gonna need about 12 stacks, so let's just do all that up. And if I counted correctly, this should be number 12, and that should be all the stairs we need. Next material on my list is stripped spruce logs, so I'm in a taiga biome again, just stripping a bunch of the logs and chopping them down. Plenty of spruce logs have been obtained, let's head back to our base. And there's just one more material that we need that's gonna require a trip to the nether. And that block is blackstone, so let's carefully gather some of this up and get out of here. We should probably set up some sort of piglin bartering system because I'm pretty sure you can just trade for this stuff, which would be a lot safer. A little over 4 stacks is more than enough, so let's go back to the overworld. Back at our house, let's turn some of this blackstone into blackstone stairs. Probably gonna need a little bit more, just like that. We barely even have room for these in our shulker boxes. I guess we can do the logs there and I guess the stairs here. That was a really big resource grind, and to celebrate, I think it's about time that we check in on my cats. This has been a really fun project to be working on so far, and my cats have just been sleeping here the whole time, just vibing. Look over here, guys, come on. What's up? She's saying what's up. This is Munchie here, she's yawning. Mittens. This is Mittens, just chilling. But this is your reminder to like the video, everybody. Remember, 1 like equals 1 treat, but let's get back to some Minecraft. With that guilt trip over, let's grab all of these shulker boxes and head over to the build site. And I'm thinking we have a house here as well as a house here, so let's kind of build those up next to get this little corner filled in. I went for a very similar block palette as the fisherman house, but I did switch up the second floors on them, opting for oak on one of them and birch on the other instead of sandstone. These 3 houses look amazing next to each other. I love how they're all really similar, but also kind of different. I'm kind of trying to tie into the vanilla villages a little bit, how all the houses have very similar block palettes, so that's kind of my thought process behind this. This house right here is of course the Fletcher, so I thought we could make a tiny little archery range kind of at the side of the house here, and if we throw a button on top of them, it should look like the post is going all the way through the target block. And I guess we should probably add the actual fletching table, and we can just do a lantern on top to sort of light up the area. But I was just thinking, how come this block still doesn't have an actual function? I mean, it's been in the game for how long now? They really got to do something with this. Anyway, the other house over here is for the toolsmith, and as you can see, I built a nice looking forge. I just wanted to add a couple more details to it. First off, just a bit of magma blocks right there to look like hot coals. And then beside that, let's do an anvil as well as a smithing table. And then right here, I want to make like a sort of barrel with some water in it. So if we just do 4 trapdoors, flip them up, we should be able to add some water right inside. I'm not like super knowledgeable about how these things work, but I think they would be, you know, working on the tools in here, hammering away on the anvil, and then they can like put it in the water to harden the steel or whatever. I don't know, but I think it looks cool. We also have a small covered area right here, so I was thinking we could just do some iron ore as well as coal ore, and we can just throw a lantern on top, and I think that's a really nice detailed area over here. And I had just one more idea that we can add to the other side of the house, just to detail it a little bit more. I'm thinking like a kind of pile of coal is kind of important for this type of building, so we can just kind of have it stored right here. Oh man, this village is already looking so sick, so let's not waste any time and continue building more houses. I locked in for the better part of an hour and built a house for the armorer, butcher, leatherworker, shepherd, and cartographer. Once again, even though the houses are all quite similar to each other, I added small details to each of them to help tie into the different villager professions. There's still a decent amount of kind of open patches of grass that we need to fill with details, but already just having more houses in here is making this area feel really immersive. And let's just take a look at some of the details that I already have added. For example, the leather worker right here has some kind of rolls of leather at the side of his house. I tried to make it look like these buttons are actually like a pole or something going through the leather and the leather's wrapped around it. I don't know, I think it looks cool. Another area I'm really liking is this spot right here. This is the shepherd, so I made an animal pen attached to the side of the building, and there's even a couple of entry points so the worker can, you know, bring animals inside if they need some, you know, like medical attention or something like that. I don't know, I think it's a nice vibe over here. Heading further up the hill, we have a house for the cartographer, which is looking pretty sweet if I do say so myself. But we've been building quite a few houses, so I think let's switch it up a little bit and build a windmill for the farmer. Jumping right into it, I wanted the windmill to fit the same build style as all of our houses, so to accomplish that, I used cobblestone for the base, oak wood for the main body of the tower, and deep slate for the roof. And I usually struggle with windmills quite a bit, but I'm quite satisfied with how the blades turned out on this one, which I just made out of smooth quartz. Feeling super motivated, I carried on building and constructed the final 3 houses. And these ones are for the mason, weaponsmith, and librarian. Our village is really starting to fill out. This house right here was for the mason, so I just put some kind of boulders on the side here with a stone cutter. The next house is for the weaponsmith, which turned out kind of cool because it's built right into the hillside here. And then just on the side of the house, I threw an anvil and a grindstone. And then this right here is for the librarian, which doesn't really have anything too exciting on the outside, but eventually I want to build like a little bit of a library with some bookshelves and stuff in there, but we'll get to that later. And I feel like a library makes quite a bit of sense to be right next to the church, but I mean, we still need to build this thing up, so you know what, let's do it. I think it's been at least a couple of years since I've designed a church, and I think this might be my favorite one that I've ever made. And the block palette is super simple, it's pretty much just entirely stone and stone bricks with a deep slate roof. I love how this thing came out. It definitely makes a really nice centerpiece for our village. I especially like the towers, and it's kind of hard to see, but this one is supposed to be like a bell tower. There's a bell up there. I do like all the windows on here, and at the front, I tried incorporating some of the orange stained glass, which I think looks pretty nice. The interior, however, is looking pretty bare right now, but I did go ahead and gather up a bunch of materials, so let's go ahead and build an interior for this one. I think I want the floor to drop back down, but first let's just make a bit of a platform here, and then it can come down using some stairs, and then maybe just a couple of blocks like that, and then we can build up these walls. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good entrance for ourselves, so let's go ahead and remove all these grass blocks so we can get in a proper floor. And let's just keep it super simple and stick to our... Oh wow, there's a pig down here. Sorry pig, you might be stuck down there for a while, but I was just saying let's just keep it simple and use some spruce planks. Alrighty, that's looking pretty good, but this back area I want to be a little bit higher just for, you know, like the speaker. So let's do some stairs like that, and then we'll just come up a block higher, and I think that'll be pretty good. Okay, I'm liking that, and I want to put like a lectern at the front here, so let's do some trapdoors just like that, and I think a stair facing inwards, and then we can do a lectern right there. So I'm just imagining someone can, you know, be here talking to all the villagers. I guess it's kind of what you do at a church, right? And the villagers are definitely going to need somewhere to sit, so let's go ahead and build some chairs using dark oak stairs. I mean, I guess it's a church, they'd probably be called pews, I want to say, so yeah, I don't know, you get the idea. I'm liking how that's looking, but let's also go ahead and add a couple of chairs up here at the top, just so that people can, you know, be sitting here too. And to help break up all of this spruce, let's go ahead and use some red carpet. And this wall right here is where the bell tower is. I put a chain kind of going all the way up to the bell. So I'm thinking we just do like a trap door right here to kind of, I don't know, hide it a little bit, but somebody could come here, open this, ring the bell, I guess, and close it. And to help break up this large stone wall, I'm thinking a couple of paintings will look good. That's not the size that I want though. Let me try that. Yeah, that works. Let's do not that one, not that one, not that one. Man, there's a certain one that I'm looking for. Come on. Come on, this is like gambling, I swear. Like, what is going on? Please, I know it exists. What? Oh, that was it. Oh, come on. Why is this so difficult? Please, just give me the painting. I'm begging. I won't delete it this time. Maybe. There we go. Yeah, I think this one has angels on it, so I think it makes sense for a church. And I just added another painting on this side as well, and I think these two go pretty well together. And I'm quite liking this red carpet, so let's go ahead and build one kind of going down the center of the aisle here. Okay, I'm liking that, and I did just leave a few spots open so we can hide some lanterns, and then we'll just go ahead and cover them up with the carpet again, just like it's not even here, and it'll help light up the area. And because this church is supposed to be for the cleric, I'm thinking we just put a bed here, which kind of looks like a bench, and then we can just put a little shelf here using trapdoors and put some brewing stands on top. I repeated the same thing on this side. It's pretty discreet, and at least the villagers will have somewhere to sleep and they can access their workstations. It's looking pretty good, but I do want to get rid of all these torches and kind of fill this space here, so let's go ahead and build a few chandeliers. Chandeliers are all in place and looking good, so let's go ahead and get rid of all of these temporary torches. That's looking a whole lot better without all those temporary torches, and I know this isn't really the most detailed interior ever, but I'm trying to keep the interiors simple as I don't want the villagers getting stuck, so I think I'm happy with it. And it looks like it's raining outside right now, which is kind of fitting, as the next thing I want to build is a graveyard in this open space beside the church. And let's just start by adding some stone bricks, spaced 5 blocks apart. And then on top of all of those, let's just place a slab. I want the entrance to be on this side, so let's go 4 iron bars, and then same thing on this side, we'll just leave that open. And then we can simply fill in the rest of the space with the iron bars going all the way around. And then I just want to build a small pathway leading over to it from the main one, so let's quickly dig out some space for that. And then I'm thinking for this one, we just fill it in using primarily coarse dirt with a bit of mossy cobblestone mixed in. Yeah, I'm liking this path. The sheep is kind of getting in the way here, but let's go ahead and dig out some of the actual graves, maybe just something like that. And then we can just fill these in with podzol, get this back to grass. I think that's looking good. And then for the headstones, I think is what you call them, I'm just thinking we use some andesite stairs. I went ahead and added a few more grave sites, however, I did leave a few spots, like right here for example, open as I don't want the area to look too busy. And as you can see, I also put some flower pots around, so let's go ahead and fill these all in to bring a bit of color into the area. And you could also imagine that maybe some of the villagers have relatives in this area that have passed on, so they're visiting them and leaving some flowers, so just kind of add some lore into the world. I want to continue adding smaller details to the village, and I was thinking this spot right here could be perfect for a small well. And I'm just keeping it simple, using stone bricks for the bottom and spruce wood for the rest of it. But of course, let's just finish it off by adding a bit of water. And now that we have some easy access to water, let's go ahead and build a farm, I think right here, and another one right in this spot. So let's go ahead and just add a few water sources, and let's also add some to this area as well. The water is all in place, and I'm thinking we just cover these ones up with a spruce slab, a stone brick wall, and a lantern. Trying to add as much light as I can to this area and mob proof it as much as possible, since when I add more villagers into the area, I really don't want them to die. All of those are in place, so I'm just going ahead and tilling all of the ground. Both of the farms are tilled and ready to go, so let's just quickly swing by our house and grab some seeds. I've been storing a bunch of the wheat seeds in our blacksmith here just because I have a bunch of chests. Yeah, okay, wow, look at that, I have a lot of seeds. It might be nice though to make one of them a carrot or potato farm, so let's quickly check our storage room here. Should have some... Yeah, is that gonna be enough carrots? Maybe, I don't know, let's go see. I think I want this higher farm to be wheat, so let's plant all of the seeds. That one's looking good. Let's go ahead and plant our carrots. I'm thinking though that we are not gonna have enough to get the whole thing filled in. And yeah, I was only able to get about half of it filled in, so let's go find somewhere to grab some more carrots. I have a really big field of carrots right beside our villager trading hall, so let's go ahead and gather a bunch of these up. Okay, I think what is this, like almost 6 stacks? A little over 6 stacks? That is definitely gonna be enough. Alrighty, more carrots have been obtained, let's get this thing filled in. Farms are in and looking good. That's a pretty easy way to fill out some space, and it also ties into the village theme pretty nicely. And for the rest of these smaller open patches, let's just keep it simple and use some bone meal to make the areas look a little bit more natural. And I also brought my shulker full of flowers, so we can use these as well to bring more color into the area. I'm also using a little bit of the new dry grass, which I think looks especially nice near the boulders. It's fairly subtle, but I just spent half an hour going through the entire village, adding short grass and flowers all over the place, and I think it's looking a lot more natural now, a lot more put together, so I'm glad I took the time to do that. And I also have some glow lichen and lanterns on me, so I want to go ahead and add this stuff all over the place to hopefully mob proof this area a bit better, as I really don't want all the villagers to die again. So I can probably do a lantern like right there will be nice, right here on the well I think would be a good spot. Yeah, look how dark it is over here. I mean, I should probably just sleep instead of doing this in the dark like this, but I don't know, maybe one there? Can probably add one right there, that'll work. Right here's a good spot. And for any areas where I don't really have like a house or something where I can hang lanterns off of, I think I'm gonna make these simple lamppost designs. I'm even gonna add some right on top of the graveyard fence. I think that'll really help with this area right here. I know it's not perfect, but I added as much lighting as I could without going too overboard to the point where the whole build just doesn't look good anymore, so let's just carry on. As you can see, the interiors for most of the houses are a complete mess right now, so the next thing I want to do is get the floors and ceilings in place so we can build the actual interiors. So thinking something just like this, pretty simple, just a basic little room right here, some stairs going up to the second floor, nice little railing using some fences, and a little bit of lighting. Really, all I want is a nice base for ourselves so we can add the actual details for each of the professions. So like this one's the weaponsmith, now we can easily decorate it to be the weaponsmith. So let's crack on and get all these interiors prepped and ready to go. Alrighty, the walls and ceilings and everything are in place for all of the houses, so I thought we'd go ahead and decorate this first one, which is of course for the shepherd. So we'll give them a few looms right here, maybe a chest for some storage, and a little flower pot with an oak sapling in it. And I also want to add some sheep to the pen, so let's grab a little bit of wheat here. There's a bunch of sheep super close by, so let's just lure these guys over and they can hang out in that pen. Come on guys, welcome to your new home. And I think 4 sheep should be plenty. You know what, let's breed these guys, why not? Let's quickly close this before any escape, and honestly, I think that's pretty much good enough for our shepherd. Next up, I want to detail the butcher, and I did put these 2 buildings right beside each other on purpose, because I'm imagining maybe they slaughter some of the animals from over here in the actual butcher. And let's get started by adding a small cooking area in this corner right here. Since the block for the butcher profession is the smoker, I think it makes sense. And then beside that, I was thinking we could do a countertop made out of stripped spruce wood with a bit of an oak trapdoor here so we can get in and out. And then on top of the table, we can do a pressure plate, which maybe they use to like weigh the meat or whatever. And then we can also do a couple of item frames with some raw meat in them. Another fun idea I had was making some kind of meat hanging off of the ceiling, and I'm just doing that with netherrack and the quartz ore. And we can even detail this further by placing some redstone dust on the ground, which sort of looks like blood dripping off of it. I quite like that, so let's go ahead and add a couple more, maybe just a little bit more redstone dust right there, and I think this is a pretty nice looking butcher, honestly. I just remembered we should add some beds to all of these houses, so let's quickly shear all of these sheep. And I've just been using this as my kind of temporary base, so let's just go ahead and craft a bunch of beds. And then heading back to the shepherd once more, let's go upstairs and place down a couple of these beds. And my plan for all of these houses is to just kind of detail the bottom floors, and then the second floors can just be for beds so that the villagers will actually have somewhere to sleep and won't really get stuck or have anything in their way. But as you can see, we still have so many houses that need to be decorated, so let's not waste any time and get straight to work. And the next house I want to tackle is the library, and even though we just put all of these floors in, I'm really not liking the stone look for, a library. I think it's a little bit too cold, so let's replace it with something else. And I'm just thinking some dark oak will look much better. That's looking pretty good, and in this corner right here, I was thinking we could do a little bit of a desk, just using the lectern with the book and quill in it. Plus, that's the actual workstation for, the librarians, so I think it's a good call. And then just right here, I'm thinking a small little rug will look nice. And we can't have a library without bookshelves, so I'm thinking we do one right here, and then probably the same thing on the other side, and it might be even nice if we mix in a few of the chiseled bookshelves. It's a little cramped and tight in here, but let's also just throw some of the books in the actual chiseled bookshelves, as I think that'll look a little bit nicer. And for one final touch, I think we just do a little painting right here, maybe not that one. Yeah, I think that one's nice, so we'll get rid of that dirt, and you know what? This is a pretty nice library. Moving right on to the next one, this house right here is for the weaponsmith, and we have a nice open area right here. So I'm thinking we do a bit of a storage area with a crafter, a chest, and a little shelf right here, and on top of that, let's do a flower pot and an amethyst cluster. And then to tie into the theme of the weaponsmith, I'm thinking we do some item frames right here, and then we can display a bunch of swords, which I think will look pretty awesome, to be honest. I went ahead and added a painting as well as a small carpet here, and I'm happy to call this one finished. Moving right along, the next house is for the mason, and since these guys sell bricks, I was thinking we could kind of tie into that. First, do a couple of decorated pots right here, get rid of that temporary torch for now, and if we do a shelf like that, and maybe another one, something like that, and then on these we can display a bunch of the regular flower pots, maybe a few more scattered around here, and yeah, I'm liking that. The interior on this one is super small, so we don't have a lot of room, but a small little painting should at least help add a little bit of color into the area. At least the next house, which is for the toolsmith, is quite a bit bigger, so we should have more room for details. And since the forge is just on the other side of this wall, I was thinking we'd do a small fireplace, so let's do some stairs kind of going inwards like this, and then we'll do some upside down ones above, which I think creates a kind of cool shape. And then let's go ahead, remove these 4 planks, just grab those back real quick, and replace that with the black stone as well. And then in this spot, I want to add a couple of campfires, and we can just kind of enclose them using some trapdoors. And I think it makes sense for this area to have some seating, so let's go ahead and build a bit of like a bench here, just using some birch stairs and signs. And then to make the area a little bit cozier, let's go ahead and build a red carpet. And I mean, we could also do a painting on this wall, maybe, no, not a desert one, please. 3 times in a row? Sure, that one's nice. We still have some room on the other side of the house, so let's go ahead and build maybe like a little bit of a storage area right here. I went ahead and built a shelf using spruce trapdoors, and to tie into the toolsmith theme, I was thinking we could display some tools here, so maybe a pickaxe, shovel, and regular axe. And on top, let's just throw some amethyst clusters and a lantern if I can. And yeah, I think I'm really liking this interior. This is nice. I just wanted to quickly mention that I am including all of the different villager workstations for each house, but some of them are outside, so I'm not bothering including them inside as well. Carrying on, let's do the Fletcher house next, and let's just start off with a small little carpet right in the center of the room, and then right beside the staircase, I'm thinking a small little flower pot, and inside we can display a torch flower. A table should fit nicely beside that, and let's just make this one out of dark oak, and to help light up the area, let's place a lantern. And to tie into the Fletcher theme, let's display a bow as well as a crossbow. I'm liking that, and on the other wall, let's make a small shelf, so let's go ahead and do some bookshelves. Above that, we'll do some spruce trapdoors, maybe a lantern there, a couple of flower pots, and inside, let's do some oak saplings. Back where it all began with our fisherman house, let's head inside and get to decorating. I want to make a small bedroom right here, so let's go ahead and place a bed, and we can do a barrel right there, and on top, a little bit of a flower pot. And then to make this area a little cozier, let's go ahead and add a bit of carpet. Can get rid of this temporary torch, and let's just throw a lantern kind of in the center of the ceiling. Maybe just go ahead and patch up this cobblestone with some more carpet, get rid of that torch, and then right here, let's do a painting. The painting is in place and looking nice, so let's head downstairs, add another barrel with a lantern on top, and I think a chest here will look good. And then of course, a fisherman is going to need a fishing rod, so we can hang one up right there. Just a few more interiors to go, and next up is the armorer. In this corner, I want to do a small table just made out of scaffolding and birch stairs, and on top we can do a lantern, and above, let's do a small painting. On the other wall, I want to have a really big armor display, almost like it's kind of for sale or something like that, so let's just place a bunch of armor stands. And I just remembered that you can dye leather armor, so I thought this would be a really fun way to bring some more color into the build. It's pretty simple, but I really like how that looks with all the different colors of armor. That is super cool. Next up is the leather worker, and I really like how these rolls of leather turned out on the outside, so I think let's go ahead and build a few more in here as well. We can switch these ones up a little bit though by also including some brown terracotta to look like maybe a darker type of leather, which I think is nice. And then of course we'll add all the buttons to look like the kind of pole going through the leather, and we can even make this one look a little bit thicker using some carpet. Let's get rid of this temporary torch, don't need that. We can place maybe a crafting table in this corner and a lantern to light up the area instead. And then to look like they maybe have some kind of leather hanging up and maybe drying, we can just place a bit of it on the walls. Maybe one more right there. And yeah, I think our leather worker house is done. Jumping over to the windmill, which is of course for the farmer, I want to go ahead and build a little bit of a living area in here as well. So let's add a bed. Beside that, we can do a bookshelf with a couple of composters and a lantern to light up the area. And then so we can access higher into the tower if we want, let's place a ladder, get rid of that slab, and place a trapdoor. To fill out this other wall, let's place down some hay bales, and then I think we can make a small little shelf in this corner, and on top we'll do some flower pots with a sapling and azure bluet in it. Hard to believe that we're on the final house already, and this one is for our cartographer. And as you can probably see from what's in my hand, I went ahead and made a map of our brand new village. As lots of you probably know, maps are one of my favorite things in the entire game, so I had to go ahead and make one of our brand new village. And just looking at this thing, it's super awesome, but this cherry blossom biome is really calling to me. We definitely gotta fill that in with something. Anyway, let's carry on adding more details, and we definitely need a cartography table, so let's add one of those there. On the back wall, let's make a simple shelf out of spruce trapdoors, and on top, if we can actually, if I can get on top of here, I want to place an amethyst cluster. There we go. Let's place a chest here. I want to do a campfire, which will extinguish, and then right here, a flower pot with another azure bluet in it. Beside that, we can do yet another shelf using some bookshelves, and on top let's just do a double chest and a flower pot with a sapling in it. I added a couple of tables using dark oak, and I also placed this painting on the wall, which kind of looks like some mountains or maybe like some islands or something like that. I don't know, regardless, I think it fits the cartographer theme pretty nicely. Let's add a few more details to these tables though. I'm thinking a couple of iron pressure plates sort of look like empty maps, and then we can do a few candles here, which will of course light with our flint and steel. And for a bit of world building, I think it'd be fun to display a map of our 2 other regions. So right here I have a map of our island. It's a little bit cut off, but I think you get the idea. The other civilization in our world is the desert city that we made last episode, so I also went ahead and made a map of that too. Again, this one's a little bit cut off, but I think it's pretty fun having both of these in here. Kind of ties our whole world together. And on the topic of our desert city, there's something that we quickly need to do. When we built this desert city, we found this camel, and I got a bunch of awesome name ideas from all of you, but the one that I went for was Humphrey, which I think is just perfect for our little camel guy here. So yeah, say hello to Humphrey, everybody. Humphrey, can you not show your butt to all the people? Come on, what are you doing, my guy? With that side mission completed, now that we finally have all the interiors completed, I think it's about time that we bring some villagers over to populate the area. I feel pretty bad about this, but I have some villagers who have been trapped under here for like over 600 days at this point, so I want to bring all of these guys over to our brand new village. And I think the easiest way to transport them is going to be using rails, but it might be a little bit tricky getting them into the minecarts. Okay, this is a little scuffed, but if I put some minecarts in here and press this button, hopefully, yeah, that picks them up. It's actually, okay, that actually works. Nice. I just need to connect this rail now, going all the way over to the village. So I just set up a rail line going all the way across the water, and then hopefully they'll just fall right off of this, and then I can break the minecarts after, and then hopefully they'll just explore the village and find their homes. So let's give this a try, and hopefully it'll work. Okay, first villager is making his way over there. Hopefully he makes it with no issues. Okay, that's awesome. It looks like the villager made it all the way over with no problems, so let's bring over the rest of the villagers. Looks like maybe this guy got stuck. Oh, let me give these guys a push. Oh, whoa, what is going on? What is this? I've never seen anything like that before. What in the world? Anyways, I was gonna say I need my minecarts back, so let's break all of these. Oh man, that was the weirdest thing I've seen today. I have never seen that before. That was funny. But yeah, I need my minecarts back so these guys can roam free. Enjoy your new village, guys. I hope you like it better than living underground. I also added a little bit of water here to kind of push the villagers closer to the minecarts so they actually make their way inside. And of course it doesn't work. The second group of villagers have made their way over. Once again, this just looks so weird, but anyways, let's let these guys roam free. There's still a few more villagers back there, but I did bring over about 15 or 20 of them, so I think I'll just leave the rest over there in case we need more villagers for something on the island. But with that said, let's go ahead and get rid of this railway as it's a bit of an eyesore. Just like that, the railway is all cleaned up and this area is back to normal. But now that our village is populated and full of life, I think we can finally call this village build complete. As always, if you want to download this world for yourself, you can get the world download on my Patreon or by becoming a member on my YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching and happy building.